certificate fee of 2,000 shillings annually. Is this uncalled for? Any of you?
I don't understand the arithmetic involved with putting that number. But my concern is the safety of citizens, is the safety and responsibility of everybody and every government.
Yes, yes, yes.
I don't know what the price tag is all about, but it needs to be done on a very rational basis, and that citizens need to feel that when they go to sleep, they're safe, when they wake, they're safe. And people will be willing to pay if they can present a rational, convincing evidence and a plan forward that will protect us, but not just coming up with a number to collect taxes.
Okay, fire certificate, I think any of you, we don't have actually to comment, all of you, if you feel like you can actually comment on the fire certificate.
Any certificate must be, or any fee that is imposed on the government, by the government, whether national or local, must be determined by a clear balancing of the idea of reinforcing a point or punishing a point. Now, it is imperative that families everywhere, whether you live in Muthaiga or you live in Mathare, whichever, it is good that you take precaution of the fire in your house. The kitchen can burn anywhere. So you need that fire thing. You'll buy it yourself. The government will not provide for you. So already you have paid a cost for securing that particular service. Why should you be punished for keeping it? Because taxation can be punitive, or it can be, that is why tax relief is usually seen as an encouragement. It is a reinforcement of a certain value or certain trend that is beneficial or is a public good, so to say. So imposing taxes on some of the utilities that are so important for people to have is basically punishing the people who have it, because I will just get it out of my house if it is going to draw taxes. And then are you going to have to tell me to put it if I cannot afford the tax? So this is really the dilemma. What does the government want to achieve through this taxation? Is it to ensure public safety or basically to make an earning? That must become clear.
Okay, thank you very much. I can see also Dr. Emmanuel Kisengani walking in. There's a bit of traffic snarl up at Mombasa Road. How busy is it? I know you're not mic'd, but I know many of the people waking up this morning will want to know the situation on the roads as well. But thank you for joining us, Dr. Emmanuel Kisengani as well. Right, Professor Noami Damba, you have something to say before we move on?
I think the issue of guards bearing arms is an issue that needs to be clearly debated. I for many times have maintained that one way or another, the citizen ought to have the right to bear arms. You are attacked at midnight and you call the police, and police are so far away. By the time they get there, the damage has already been done. These are frontline people. And my expectation, Debal, is that not every single guard standing near the gate will bear arms, but they will selectively and carefully have people who either that have been policemen, well-trained, or people who have been in the military who are well-trained that will bear arms. These are the frontline people that will answer the call first before any reinforcement happen, and I think it's a way forward.
Right, and I think that's a good topic also to dwell in a bit, the private security guard being armed and how it will actually change or reconfigure the whole security scenario here in the country as well. And also, this follows doggedly the enactment of the private security regulatory authority that will be headed by Fazul. It says here, guards to carry guns and make arrests in new rules. Government plans to have police officers stop providing services for private security firms involved in cash in transit. And they also, the private, let me just read some of the personnel rules here. They're saying that all private security firms to register fresh with Private Security Regulatory Authority So now every private security firm has to register afresh with PSRA. The firms will be required to provide proof of paying a minimum wage for staff as qualification for registration. Also, all security guards will be vetted within 6 months. A standard curriculum for training security guards will be adopted, and also PSRA to provide the curriculum and supervise training. And also firms engaged in cash in transit, that is CIT, to be allowed to own armored vehicles, interior CS or IG to use private security guards in police operations such as anti-riot response. Private security guards are not allowed to use uniforms similar to those used by state security organs. The guards to have powers to arrest crime suspects and hand them over to police. Are we ready for this?
Quite mouthful. And I think, as Prof has said, I don't think we've thought through the implications and the side effects of what is going to ensue from this kind of move. I mean, obviously, we may be addressing symptoms and not the causes of the challenges that we have. And there are better ways, perhaps, addressing the causes than the keyword to the symptoms. We know, yes, crime could be on the rise, especially as poverty rises. But if we need to address the issue of security in a comprehensive manner, I think we need to reorganize our society. I mean, this move of having Nyumba Kumi so that you have information, because we're now moving into a Nyumba Kumi, a better way of doing it. I mean, you go to some of the major cities in the world now, you don't see security all over the place. I was in London the other week, and I walk in the building, you hardly see anybody. It's technology that is controlling you. So there are better ways that we can start thinking about it rather than rush in one direction. And in that regard, I would even go further and suggest, why don't we put emphasis and organize ourselves in this Nyumba Kumi in a better way? So I've always said it, and I'll continue to say it was wrongly approached by making it look like it's only a security issue.
But the reality on the ground is Nyumba Kumi is a flop. Yeah, it's never really
working as it should be.
It's not working.
It's not working as
Nyumba Kumi. Well, it depends on what you want to achieve from it. One of the things that, I mean, what we learned from Dusit, terrorist attack, is that Nyumba Kumi is working because people are monitoring each other, and you have details of who comes when, who buy meat where. That's all the information the government needs in order to make its own decisions. Because Nyumba Kumi is not supposed to arrest criminals. You're not supposed to see people from matching criminals to whatever. That's not the point. But I think we are mixing issues here.
Yes,
We're talking about dogs and hot dogs.
So when couple Nyumba Kumi and I just concentrate on this.
The watchmen and Nyumba Kumi are two different animals. As I said, one is a quick snack, the other one is a very dangerous canine, hot dog and dog. Now, so what one want to say is the following. Kenya is already suffering from a problem which Minister Matiang'i is trying to deal with, which is influx of illegal arms or arms in the wrong hands that are not registered. You know who has that. Two, that if you take the police force, if we talk about 100,000 officers, and each has a gun.
Yes.
Now we are almost talking about I don't know whether there are 900,000 security officers in so many private companies. How much guns are we going to infuse into our society? So that we are going to have private guns 5 times those of the officers. Those who have studied, and I'm sure Emmanuel and others might have done that, who have studied countries that are advanced in private security and where these guards are armed to a number of extent, like in South Africa and elsewhere, you know what that means. That to even go to a neighborhood in South Africa, you must get the local person to go with you. In other words, you need somebody because you don't know who's going to shoot you, because everybody has a gun in that place. 2, at the advanced level, they even make neighbors insecure. The executive outcomes as a company, it's a private, these are used even to topple governments.
Yes.
I mean, many governments in Africa have not been toppled by the military. If you go by the list, they have been toppled by private, foreign private security companies. Now, that is not to say that guards, I mean, or those people who are guarding us should not be armed. But I think one of the principal political science 101 of arming citizens is that, violence or the instruments of violence like firearms are a preserve of the state. So the moment you start blurring that line and allowing private companies to have arms, that's going too far. It is easier to arm citizens individually because you can recall their guns. But when you make it a rule that a private company can secure guns and you don't know what armory it has, where it is going to keep those guns, then those guns fell into the hands of criminals. What have we been dealing with in the past, or perhaps even the present? Police officers renting out guns to commit crimes. Police officers renting out guns. So what about private security guards who have no disciplinary code of any kind? They are not part of the disciplined forces. Do they have any obligation not to sell their guns for a loaf of bread?
And how should we, because also we have such a janitorial pay for actually the security guards as well. And now here you have actually a gun. And you can actually wield power to access finances through dubious means as well. Don't you think, I don't know, maybe we can actually put it in perspective and pick up from Uganda as well. They've been able to shake this thing into place, and so far we know the security guards are armed in Uganda. What some of the learning lessons can we pick up from them? Could we hear from Dr. Emmanuel Kisengani, who just joined us? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
No, this is interesting. I think previous speakers have covered much ground, but the experience from Uganda, while here we think it has been working, was it a few days ago I picked out that actually there's a rethinking around that.
There's a rethinking.
Because of recent incidences. There was a case recently where a little altercation and one of the guards actually ended up shooting someone. So, and this is not an exclusive incident. There apparently have been several. So there's been a rethinking around that. I think some people think it's a knee-jerk reaction in the context of Kenya, where we have, the attacks, the terrorist attacks, that we think the solution is supposed to be to go that route. I think we need, like speakers have said, much interrogation. Get experts, security experts around this. The devil is always in the details when it comes to arming. Who exactly are you arming? So if we can have much more serious engagement around how to go around, I don't want to completely dismiss it, but I think it's a case of a solution that comes with new problems.
Right. Nomi Damba?
Dubal, we live in different times. The guns don't kill. It is people that kill. And, Switzerland folks have the right to bear arms. And you hardly read any statistic that any Swiss person was shot.
Yes.
But they bear arms. In America, a lot of people, including myself, have arms in the house. But I never use it. I only, prepare to use it if somebody invade my house at night.
So actually you can cock a gun?
No, yes, I can. Yes, I know how to do it. And yes, I can shoot. The most important thing is anybody who bears arms has to be well trained. I'm thinking about the security guard at Westgate that was shot several times. And then they return and shoot him, the dead person. What if this person was well prepared? If you go to Westgate right now, the security guard at the gates have AK-47 and they have dogs at Westgate. So if you're coming in for any other reason, you are going to meet first frontline folks that will stop you at the gate before you enter to do your evil things. And there has to be a proper and safety secured place before anybody is given license to bear arms. They have to demonstrate that these people are well trained, they know how to handle and, you know, safely keep arms. And I doubt I doubt very seriously that anybody out there is just going to be given arms, you know, to guard, or if you are, you know, narcotic of all kind. I think all that will be taken care of. But we need to know that we are in a different time.
Okay.
Depal, just to anecdote to what the Prof has just said, the example is given about Switzerland. If you look at Swiss society, the way it's organized, first of all, it's highly intensive in terms of information.
Yeah.
If you move into a neighborhood in Switzerland, in no second, the whole security already knows that there is a movement that is not understood. And if you develop that culture, and that's the essence of Yumbakumi, because Yumbakumi, unfortunately, it was seen as a security, and therefore people didn't have a lot of appetite.
Yes.
Is to be able to know your neighbor, be concerned about your neighbor, and in fact, if you go to some of the places where it's well managed, there are about 14, 15 items under security. They will look at your health, they will look, and that information gets up to the state immediately. That if Dibali is sick, the state gets to know, because I, as the Nambakumi, would transmit that information and it goes to the state. And that's how you can take care of things like pandemics, epidemics, and all that. So Yumbakumi shouldn't be seen as purely a security, and that's where I take a different point from what my neighbor. We lived actually in the same neighborhood one time in Ethiopia, and he knows how that information can be kept and managed. So let's think through. I mean, yes, if we are admitting that there is something wrong, we can go that direction, but have we considered the side effects?
Have we considered the side effects? Right, we've not had from us unless you don't have anything to add on this particular issue. But I think we should have a session also with the Capsule Security Board Chair, that is Mr. Silvana Zisewe, who is actually the CEO of the Private Security Regulatory Authority on this panel. Then we can pepper him with these questions that we have here about the whole regulatory framework, how they're going to pan out, where, as you say, the armory, how are they going to actually be storing this particular? Will you just go with the gun at home? Will you be leaving it safely, maybe in an armory somewhere? These are probing questions that we need to add. Also, the preparations of these security guards as well. I think, have they gone through the attendant, courses as far as handling also weapons is concerned as well? So those are questions that also we need to pose to this regulatory authority as well. There has been questions, maybe before we wind up, about also the chairman of the regulatory authority as well, Faizul. We know he resigned from the National NGO Council, right? And before also he was at NACADA. And we know it's in the public domain as far as also his credentials is concerned. I don't know if maybe you can weigh in on this, Professor Peter Kagwaj.
No, Fazu is a friend of mine.
He's a friend of yours?
So it's in bad taste to criticize a friend. But I think I would like to keep it at the level of the debate on, the private security as what it is, private security. And when you're talking about private companies, it's not about security they are concerned, it's about a profit. Yes. Because a company is about profit. And therefore, if it's profitable for the company to have guns, and I think at issue now, if you look at it critically, diagonized, it is the competition for business, particularly of transferring cash from one point to another. The argument that you cannot, transfer cash from one bank to another without armed guarding. Yes. That is the imperative that is pushing this debate, and the fact that the government is providing the security to this and therefore interfering with the private space. But it is the monopoly over violence is prescribed by law to be that of the government, and therefore I don't think we should fall to that play that because private companies would like to transfer, to be engaged, and it is a big business transferring valuable things, not just cash, but valuable things that require armed transfer, I mean armed protection. Therefore, we must always have in mind that private business has no business in security, because they cannot secure they cannot ensure your security unless they are making profit. That is what executive outcomes and others have shown us. We're learning from lessons. So on a very, very broad principle, private security companies cannot guarantee you security without making profit. When they start making losses, are they going to tell you? With those and so on. Obviously, the question is, where are they going to get the guns from? So you start a new gun industry. Is it the government to provide them with guns, or are they going to import guns? Currently, it's only the military, the police that can import guns, and under very, very stringent conditions, if you know how interior works. Not everybody is allowed to do that. Secondly, what kind of guns are they going to wield? Because some guns it's better you have a penknife or a toy than have certain guns. The debate we are getting from northern Kenya about cattle rustling is that you can have your AK-47 or you can have whatever, but the raiders are coming with automatic machines that are only around the military. And the military under certain regulations, because you are going for a specific operation. This world has such sophisticated guns that there are some that you cannot even survive. And those ones that goes into the hands of the, you don't say he was shot twice at, because this one basically sprays you and make you a sieve. So look at the guns that were used in Peketoni. Yes, those who studied this. Look at the guns that were used in Peketoni, which were in private hands of terrorists. A gun that just directed to a house and the house comes collapsing. Just one shot, not two. So what? So they take us to the whatever.
Were they guns or bazookas actually?
I don't even know what they were. If you go to Peketoni or you are in Peketoni that time during the attack, then you question, what guns are you going to give these watchmen to protect them?
So yes, you finished, Peter, Professor? Are you done?
Yes.
All right. Let's hear from Dr. Hassan.
Yeah, that was a very interesting discussion. Of course, there are different types of guns, and depending on the gun, there are also different rounds they use, and some rounds have very high explosive material.
Yes.
That actually is almost like a mini, grenade that can blow up a lot of things. Now, Prof talked about, arms, especially in private individuals. He gave a case of the United States. That is true. I think there are almost 300 million guns, or what you call small arms, in private hands in the United States out of 320 million people. So you can imagine. Essentially. And I know Dibal was shocked when Prof said that I know how to use a gun. It's not easy to live in the United States for more than a few years and actually not have been able to use a firearm. It's
you also
I will neither confirm nor deny. It's a culture. It is something they are very passionate about. Now, with regard to private security, Prof here just mentioned whether we have to be careful because of the history of the executive outcomes. And for those people who are familiar with it, you know how many coups they've been able to conduct on the continent and elsewhere in the world. Lots of South African companies actually, have been able to engineer lots of coups, literally mercenaries, toppling governments. And however, I think there can be an argument that in some places, because we only have so many police people, that some very highly trained and professional guards perhaps may be allowed in certain places where perhaps the police can be. The danger, though, is then so many other private organizations may start making the same argument that, what justification do you have? We also need to have guns. And we are a country that is trying to get rid of small arms and light weapons. But again, because security is or the monopoly in terms of violence is for the government, it's going to be important that if we move in that sphere, we ensure we can actually account for every firearm. We can account for everybody. We can account for their training. And someone mentioned that we've had cases of police, some police, errant police, leasing out guns, to criminals. Now, how about a private security who is making 7,000 shillings a month? It becomes a challenge. So that's something we also have to examine. However, I agree with the Prof that some private citizens who are outstanding, I think may be allowed after vetting to actually have firearms to be able to protect themselves. Now, when we look at what happened both in Westgate and recently here, there's a danger with regard to even citizens not having enough competence. You had citizens trying to take charge of the place. Now, when you have a trained person who's coming for that job, they're actually going to mistake you for a terrorist or a gunman. And they may be a lot of mistakes that happen. So we also have to train our citizens, or if we're going to elect to have some private security firms, then they have to be very few, but then extremely highly trained. But those people also have to be very well paid. You can't really be paying someone 7,000 shillings and then have. Yeah. Now, the case of Uganda, and for those people who've gone there several times, the private security guys have a lot of guns. But Uganda also has a different history. Yeah, you remember, after 1986, there were literally millions of firearms in people's hands. A number of private security people I've met in Uganda, those so-called watchmen or askaris, they've actually been part of UPDF. They got out of the military, the police, and stuff like that. And their history is not exactly our history, it's different. But I think it's a debate that we should be open and interrogate and see what can we learn from what other countries have done. You see, there are many countries in the world that don't have that. Britain, most of the police don't have guns, walking around, and it's extremely safe, and some other countries in Europe. But then you also have countries such as the United States or Switzerland where people have guns, actually, and except in poorer neighborhood, because then, of course, the economic and social thing also plays a role. Yeah. But there is really no violence, especially in the hinterland.
All right, thank you. We want to take a short break right now. When we circle back, of course, we shall be looking at a raft of issues as far as the international arena is concerned. But what does also a closing of these betting farms portend in terms of youth and employment? People are saying it was another source for employment for the youth. But are we also hanging on the sharp edge of a dilemma here where we have a youth bulge and unemployment, and at the same time we have sources of income for the youth? Where is the moral needle moving to? Is it going a jot down or a jot higher? And of course, this, many of you will say, has contributed to the moral decadence that we are in as a country. Many people are not working. This is an easier way of actually getting money. It has been also starkly condemned in Britain. We know about Watson and his comments during, of course, the cabinet meeting there. And some of these organizations that are not really also paying their taxes as well. So we shall look at the security side of this when we're talking about the youth dividend in this demographic dividend as it is right now in the country, but we're grappling with the issue of unemployment. Will we see also an influx of insecurity? We'll pose this question to our panelists on the other side of the break briefly before also we go to the international stories. I know we are taking a short break, but just a bit of tweets here. Kennedy Omogi is saying private farms to collect intelligence. He's asking a probing question there. What of if they sell the same info to dangerous groups? Also, we have Jacob Abere Mtalala saying, I'm listening on conversation about private guards arming. I'm worried on how media and political pundits have hyped out of fact. The essence isn't about gun. It entails intelligence gathering and sharing. Let's not confine it into one, that is bunduki or the gun. Also, we have Oduho is saying strict regulations is vital for the success of such a program. The purpose here is to enhance security, mashinani, because there is insecurity, mashinani. Surely extensive debate on the matter is vital, but in the end, the problem of insecurity remains. Those are your comments. Keep them coming. We shall also be sharing them with our panelists as well. We'll take a short break right now. Don't go away.
our lives. But they grow up so fast. Soon, it's time for college, and by that time, college fees can be a huge expense. For as little as 3,500 Kenya shillings, Educare combines life insurance with savings for college. Download the SE mobile app, open an account and start saving now. Be life ready.
The second phase of the InterSwitch Spark competition has just been completed. The qualifying test determined the best 54 students who will proceed to the next round of the InterSwitch Spark National Science Competition to be aired on NTV. Overall, 1,498 students from across the country registered for the competition, with secondary schools in the Rift Valley registering the highest number of students at 372. The competition has reignited the interest in STEM subjects across the country. InterSwitch Spark National Science Competition will award the winner a scholarship worth 1.5 million shillings, a laptop, signage for their school, while the first and second runners-up will get cash and laptops. Who will be crowned winner at the end of it all? Come with us on this exciting ride. Powered by InterSwitch, transaction solutions you can depend on.
When you meet a Luo carrying his briefcase, don't ask him whether he's going to work. Luos don't go to work. We attend to professional commitment.
Gangster, main rule. Avoid eye contact with your fans. Mutazoeana.
Mtu ako na homa, lakini kusiniza na sneeze, unashindwa hii ni homa ama ni nini? Unasikia,
December babes, haki si mnatusumbua. Hati yo sijui calm down is my birthday. Sijui all people were born the same but legends were born in December. Mbona mnajisikianga hivyo ama mnaonanga mkikaa kale kamkate ka mwisho?
Nani?
Shetani matana
Shetani mugani? Shetani mugani? Timu tuonyeshe shetani mugani?
Johnny.
Oh, kametokwa ho!
NTV Sasa, kipindi pekee cha maslahi ya jamii.
Kitovu kinapaswa kuchukua muda gani kukatika?
Kitovu hakipaswi kupita siku 7.
Jumatano hii kitakukujia moja kwa moja kutoka kaunti ya Mombasa, kuanzia saa 5 hadi saa 7 mchana. Kauli mbiu ni kampeni ya kutoa chanjo dhidi ya maradhi ya polio katika kaunti 001. Ungana nasi Jumatano hii moja kwa moja kutoka Mombasa katika NTV Sasa.
You're watching Standing on Guard, where we keep an eye on the enemy, and NTV has learnt that Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i has issued deportation orders targeting a section of directors of betting companies whose licenses have been revoked. Whereas it is not yet clear how many persons have been affected, the list of directors affected by the issued deportation orders includes persons from Bulgaria, Holland, Russia and Italy, as the state looks to purge the betting industry of what it terms as rogue operators. Now, this comes just a day after the Central Bank of Kenya issued a circular to commercial banks, mortgage financiers and microfinance lenders, notifying them of the revocation of licenses by the Betting Control and Licensing Board. The move by the Central Bank further tightens the noose on the ability by unlicensed players to operate, coming on the back of the suspension of their pay bill numbers by the telecommunications firm Safaricom. So we want to look at what does this really portend, as I mentioned earlier, on security as well. So we give that security nuance with our panelists, and I'm holding court this morning with Professor Naomi Demba, who is the Vice Chancellor of KC University. Also, we have with us Ambassador Erastus Moinche, who is the Chair of the African Capacity Building Foundation, also the Chair of Trademark East Africa, and the former Deputy Chair of the African Union. Also, we do have with us Professor Peter Kagwanja, who is the CEO of African Policy Institute. Also, we do have with us as well the Director of Home Institute, Dr. Hassan Kanenje, and also the Executive Director of Lesson Land Center. This is Emmanuel Kisengani. Let's just continue with the conversation, especially on the betting right now, and we take that flip side, or we flip it to the security angle as well. What does it really portend? Because many people are saying, you know, we had our youth really engaged heavily with betting, and this kept them busy, so a lot of insecurity issues also had really gone down. But is that the case? We don't have any empirical evidence or statistics done to actually, you know, to actually confirm this. Let's just begin with you, Peter Kagwanja.
Now, first and foremost, you know, the trick you apply in order to sanitize something is to give it a good name. Betting is normally used in football, where you want to flip a coin to see which side one is going to be. That's what you call betting. It's very sane and a very normal concept. But what we are talking about is gambling.
Gambling?
Yes, this is the kind of thing we are having. It's not betting, it's literally gambling. It's a beautiful word to conceal evil. Gambling is in the world of the so-called the criminal underworld. Anywhere you go, most of the gambling companies, or whatever now you're calling betting, in whatever you want to mention in the world, from Russia to America, are in the hands of mafia gangs. And they are very, very complex businesses where even individuals, if you simply have run out of cash, you go to take credit from the neighboring thing. And if you are not able to pay credit by the time you are required to pay, they come for you, right? So we really talking about nurturing a criminal underworld in this country from the public perspective. Because let's be clear, it's not betting we're talking about gambling. Whether you are using the media, and the irony of it is, and this is what the texts will tell you, the published texts will tell you, that you are advertising gambling, you know, in a manner that it looks like it's a very sane business, but it is not.
We're normalizing it.
You are normalizing and sanitizing evil, in a sense. And we need to be very, and that's why I've always argued and have written about this, and have no apologies, that we are nurturing a capitalism that has no soul. And if your capitalism has no milk of human kindness, then you'll do anything. You can sell organs, even though that you cannot process a liver in an industry or a heart in an industry. You start now talking about the business. I mean, the business of exporting and selling livers. Like, where are you getting them from? So the moment you have a capitalism without a soul, without the milk of human kindness, then you begin to see gambling as if it's a normal business. What it does is, it's not different from alcohol or drugs, because the first thing it does is to create behavioral addiction. The moment you have been hooked to it, you're hooked. So if a kid is hooked from the beginning, its life is lost completely. It can never come back. And even when you run out of cash, you want to steal from whatever source, your parents, your relatives, so that you can go wake up in the morning and go do betting. Just like you want to wake up in the morning and sniff your cocaine or get a puff of your bang. So that behavioral addiction is basically the worst. Then the other thing is creating an impression in society that hard work doesn't matter. It's a get-rich-quick kind of training of society. And when it is as massive as it is now, that you open any radio station, you open any TV station, you go to any space, you open any page of the paper, you are advertising gambling, meaning get rich quick. When are we going to respect the fact that a watchman in this country will get 7,000 Kenya shillings and hope to educate his or her son to high school and the university? Why would you work for 30 days if you can make $1 million in minutes? So what kind of ethos are you teaching society through this proliferation of gambling? Remember, gambling is, I mean, this kind of game is not new to us. We have charity sweepstake. But look at the spacing. It's a month. You can put your bet a month. Then, now, in golf, people bet. But the kind of money that people are betting is basically to entertain yourself. Meaning 1,000 each, or 10,000 each, yes. Because you can have it. But the point I am trying to make is that we are here discussing the nurturing of a new crime industry. That's what I'm trying to say.
Thank you.
And we are consciously doing it in public. On this one, I'm with Minister Masiangi.
All right. Thank you. Let's hear from Ambassador Rasas Mwencha.
First of all, I fully agree with what my good friend Peter said, and also fully endorse the fact that CS Matiang'i is taking these steps. I think the question you asked, how is this related to security? And as he has said, you know, when we look at this gambling, it has almost 5 components. It has a component that it attacks the individual, and you can relate some certain aspect of it, that there are health issues, behavioral, changes and the rest. Then it comes to family. Then it comes to the corporate and the society, and finally to the country. In all those levels, there is a serious side effect of gambling. If you take it from the individual, these are medical statistics. It has nothing to do with even, guessing. That people who indulge so much in gambling, once you get into addiction, it changes you develop some anxiety because you are not sure when you win next. You have poor sleep, you lose appetite, and these people eventually descend into drug abuse. And unless us disabuse the word economic, when you said it, you said, oh, there is youth bulge, and so this is an economic activity they are engaged in, and the security goes down. Actually, you are sitting on a time bomb, because there is no money that is gained from gambling. Gambling, there is, I mean, if you think of it, it's a pool of money that is moving from one to the other. One is being left broke, and one is gaining that. There is no economic activity. Economic activity is when you build the wealth of a nation, and not when you rob people. And share that loot. That's not an economic activity. As he says, this is a criminal activity that robs people and concentrate. And by the way, the people who designed those machines, they have designed in such a way that I'm told it's, I think, like 87% people lose. It's only 13 who make money. And that money is also temporal, because the more you continue, you are losing. Now, the question then, to answer your question, how does this relate to national security? As we said, you can see this individual now has lost self-esteem, cannot sleep. The next thing is this addiction that he must get some money to continue. So he will start stealing. He's not appearing at job. He will lose the job. If it's a kid, he's not going to school. And so the society is being affected. You go to the family. This guy is not now buying even the basics, the food, because the money has gone there. Malnutrition sets in, the family breaks down. You move further. The countries are losing because you are not productive anymore, because you spend all night in gambling. You come, you are tired, you cannot produce. It's dangerous. But finally, once you get to that, it becomes now a criminal event, and finally, it is a risk to security. We must protect ourselves. In fact, if you go even in the states, it's only 2 states where you can do this, in Louisiana and Nevada. The rest of the states, you don't see those things. But now all over here in Kenya, you are seeing all over the place. Let's please protect our society from this vice.
Right. Hassan Kananja.
Yeah, and Nevada. Well, there's a reason why Las Vegas is called the Sin City.
Yes.
And Macau is not one of the most popular destinations for tourists, but for a criminal underworld, because, again, of course, of gambling. Now, people who design gambling businesses, they're not in there to give you money. They're there to take money from you. Those machines are programmed to actually make money of you. So, and I think my colleagues have raised a very important point. Now, I would like to challenge you, because you started by saying we don't have a statistic. No, there is. I attended, actually, I think early last month, there was a workshop at Windsor, and one of the presenters was giving statistics. About 70% of our youth are actually, up to 70% are engaged in gambling today. Now, we know it as a science, not as an opinion, that all studies with regard to gambling demonstrate that it's a cancer in every society. We know how chronic cancer ends. It never ends well. So we do not really need anything else. Knowing the number of our children who are now engaged, especially young people, in gambling and in betting, and knowing the predictable, scientifically proven effects of that, we don't need anything else. Of course, we can go and try to apply it to Kenya to see the extent to which it has. But you have seen kids committing suicide because they gambled their school fees. Grades in college are declining a lot because these kids have to spend all the time trying to watch football or whatever it is, because they don't have time to do anything else. And there is an opportunity that some criminal underworld, knowing it's so profitable, just look at this past year, they made 200 billion shillings, for heaven's sake. That can build a highway from Busia to Mombasa. They made 200 billion. That is plenty of money. What if I have bad intentions or I have terrorist designs and I realized, since they kicked me out of Kismayo, this will be the best way to get into the Kenyan market and make a lot of money and run my activities. Nothing's going to prevent them from doing that. No, this is something, is a cancer, is a nuisance. We should, if we can't strictly regulate it, we should actually ban most of them altogether.
Great. Professor Naomi Dambo.
Dibala, completely agree with my colleagues here and all the sentiment that has been expressed. Here's my point. New Jersey in America has gambling, some of part of it, Louisiana, Nevada. But in Singapore, there is only one place where you can gamble. And there is Secret Service folks that frequently visit the place to watch you, and if you are there constantly, you will be surprised they will come to your house to check whether or not your family are in order, your children are going to school, you have food, you are able to manage your home. Otherwise, you go to jail. And there is not much to earn from this, except those people who are putting it out. And you know, I grew up in Westland, but right now, almost every single hotel in Westland has a gambling facility. Now, so with this kind of trend, and you are in Mombasa, you are everywhere in Kenya, there is gambling. So what are we creating? And we need to stop it before it control all of us and subsume all of us. And like Peter indicated earlier, there's an underworld growing out of this. They're mafia, they're prostitutes. There is, excuse me, all kind of horrible situation happening with very little benefit from the country. And so the question is, why do we have it? I agree with C.S. Matiang'i, shut it down and move it out of Kenya to offshore somewhere so that all the people who want to gamble, they can go there. But leave us alone to handle our life in a different way.
Right. Of course, we've not really told about these other activities that they are actually heavily involved in as well. And that's why maybe some of their licenses are being cancelled. But let's hear from Dr. Emmanuel Kisikani.
Yeah, I think a little clarification in terms of what Matiang'i is doing. I think Matiang'i has not said he's banning gambling.
Yes.
It's about entities that are illegally into the business. Because even I know the government is thinking around having some sort of lottery to support the national team Harambee Stars. So the entities that have been shut down have not been paying taxes, or rather escaping from fulfilling the obligations. So you can look at it in different ways. There are people who do this sort of thing as a hobby. They have some extra coins to lose. They can try out this. They can take the risk. But I think, and these people will tell us, look, it is their money. We don't have a problem. I mean, we should not actually interfere with what they do with their money. So that said, but I think like the panelists have said, there are a lot of Kenyans who need to be helped. A lot of individuals who think this is a road to easy riches, and it has become addictive. I've been on the outskirts of some of these places in Nairobi. You have young people literally on weekends when you have the Premier League, they're there from morning until very late in the evening trying to chance on winning. And like I think Dr. Ganeja said, the permutations are quite difficult when it comes to the probability of winning, because they'll put there like 12 or 15 teams. Some of them are very small teams. You have no idea where they are. So there are very limited chances that you will succeed. So the problem I think here, which I totally agree, is about the need for regulation, because it has become addictive, made so many young people. We're saying it's a solution, but I think it creates more problems for young people because makes them bankrupt. We have seen cases about some of them actually taking suicide. So you have this sort of scenario, and what we're arguing here is that there's need for regulation, especially to protect the lot that is on the road to self-destruction because of extreme engagement into gambling.
Right. And of course, interestingly enough, gambling and drinking. There was a survey that was done by M-Survey recently, and they wanted to see if actually gambling is also spiking, the intake of alcohol. But astoundingly enough, it was dramatically different, right? Because they thought these bars will increase their sales because people are coming in to actually, watch the football and gamble. But they found out that, the gambling and the drinking of beer, the gambling is affecting the drinking of beer because people now are saving money to actually gamble. So it is the other way around. So could that also, you want to comment on that?
It's more addictive than drinking.
It's more addictive than drinking.
Yeah.
Now, you don't need a beer. You need a tot of whiskey. You quickly swallow.
Of course, to
calm your nerves.
You knock back your
remember
beer
what Ambassador said is that this is a medical situation. So you are over anxious. You are so uncertain about things. So you need something to calm your nerves. So gambling go hand in hand with the drug addiction, right? It doesn't go. Alcoholism is when you are talking about the heavy alcohol, and the song that you know very well, Kenny Rogers, The Gambler. Now, what are they talking about, and in what situation are they talking about? They are so desperate, they don't know where they are going, and then they say, if you give me your whiskey, I'll give you some advice. That's what you get from Kenny Rogers, the coward of the country. So he gobbles down the alcohol because it is a quick injection, then you deal with the situation. So gamblers will always have a bottle of whiskey, particularly the Chang'an type, that really knocks you down, kill me quick, as Major Mwangi would call it. So gamble and then you go on. So if you're waiting for your Tusker to be consumed, then you're in the wrong place. Let's
leave it at that.
Who paid for that study? Because that study could have been paid for by somebody to show.
That is debatable. All right then. Let's hear also from yes.
A quick quote. This is what we call the brain quotes. It says, "No wife can endure a gambling husband unless he is a steady winner." And where is that steady winner?
No.
So it's a family breaker.
It's a family breaker.
It's true.
All right. Let's hear also what the deputy leader of the Labour Party had to say this in UK Parliament. That is Tom Watson.
Mr. Speaker, the industry turns over £14.5 billion a year, yet currently contributes less than £10 million a year to Gamble Aware. Some companies contribute amounts that are frankly insulting to a voluntary system. Sport Pisa, who sponsor Everton, and Fun 88, who sponsored Newcastle, gave only £50 each last year. Both are white labels of the company TGP Europe. Best Bets gave £5. GFM Holdings Limited gave just £1. When we have 430,000 gambling addicts, 55,000 of whom are children, that is completely unacceptable and deliberately insulting to those leading players in the industry who are trying to take responsibility. Mr. Speaker, after today, we will still have inadequate regulation and a gambling act that is outdated and not fit for the digital age. We have gambling companies licensed in the UK, sponsoring UK football teams, yet operating entirely abroad, behaving irresponsibly and fueling addiction in countries like Kenya. We have companies allowing customers to lose tens of thousands of pounds on multiple credit cards in a single sitting. We have companies who, after a customer tries to self-exclude, bombards them with advertising emails and offers of free bets, then makes them sign NDAs when they settle. The gambling market is broken, and it's up to the government to fix it. We don't just need a voluntary patch. We need a full overhaul of the rules and regulations. I fear this Secretary of State and this government will fail in that task.
Right, moving on, back in Africa, the first patient to be diagnosed with Ebola in the eastern DR Congo city of Goma has died. World Health Organization officials say as the UN organization is expected to decide whether the outbreak requires a heightened global response. Of course, we'll also give you that particular story much later in the course of the day. It is important that you be aware. But the U.S. House of Representatives voted yesterday to condemn President Donald Trump for racist comments against 4 minority Democratic Congresswomen, a symbolic vote aimed at shaming Trump and his fellow Republicans who stood by him. The 187 vote, which split mainly along party lines, was a culmination of 3 days of outreach sparked by a Trump tweet storm that diverted attention from other business in Washington, but had little impact on the president's overall approval rating, according to a new Reuters Ipsos poll. Trump is seeking re-election next year and had told the group of congresswomen on Sunday to go back and help fix the totally broken and crime-infested places from which they came. All 4 lawmakers, that is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York, Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, Ayanna Pressley of Massachusetts, and Rashida Tlaib of Michigan, are U.S. citizens. 3 were born in the United States. Democrats, who have a majority in the House, passed the resolution on Tuesday evening, which said the House strongly condemns President Donald Trump's racist comments that have legitimized and increased fear and hatred of new Americans and people of color. 4 Republicans and 1 independent joined the Democrats to support the measure. The White House did not immediately comment on this. Right, let's just listen in.
I rise to give notice of my intention to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. Impeaching Donald John Trump, President of the United States, of high misdemeanors. Resolved that Donald John Trump, President of the United States, is unfit to be president, unfit to represent the American values of decency and morality, respectability and civility, honesty and propriety, reputability and integrity, is unfit to defend the ideals that have made America great, unfit to defend liberty and justice for all, as extolled in the Pledge of Allegiance.
And who is Donald Trump? Right, he is defiantly not drawing back on Tuesday's, of course, where he defended his controversial tweets in which he asked for prominent minority Democratic congresswomen to go back and fix the countries from which they came from. Speaking to journalists at a White House cabinet meeting, Trump said the congresswomen could go wherever they want, or they can stay, but they should love our country. Well, he did not mention names. Trump appeared to be referring to first-year representatives, as I mentioned earlier, that is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York, Ilhan Omar, amongst others. Let's listen in.
I think it's terrible when people speak so badly about our country, when people speak so horribly. I have a list of things here. I'm not going to bore you with it because you would be bored. You wouldn't write it anyway. but I have a list of things here said by the Congresswomen that is so bad, so horrible, that I almost don't want to read it. It's so bad. I think what you do is you have the same list that I do. You should repeat some of that. When the Democrats didn't want to mention the name of the Congresswoman, not so long ago, and what they did and the way they're treating Israel is a disgrace. But not only Israel, it's what they say about our country. It's my opinion they hate our country. And that's not good. It's not acceptable. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys. To be able to criticize this country, isn't that?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Right this way. Thank you for us.
The misdemeanors of Donald Trump, and of course this is a bigger question. Hardly 2 weeks have passed since we had also that diplomatic row with the UK, and he's embroiled in another storm as well. And yes, he's defending himself. As we've seen, he's not drawing back as far as that particular statement is concerned. America first. That is the underlying theme of President Donald Trump. Let's just pick up from also, we pick up with you, Professor Peter Kagwanja, on this.
Now, there is something that in the world of academics have come to be called the Trump phenomenon. Trump is not an individual. Trump is a phenomenon. It's like a rainy season, a long winter, or something that it's not something you can put your finger on. Trump is simply a voice of a certain development. He represents in the West the rise of populism as an idea. And populism here tied together with ultra-racism. So if you look at the constituency from which he's tapping his support, then you begin to know what we're really talking about. Before he was elected in 2016, I predicted that he was going to win. I can bet every cow in my barn that he is going to be re-elected.
He's going to be re-elected.
Now, the reason being is that it's not about Trump. It's about what America has come. And when you read the academics, the most respected of the academics, this is what they all share. You read the Foreign Affairs, which is one of the leading journals, and you find between the lines that what they are trying to say is that there is discomfort among the white America. And that discomfort among the white America is what you now see reflected in these anti-Iran and others. They feel that the natives are coming and they are taking over the United States. They are overwhelming us. And what really made that almost real was the election of Obama. And Obama has come to symbolize the other world which is taking over America. And the white have no place in this. So if you understand it in that context, then you can understand how divided, how deeply fractured the American society is. So I don't like seeing Trump because it creates an impression that he's an exceptional American, that he is alone. And therefore, when you see shooting in the streets, which has increased, shooting of Jews, shooting of Africans, shooting of Latinos, the building of the walls. Trump can't build wall alone. He'd be opposed by mass demonstrations, huge, that would not enable him even to pass. But why is the Republican Party so strong under Trump? Because it has never been this strong if you begin to look at it. Why is it? So my point is, this zeroing in on Trump as if he's a problem is basically like digging a hole in front of our compound and covering with some grass and telling children you can now play safely. The world is not safe.
But we need to just get a bit granular on this and why this is happening with Donald Trump. As you've mentioned, yes, he stands a chance to be re-elected again. But why is Donald Trump upsetting the apple cart? Could we, because you've mentioned, because Donald Trump, as it is right now, is not part of the establishment.
Yes.
It is fighting the establishment.
Yes.
Right? And we need to hark back maybe into history and find out why we had the establishment and why we have all these people now rising, because they feel that our security is threatened by this one man. Because he has a huge support also of the evangelicals, right? He's a man actually who has managed to now secure, you know, or take that particular, what is it, to Jerusalem? That is the ambassadorial site. What is it?
US embassy.
Embassy. Yeah, the embassy back to Jerusalem. And as it is right now, it is like people are saying that Trump is the wings, you know, that is covering and hovering over Israel right now. He's the only friend of Israel. Trump is fighting the establishment, of course, of the banks. And we can hack back to Paul Warburg with the establishment of the Federal Reserve Act right now. You're the historians, you're the scholars. You can try and help me understand. Is he being fought because of his theme, American first, right? So we want to get back America to where it was, not the people who have come and taken over with the establishment, with this institute, which is this institute of that is part of the establishment. That some of the politicians, they have to really go to, just kindly remind me.
You mean American, is it APAC or?
No, not APAC.
American Enterprise.
No.
Brooklyn?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn Institute.
Yeah, the Brooklyn Institute.
Institute.
Yes, the Brooklyn Institute as well. Could we just focus our conversation on this and why Donald Trump is facing all these umbrages everywhere?
Okay. Well, you have asked a loaded question, but let's then go to the root cause of all what we are seeing. There is a book that has been written, I was reading it the other day, it's called Winner Take All. And it is about the American economy and what it has now ended up producing. But it also looks at the global economy and what has happened. First of all, you see, you're seeing economic growth, but the benefits are only accruing to fewer and fewer hands. And so the rest of the society is being left behind. And that is a global phenomenon. The statistics which we have quoted here before is only 1% now of the global population that controls over 50% of the GDP. And that tells you what's happening. This accumulation of wealth by few. Now, the average American blue-collar job person is also losing their job because technology has been shifting. That's why China is now the manufacturing center of the world, because of the cheap labor and all this, and China is also starting to move out. So you have to have an external enemy to blame. And for that, the Americans have started being told Trump stands for bringing jobs back. And also there are three fears that Trump is building on. One is the race, is the economy, and is security. And those are fundamental issues. Because you tell the Americans that your security is tied to Muslims coming, Latinos coming with drugs, with criminals, and so you have that constituency. But I want to slightly disagree with my friend Peter here, that Trump won and is going to win. He never won the popular election. You know that, he didn't win. There is gerrymandering in America. In fact, in the new census that is going to be conducted, he is trying to introduce a line that will try to show what race you are, and it has been defeated. People had to go to court and remove it. The reason he's doing that, he wants to know which race is where, so that you can carve your electoral college, whatever system they use, so that you can end up with that fact of winning. So he never won. And so if you are saying he's going to win, I'm not sure. Of course, sadly, if you look at what has happened in the motion that was in Congress yesterday, only 4 Republicans voted with the Democrats to condemn him, and showing that it's because they are beholden to him, because he's vicious. If you don't go with him, he'll come for you and destroy you. So people are now towing the line, not because they believe in him, but because of the fear. Right. Now, moving fast then to talk about America. What has made America great all this time?
Just hold on to that. We hear from Kanenjo. You can pick up on that. Yeah. Hassan Kanenjo?
Trump is not really there to serve the United States. He's there to serve Donald J. Trump. And it begins and ends with Donald J. Trump. Now, in the past election, there were clear indications with regard to polling, unless people did not pay attention, that it was a statistical dead heat between Hillary and Donald Trump in several states. Bernie Sanders actually had performed consistently better at that time. Of course, in the popular vote, he lost by about 10 million but the U.S. system works differently. Yes. Now, Donald Trump is not exactly true that he's anti-establishment. I think people who've watched Donald Trump know that he's been on all sides of the same issue. Throughout. In fact, he was more Democratic than he was Republican. But one thing you're raising, that Republicans are so united, actually, in spite of everything, because even in the vote that they just took in the House, only 4 Republicans voted with the Democrats, in the House in condemning the actions of Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump understands one thing. He might not have the highest IQ in the world, even though he thinks he's the smartest person on earth. But tribal politics in the U.S. works. And he's gone back to nativism and ultranationalism and exploiting the fear of the other, especially the election of Barack Hussein Obama was a confirmation to nativist ideologies, at least those people who are mostly white and rural, are not exactly highly educated, that you have foreigners invading our country and taking it over. Now, it is a fact that by 2042, the U.S. is going to be a minority-majority country. And so it's a study, it's scientific. And of course, Fox News and others, they keep peddling this. Now, globalization changed a lot of things, but it also meant that a lot of Americans lost their jobs because companies had to outsource. Now, playing into this anxiety and increasing images nowadays of foreigners crossing the border and people losing jobs, and without really hope that those jobs are going to come back, he's playing into something that now increasingly in the Western Hemisphere, in democracies, we actually see the sentiment for ultranationalism. So he's a tribalist. I'm not so sure whether I can be so certain he's going to be re-elected. Perhaps Ambassador is poised to collect a lot of cows from Professor's Bank. Oh, yeah. Yes. I think if Democrats elect someone, have someone like Joe Biden, someone who is steady, perhaps may win. But the truth is, he also has a lot of following, in the United States, and we cannot discount that. And barring anything that can be done differently by the Democrats, he may just win, even though right now I will not be betting my money on him just yet.
But, some of the, okay, let's just hear your comments before we continue, then I'll ask the next question. Let's hear from Naomi Damba.
Dubal, the Civil War almost divided America based on race. America remained a racist state until the early 60s, when civil rights now changed the shape of America. And the ultra-racists went quiet. They did not die off, but they went quiet. Just waiting for the right time to come. Trump is, we don't know who Trump is. You cannot easily just call him a racist. Is he a craftsman? Is he a magician? Is he from somewhere else that America has not seen? And if you read Hillary Clinton, what went wrong? Hillary never picked up on this. This was new to everybody. He used language that no president candidate has ever used. He get away with everything. He appealed to this ultra right-wing folks who have been quiet and educated, safely stuck in the rural area, and now he's speaking their language. And that group is about 40% of American population. He remained with that group, no matter what he say, when he say it. So all he needs is 20% vote. I'm not sure from what Peter's prediction that he's going to, if Joe Biden becomes the candidate, that he will be able to beat Joe Biden. It's going to come to the issue of college selection equation. And Joe Biden is very well aware of that, and is focusing on Michigan, focusing on places where Pennsylvania, which is his backbone. And if he can pick that, we know where New York is, we know where California is. Yes. Trump will have a very, very hard time getting back in the White House. But before he does so, he's going to do everything he can to really rubbish everything that has happened from the 60s to where we are right now. And Nancy Pelosi is right. don't focus on impeachment, because all you will do is enrage this more of this extremist, and so that they become hardened.
Thank you.
And defeated.
Right. Have we heard from Dr. Hassan Kaneja? Yeah, we did.
Yes.
Let's hear from Emmanuel Kanye.
Yeah, I think the BAL, let me speak from the outside. I've not lived in the US. I mean, these colleagues have lived in the US more than myself. So probably even have American citizenship. I'm not sure. We need to check after this show.
You don't need to check. Here we have one. Yeah, he has a resident there in America, Professor Noah Midamba.
So
I should pay you a visit too.
Sure. I've not been there. So speaking from the outside, I think it seems apparent that Donald Trump may have a method in his madness. There's something he seeks. We normally think that sometimes to unite your internal constituency, you need to create an external enemy. Yes. And it looks like that is the politics. He has a constituency which he speaks to, and the method is all these actors from outside, from Latin America and from elsewhere, Muslims, the problem, and this helps to speak to that constituency to unite it, and that is why perhaps like colleagues are observing, they are supporting him. But one observation, in my opinion, I think, in Ghana they used to talk about Kwame Nkrumah. And they said Kwame Nkrumah was a good Pan-Africanist, but was certainly not a good Ghanaian. Yes. But he was the president of Ghana. Mm-hmm. I think Donald Trump is the flip side, the opposite of this. Internally may have these constitutions that people like him, they think he's doing this, I don't know, in terms of permutation, the population. But as a global leader, I think, from my own estimation or a judgment, I think as a leader of one of the biggest economy, I think he's very limited. He doesn't enjoy much support outside. So I think I just wanted to make those little observations from the outside. I think the colleagues have covered much of what probably is much more useful internally.
Right. Peter Kagwanja. That issue of distorting the establishment is what I want us to focus on clearly, so that we can help even Kenyans just realize where is it coming from. From the Federal Reserve Act itself with Paul Wolberg, who was an outsider. And we have Trump coming in and trying to take away the Paris Act that was there, the nuclear deal between Iran and the US. Everything that Obama did or the previous president have done, some of the resolutions they came up with, they're being quashed right now. The tariffs that we know, also the what was that, the NAFTA, as it were, was a contentious issue. So it is really upsetting the apple cult. And the one mindset is, no. America first, we are distorting, the formation of the establishments.
I want to bet again with Ambassador Mwencha. You'll take Jabari, that's my bull. I'll give it to you.
But I'm not betting anything. I don't come for Jabari.
If he doesn't win. The reason being that, and I still want us to understand Trump as a phenomenon. Because as Dr. Khaneja put it, this is a person who violated every rule in the book about election in America. He went for he did not go for the big houses to nominate him as a Republican candidate. He overran the party and got the nomination in 2016. He went beyond the pale in terms of mentioning things that have never been mentioned in any campaign. What would be obscenities in political language. And he went away with it. He had little in terms of money, which had mobilized in terms of constituencies. So, and he won without the so-called, because sometimes they would look at how much money have you been managed to mobilize. He won. Why did that happen? One of the American scholars who passed on a few years ago, Samuel Huntington, who is famous for his statement about the clash of civilizations, had talked about the disappearance of white America. And that is the main fear. So when you talk about America first, which America are you talking about? It's white America. So America first means white America. Now, again, when you begin to look at Donald Trump, and I agree with Dr. Emmanuel Kisiangani, that there is a method in Trump's madness. There's a method in his madness. First, America itself is sitting on a contradiction. The contradiction is, on the one hand, it is the most democratic, quote-unquote, state in the world, or rather, the champion of democracy, and it's like they like putting it, the shining light on the hill. This is it. And what does that mean? The rule of the people, the popular people, as Abraham Lincoln would put it, the rule of the people by the people for the people, democracy.
Yes.
So it emphasizes the power of the people, the power of the masses. That is the roots of populism. But what is the economic base? Capitalism. What does capitalism mean? It's about I, the individual. It is about my wealth. And what has that produced in America? 1% wealth, 99% poverty. And what Trump is trying to dismantle, in a sense, is this. Because you have to reassure this 99% that they have a voice. And he has chosen to be the voice, to be their voice, the 99%. He himself is a capitalist. Don't forget about that. So when he talks about bringing jobs back home and putting tariffs on China, he's winning constituency. So his tactics of winning the election is not your usual tactics of going to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
It is all about basically mobilizing ethnic nationalism.
Thank
and
you.
that's what he's doing.
Right, I know we are really strapped for
just
time.
Just a quick one. I agreed with Peter, majority of what he said, except when he came to saying that Trump is trying to destroy this 1%. Far from it. In fact, if you look at the taxation policy. Yeah, okay.
Could we, because I'm really strapped for time, I think we can actually pick up this conversation even next week. This is still a developing story. And what we can say, and I try and look, is globalism versus nationalism.
Correct,
right?
correct.
And put the entire conversation on that, because who is actually fronting for nationalism, and is globalism also good? Or whichever.
Yes,
is it
that's a
nationalism
very
or
important
globalism?
Correct.
And I think next week we can tackle that more robustly. But I want to thank our panelists this morning. Thank you for your cogent discussion as well, even as we're winding up. Also, the rush of tweets, I can read one or two. We have Danny Berry saying the youth are becoming compulsive gamblers, gambling whether they are up, down, broke, or a few shillings rich. And they keep gambling regardless of the consequences, even when they know that the odds are against them. No proven sustainable economic returns. That is what Danny Berry is saying here. Also, we have Samuel Ruto saying it is time our government should protect its citizens from risk affecting their well-being, like gambling and betting, instead of waiting for the damage already done to its people to act, and leaving the people with effects related to the practice, right, requiring rehab. We have also Anne Kadurima saying, sadly, none of our panelists are aware with the realities of the Kenyans who gamble. They speak on assumptions and what should be rather than what should be rather than what's going on currently. That is Anne Kadurima saying this. Also, we have Agumba Kagumba saying, as a sober and a person who believes in hard work, I advocate for closure and deportation of any foreigner associated with gambling in whatever case. Let people sweat for their cash, many of them. Lastly, Jeremiah Kariki saying, after dealing the licenses issues, Fred Matiang'i should now focus on the advertising aspect of betting, just like how alcohol and cigarettes advertising was banned. Same should be the case for the addictive betting. Right, let me just leave it at that. And of course, I want to thank you also for driving the show with me this morning. You've been watching Standing on Guard, where we keep an eye on the enemy. Of course, we shall be picking up some of these conversations also next week. Thank you for your valued company.
We are Nation Media Group. Talk to us. Send us your feedback on any of our products, availability or content to help us serve you better. A member of our team will ensure your issue is resolved within 24 hours and you receive a response. Go ahead, SMS 40684 or WhatsApp 0748 150 634. SMS is absolutely free of charge. Nation Media Group cares.
In a country of over 200 million people, finding suitable and affordable housing can be quite a challenge. I am in Lagos, Nigeria to have a first-hand experience of what would be rented space while house hunting.
As a trainer, you have to think as a horse so that I know when they need to exercise, when they need to eat, when they need to be washed, when they need to be in a boma.
There's more to Zambia than just copper mining. Small businesses are key drivers of economic growth the world over. I'm here to meet entrepreneurs who are finding creative ways of doing business.
Taste imeweza na bei imeweza. Streetwise 2 is now at 350 shillings.
Wow.
2 pieces of original recipe or hot and crispy chicken and regular chips. It's finger licking good.
Ilizae kama ajalema.
Serikali leta dawa gani?
It's almost a year, nothing has been done. I just need some form of information.
Dr. Mugo Wairimu first hit the headlines when a video clip showing him raping an unconscious female patient in his clinic.
With the puzzle surrounding the sugar saga yet to be cleared.
How many times were you sexually abused?
Like 3 times.
How was a convicted child molester allowed to set up a children's home in the country?
NTV News. Bold, balanced, authoritative.
Leo alikuwa smart, amevaa mpaka suti na ako very serious. Alikuwa very focused.
You are working in my club, haufanyi kazi kwa other sectors.
Mazejengo misteri ametesa kutesa. Ako hadi center page.
Sasa unaniambia ndio?
Umesikia breaking news?
Kama ni ujumbe, andika kwa leso itamfikia sawa.
Siniongeleza matope. Vitu zangu zilikuwa pale na wewe ulikuwa hapa. Sasa haziko, zimeenda wapi? Wewe kama umeshindwa na biashara, urudi Meru.
The Real House Helps of Kawangware in association with Telkom.
Join Telkom today and share life on our expanded 4G network. Telkom, moving with you.
Top spot no mazo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football.
Crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team. Why Formula 1?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy.
But I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo. Karibu, sijakupata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya Kimayai? But good to see you there.
NTV, turning on your world.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sharon Mundia, and you are watching Living with S. Today's show is all about this. It's about hair. Now, I'm willing to bet that if you are a woman born and raised in Kenya with Afro hair, that at some point in your life you've had to have a protective hairstyle. And that protective hairstyle is probably braids. That's exactly what we're getting into for this segment of the show. We're getting into protective hairstyles, and this being one of the leading salons in the region, which is Kilimani. We're in Kilimani area, and this is Mystique Beauty Lounge. We thought we should come over and get to see what it actually means and takes to create such beautiful tresses. This is Lucy. She's busy getting into her client. Her client is Esther, gorgeous. And I've got Irene Bacha from Olivia. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, was I correct in saying that you both are wearing braids, you both are wearing braids. Do you think it's true that most likely most women have had braids at some point in their lives?
Yes, it's true.
Yeah, it's almost a part of our culture.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's also affordable.
And it's affordable,
exactly.
Right? And it lasts
longer,
a while.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about Olivia.
So we are a hair manufacturing company. We manufacture braids and weaves in Kenya.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so Kenyan.
Yes.
I like it. And what I found quite interesting about what you do is that you have a unique braid that you've just released,
yes.
Which is the itch-free braid.
Yes.
Well, let's even backtrack a little bit. What has been your experience when it comes to braids? What's it been like for you?
So I have a very sensitive scalp. I itch a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when we did research and we found a lot of women actually experience itching and they have sensitive skin, and usually when you get your braids to touch your face, you get rashes.
Right.
So then what was the solution? We did a bit of research and we realized there's actually a fiber called the antibacterial fiber.
Okay.
So we tested it and we brought it in the market and tested it also with hairdressers and consumers.
Yeah.
And we found that it actually works. It reduces your itching. Yes. It helps your sensitive skin.
Yeah.
And we decided, why not? Let's launch this in the market.
Right. So, Esther, do you have like an itching scalp? Like, do you find that to be true for your experience?
Well, no, I don't have that.
Not really. Okay. Yeah. But in the past, did you? Because I know I've had moments, even if it touches like the back of my neck, and I don't think I've got sensitive skin, but I'd find it being like almost irritating to some extent.
Yeah.
And I have one of my best friends also has very sensitive skin, and so she'd come up with all these like techniques. I don't know, soak the hair for this long, and to the point that she just cut her hair. She was like, meh, it's not that serious.
Yeah, it can be quite frustrating because you find this is fiber.
Right.
So the chemical being used also is very important.
Okay, so what actually causes the itchiness of the itchy experience?
The chemical and the combing.
Oh, the chemical
and how it's
in
combed.
the and how, what do you mean how it's combed?
So before it ends up being looking like this, it has to be combed.
Right.
So when it's being combed
in the factory, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
So when it's being combed in the factory,
it
can also pick bacteria.
Okay.
And you see, you can't control that.
Right.
You really can't control that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So what was Olivia's solution?
To actually get antibacterial fiber.
Okay.
So even if you comb it, it won't affect you. Yeah.
Right. Interesting. So let's talk a little bit about braids and the general care routine that that women should take on. Because in as much as yes, I said a lot of us have braids.
Yes.
Perhaps we're not quite well informed on how to maintain the braids.
Yeah.
So first things first, when it comes to braiding and you know the amount of force that's used or how tight it should be, what are we looking for? Like, how do we know? Oh, this is too tight, or
so
you know, too
when you feel it too tight, you should be able to tell your hairdresser. So you find we give a lot of power to the hairdresser.
Right.
But sometimes it's also good for you as a consumer to take back your power.
Yeah.
Because if you feel she's tightening it, you need to tell her.
Yeah. But are there like telltale signs? Like
yeah, there are. So I can show you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
If I move this back.
Yeah.
So you see this one? It shouldn't.
Oh, there shouldn't be any pull
see, so it's really
all.
pulling.
Right.
So that means if she holds this hair
back,
that means her hairline will be affected.
Right. And then what about the hairline? Is there like a method? Do you just like avoid?
I usually say avoid
completely.
it.
So, but then you also don't want to start your braids here, and it's like, what is happening at the front?
I think avoid it. Don't touch your baby line.
Okay.
The whole baby hair. Avoid it. Don't touch it.
Okay.
Yeah, and also we tend to hold
the hair up.
Yeah, so you find even this braid is quite light.
Right.
Some braids are quite heavy. So if the braids are heavy and you hold it up as a bun, then you're pulling back. So that means your hair keeps going back.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Let's talk about the length of time you should have braids. I remember when I was in high school, it was almost like a competition. Like, how can I break my previous record? I think I've done 3 months with braids. Don't ask me how that happened. And don't ask if it was the most hygienic. But I don't know what's wrong with me. I just used to stay with braids for
quite
way
a long
longer
time.
than I should.
We recommend 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
Oh, yes.
You know, I'm here for that. But does it depend on the type of hair? And because there's some that even if you tried your best, a week you'll push it. Like if it's just like cornrows and you have two,
they start standing
it starts
up.
to,
Yes.
But 3 weeks,
3 to 4 weeks. Don't go beyond that.
Okay.
Because your hair also needs to take a break.
Right. Okay.
So we assume because your hair is protected, then your hair is fine. But no, you still need to be able to protect your natural hair. Yeah. So don't take it longer
than 3 to 4 weeks. I like that. I like that. And are there things that you should do during that time that will help make sure that your hair is getting all the nutrients that it requires?
Yes. You need to oil your scalp.
How regularly?
It depends with your scalp. Some can do it twice or thrice a week because you find a lot of people will get a lot of dandruffs.
Yeah.
So it depends on how your scalp is.
Yeah.
But at least you need to be able to oil it.
But I'm curious, if you do oil and you're not washing as often as you regularly wouldn't it then just be accumulating?
Use light oil. Don't use the solid.
Okay.
There are very many light oils in the market right now which you can actually use.
Okay.
And then spray also more often so that it also gives the product the finishing sheen, gives you the nice sheen.
Right.
And your scalp is also fine. Don't use solid, just use the light one.
Okay.
There's the light oil that's usually in the market.
Yeah. So what are some of the trends that you've witnessed in the market? Given, I think if you ask me, I think there's more and more women going for protective styles, but with a really cool twist to it. So what are some of the trends that you're picking up?
So one, which is really bad for business for on our end, is the fake dreadlocks that women are really picking it up on.
Fake dreadlocks?
Yeah, it's a thing. People are doing it and they're staying with it.
No, and they look
They
great.
look good.
Yeah.
And they're staying with it 9 to 10 months. So what happens to my business for 9 to 10 months?
But I think for the woman, I imagine that's just, you don't have to worry about that for I can see why more and more people are going for it.
And it's easy to maintain. It's wash and go. You can actually wash from your house.
Yeah.
You can treat it from your house.
Oh, wow. Okay. Any other interesting?
So people are really picking up that trend. And it's quite scary. But then the younger people are doing a lot of color. So you find we are forced to introduce a lot of products that have color.
Right.
Because they want to be very trendy. They want to keep up.
And when you say color, like what, are we just talking like light blonde tips or?
So let me show you an example.
Okay.
Like this is color.
Yeah.
So before, if you look at the trend in the market, we only used to do up to here.
Yeah.
So it will be black.
Yeah.
Then you only get color. But now, you see the color is literally
streaming through the whole braid.
So people, they don't want to do black.
Right.
They're moving to up.
Exciting colors. And even with the colors, is it things like purple?
Yes. So we get a lot of orders of purple, blue, gray, pink.
Yeah. People are getting more experimental. Whereas there was a point I remember it was like, oh no, that's what like the young girls, 7, 8-year-olds would get excited about that. Okay, so I'm curious, Lucy, like how many braids generally would you say you use when you're braiding around, this size, for instance?
So this size, 6 packets.
6 packets.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Do you have different kinds of braids as well, or options? Because I know for like mine, for my example, which is a different kind of braid, it's called, what is it? It's called Malkia. I used a packet and a half. So are there different kind of options and things that you've got that
we
allow
have?
for
we have a product called Afri Braid. That you also just need 1 packet. So it's 3 in 1. It's lighter, and for that the recommended style is twists instead of 3. Because also you find different products give you different results.
Yeah.
You might take a product and try it on this, and it won't give you a neater finish as compared to a product that's what it was made for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lucy, in your experience, is it better to do like this kind of braid or twist? Which one lasts longer and clients tend to like more?
You know, it depends with the hair.
The hair of the client?
Yeah,
oh.
With the hair. There's some clients who have, you see, with the hairline and then
right.
They don't have a lot of.
Right. So then in that case you do something.
Sorry?
So if they don't have a lot of hair, will you do braids or do you end up doing twist?
If you do twist doesn't like weak hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good tips. Let's talk about braiding on natural hair versus relaxed hair. Does that affect anything? And even when it comes to prepping the hair for the braid, are there tips on how to maintain it? Lucy, feel free to jump in as well. Like, how do you treat the client differently if they have relaxed hair versus natural hair?
Yes.
Okay, so for natural hair, how do you start to prep it?
For natural hair, you prefer as in you use, like, you do this. Okay, you can do this style. And then for the relaxed hair, you can go for the twist.
The twist. Yeah. And what about prepping before? Like, do you have to do anything special if you have natural hair, like put Vaseline, or is it the same? You just blow dry and then you jump into the braid, or do you have to wash first? Or
You
can do
have
that
to wash.
portion?
Both of them, by the way, you have to wash and treat. For relaxed hair, mostly you have to wash and treat.
Wash and treat first, because braids can sort of start to weaken the hair, so you need to give it like boost.
Yes.
And for natural hair, it's okay to sort of wash,
just wash and then
blow dry, and you're good.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, we're gonna take a break. We'll be right back, and hopefully by then Esther will be done here, and you can see the final result. We'll be back in a moment.
Sona moja imetengenezwa kwa njia spesheli ili kupambana na maumivu kwa haraka. Sona moja ina aspirin kama kiungo. Sona moja, kitulizo kamili. Maumivu yakizidi, pata ushauri wa daktari. Nation FM. More music and less talk. Nairobi 96.3, Mombasa 101.5, Meru 93.9, Nyeri 104.9, Eldoret 102.7, and Nakuru on 97.7. Follow us on social media on Facebook at Nation FM, Instagram at Nation FM, and on Twitter at Nation FM KE. Nation FM. More music and less talk. Recent data from the Ministry of Education indicates that of the 1 million young people entering the job market from universities and colleges every year, only 1 out of 5 is likely to get a job in the formal sector. A report done by Kenya National Bureau of Statistics shows that 5.6 million working-age Kenyans are economically inactive. 3.7 million of the employed persons in the working-age population are underemployed, and the largest unemployment rate is recorded between the age of 20 to 24 years. Join us at the 9th edition of the Nation Leadership Forum on the 29th of July, coming to you live from the University of Nairobi. The discussions will revolve around enterprise business, financial inclusion, and the next generation of work. Nation Leadership Forum, engaging society, impacting the nation. Proudly brought to you by these sponsors.
Welcome back, everybody. We're at Mystique Beauty Lounge, and I have got Irene from Olivia, Lucy, who works here at Mystique, and our client, Esther, who's having her hair done. We've been talking about protective hairstyles, and in this particular, period, we're talking about short term, which is like the braids. We're going to go into sister locks and all that, which is to me still just a mystical world. I'm so keen to get to learn more about. But for now, I wanted to know from you, yes, I know, Olivia, great, anti-itch, it's amazing, but are there dangers to braiding quite regularly or things that we should look out for? You talked a little bit about a break. Maybe you could share, you know, so that because ultimately we all want like healthy hair, right? So what are those tips?
So, like personally, I take a break, one, because of my hairline. So you see that's why I opt to do cornrows.
Are cornrows better for hairline?
For my hairline, yes.
For everyone? Okay.
It doesn't affect, it doesn't, there's no pulling.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So
then it's also good to switch from braiding and then at least do a wig or a weave.
Oh, weave, because then you know you've got your cornrows. And then you can, and weaves have become people become so good at also trying to lay their edges, making it look so natural. Interesting. So the weave option is a good one.
Yes.
Take about
wig
is also good. Wig is good.
Yes.
A wig is really good.
Yes.
And also you said take a break for about a week, and also switch between cornrows
and normal braids.
And normal braids. All right. So what exciting things are you looking to bring into the market now?
Wow. A lot of color.
Okay.
And then there's this style called bandika.
Okay.
So a lot of women are using it, and we want to step into that space totally and literally own it.
Yeah.
So for now, there are no fancy ways of doing it.
Okay.
So we want to introduce fancy ways of actually doing bandika.
Okay.
Then we also want to introduce clip-in whips.
Okay.
So you can actually wake up, clip in your hair extension, and go.
And keep it moving and still look cute.
Yes.
So, I mean, I remember when I was younger, I think the options were just braids or twist.
Yes.
And then maybe it was like brown or black. And then, of course, I think the more, you know, women and especially the black community started to be like, hey, we want to be expressive and just have a little bit more fun.
Yeah.
The more options came into the market. How do you think that that's been? Do you think? I mean, what's your interpretation of that? And do you think the market is ready as well for like more interesting and exciting adaptive styles?
This Kenyan market is quite interesting in terms of hair.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the products that we actually launch are being dictated by the Kenyan market.
Okay.
It's not what we think.
Yeah.
Because you find even on the digital space has changed this industry completely.
Oh
yes.
How so?
Because you find people are on Pinterest. So people are on Pinterest. People are actually looking at international celebrities and their hairstyles.
Right.
So you find someone sends you a message on Facebook and says, do you have this style?
Let me tell you, I am that person on Pinterest. I have a board full of all the styles that I want to, and before I used to be like, oh, I don't really understand Pinterest, I don't care. And before I used to have relaxed hair, I now have natural.
Yeah.
I've never been more invested in like different kinds of hairstyles and pinning more here and there. So, Lucy, I want to ask you as we wrap up, how long have you been in this industry?
5 years.
5 years? So in those 5 years, have you felt like it's changed and you've had to learn new techniques or braiding patterns and stuff?
Yes.
You have to be chop, huh? Because clients come and show you. Yeah. So when clients come and show you, do you ever have to say, have you ever found yourself saying, oh, this one I don't know where to start?
No. With me, I can't. You don't say you can't.
Yeah, you figure it out on the job.
Good. Like if a client comes with something, definitely it's so simple. So long as the client has their photo, whatever she wants,
you can recreate it. So it's forced you to be really good, really quickly.
Yes.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Nice. All right. It literally looks like you've got 2 or 3 braids left. I'm going to leave you to it. I hope you enjoy your new do.
Yeah.
How often do you braid your hair?
Like 3 weeks. 3 to 4 weeks.
You just keep the braids to 3 to 4 weeks?
Yeah.
But how often do you then put braids in? Like every month, every other month?
I know, like just if 1 month I do it, then I do braids.
So you interchange between weaves and braids?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, ladies and gents, we're going to say goodbye to the 3 ladies. Thank you so much for allowing us to come into into your session. We've now got to jump into a conversation that for me is still so new, but I'm so curious about it, and I'm sure you are too. So we're going to jump into sister locks now with Harriet, but first, take a look at Esther's final look. And now we're here at the gorgeous Jumema Salon 1, which is in Westlands, and I have got a sister lock stylist and consultant. She's been doing this job for 3 years now. Her name is Rahab Peliantoy. I got that right?
Yeah.
So first of all, thank you. Thank you for having us over. I can tell you've got sister locks on, right?
Yeah,
so
sure.
Uh,
how long have you had yours on?
Now 2 years, 5 months.
2 years, 5 months?
Yeah.
So when would you say that sister locks started to become a more popular option when it comes to hairstyles?
Okay, now in Kenya it's like 5 years old since Sister Locks started.
Yeah.
And now I started Sister Locks maybe after the first lot started. I was maybe the third lot to do Sister Locks in Kenya.
All right.
Yeah.
So explain the difference between what we know as locks and sister locks.
Okay, sister locks, we have traditional locks and sister locks. Sister locks are tiny and we use locking patterns. There's things we call locking pattern and there are different locking pattern while doing. We do partitioning. There are a lot of things we consider while doing sister lock than traditional locks. And traditional locks, they're a bit bigger. And sister locks are smaller. And traditional locks, we use product, but sister locks, we don't use any product.
You don't use any product?
Yeah.
So even to maintain, there's no like gel or some kind of wax?
Nothing, just water.
Just water? Sure, I mean, just by you saying that, I imagine that it must be healthier or better on your hair if you don't have products. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah.
But it also looks like it takes longer
to
do.
Yeah.
It must take a lot of time to get it,
for the
to get
install.
each one,
Yeah.
to install each one.
Yeah.
Okay.
We call it install.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Install each one.
Yeah.
So I see you've got Chiza with you there. Who so graciously has allowed her hair to be used as a demo, because I'm so curious to see exactly what it takes to do at least one sister lock. So I'm going to let you get on with it and then explain to us as you do the process. But maybe you could first start by sharing, how have you prepped Chiza's hair? Did you need to do anything to her
Just
hair?
natural, no product, just shampooing, full stop.
No conditioner?
No conditioner, no product.
This,
Wait
a second, this sounds like the jail-free card to like a stress-free.
Yeah, stress-free,
life.
freedom all the way. Yeah.
Okay. So why don't you get started? I'm so curious to see how you.
Okay, first we start by partitioning.
Okay.
Because we need to parting. It helps with styling, and even if she move from Kenya to another country, the stylist will be able to start it. At least he'll know it will be easier for him or her.
Yeah.
So that's why we do partitioning and sectioning.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes to starting from 8 to 12, depending on the size of the head and the volume. Okay, so we start from this ear to here partitioning, separating the front and the back.
Okay.
So we partition.
Okay. You're a really good teacher, by the way. You explain very well. It must make your clients feel calm when they're sitting in your chair.
Yeah, you know our clients pay a lot of money,
Yeah.
so she needs to see the worth of that money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it have from this ear to ear, which is straight.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll start.
Okay.
And the hair must be natural, free from product.
So I can tell that she's part natural but also part relaxed.
It's not relaxed, the blow dry.
The blow dry?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pure natural.
So it's like heat damage of sorts, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, but your natural hair seems very like manageable and soft.
And there's things we also consider like curl pattern of the hair. We have different curl patterns.
Okay.
And each curl pattern take time to lock. We have 3 curl patterns. We have short, medium, and long.
Yeah.
Maybe even all of us here, we have different curl pattern.
Okay.
So that's why we give a client consultation according to her curl pattern.
Okay.
Yeah, like Triza, she's medium.
Okay.
Yeah.
Triza, can I touch your hair? I'm so curious. I mean, it just looks so soft. All right. So it's just washed and it's a little damp from what I felt.
Yeah, it must be wet.
Oh, it must be, okay,
Yeah.
wet. I imagine once you do them, you can't undo them.
Yeah,
it's
they're
like
natural,
dreadlocks.
yeah.
Just, yeah. So I'm wondering for you, Paliantoy, was it painful when you were installing?
Sister locks is actually not meant to be painful at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And how often do you have to retouch or
After the install, we sit 4 weeks strictly. 4 weeks after it has started settling,
Yeah.
you can push to 5 weeks to 6 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
It must be straight.
Yeah. A perfect straight line.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Now this is separating back from the front. Then we come here.
So once you do that straight
Yeah.
line, you then have to do a smaller
Yeah.
section.
Mm-hmm.
And everything has to be perfectly straight.
Yeah.
Huh. It's like you're doing like little mazes and it needs to
Yeah.
make sense. Okay.
Now this is our first partitioning.
So
Now
how many partitions are you looking?
I start from 8
Yeah.
to 12,
Okay.
depending on the size of the head.
Right.
Yeah.
So would you be able to lock, I think,
One.
yeah, to just lock one, like maybe just
Okay.
like get a small one. I'm just so curious to
Okay.
see.
So this will be our first.
Right. And that's after locking,
After
partitioning.
partitioning
like,
every year.
Yeah.
It takes even 1 hour to partition because you need to get the perfect grid. Yeah, so it can even take 1 hour, depending even the volume and the density of the hair.
You're kidding.
Yeah, because you need to get that perfect thing, that perfect, yeah.
This is a game of patience.
Yeah, it's a full day's affair. So
Okay.
we do back comb.
Okay. And what does the back combing do?
This is now to get where we'll start our lock.
Okay.
Start with our fingers. This is how we start.
Wait, you're like making a knot? Or I'm trying to understand what it is you're doing. You're taking each piece and like sort of creating a knot.
We have different locking patterns.
Uh-huh.
We have 4.
Uh-huh.
We normally mainly in common use there are 2.
Okay.
Yeah. Now I'm using which is called reverse 4. It's tighter.
Okay.
To make it for every install, it start with pattern reverse 4.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is what I'm doing.
Interesting. I hope the camera is getting that because it just. And first of all, that I have to say that is a tiny piece of hair.
Yeah.
And you're telling me that's like the whole head that's going to do that?
Yeah.
Can someone decide that they want their sister locks to be bigger? Or is by definition sister locks, does it have to be a lot smaller than the general dreadlock?
Most of the clients do their research before doing sister locks, so they know what they want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we've got to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll see what a fully done sister lock actually, well, spoiler alert, we sort of know what it looks like, but we'll get to see what it looks like when it's just freshly done in just a moment.
welcome the Molfix Band. Molfix, with its double absorbent system, absorbs the liquid immediately and traps the liquid in. Also, with its elastic side bands, Molfix offers freedom of movement. You should also try Molfix.
The Ministry of Health will conduct a house-to-house polio vaccination campaign targeting all children under the age of 5 years in 11 high-risk counties. These are Garissa, Isiolo, Kilifi, Lamu, Mandera, Marsabit, Mombasa, Tana River, Turkana, and Wajir. Vaccinate and protect your child now.
Leo alikuwa smart, amevaa mpaka suti na ako very serious. Alikuwa very focused.
You are working in my club, haufanyi kazi kwa other sectors.
Mazejengo misteri ametesa kutesa. Ako hadi center page.
Sasa unaniambia ndio?
Umesikia breaking news?
Kama ni ujumbe, andika kwa leso itamfikia sawa.
Usiniongeleze matope. Vitu zangu zilikuwa pale na wewe ulikuwa hapa. Sasa haziko, zimeenda wapi? Wewe kama umeshindwa na biashara, urudi Meru.
The Real House Helps of Kawangware in association with Telkom.
Join Telkom today and share life on our expanded 4G network. Telkom, moving with you.
When you meet a Luo carrying his briefcase, don't ask him whether he's going to work. Luos don't go to work. We attend to professional commitment.
Gangster, main rule. Avoid eye contact with your fans. Mutazoeana.
Mtu ako na homa, lakini kusiniza na sneeze, unashindwa hii ni homa ama ni nini? Unasikia,
December babes, haki si mnatusumbua. Hati yo sijui calm down is my birthday. Sijui all people were born the same but legends were born in December. Mbona mnajisikianga hivyo ama mnaonanga mkikaa kale kamkate ka mwisho?
Nani?
Shetani matana
Shetani mugani? Shetani mugani? Tebu tuone shetani mugani?
Johnny.
Oh, kametokwa ho.
When I would take a book to read, words really didn't make sense. I had zero comprehension.
It's a specific learning difficulty that mainly affects literacy.
What is really wrong with me? Did I fall when I was a child and hurt my brain?
The reverse letters B and D and P and Q sometimes look the same.
And for my daughter, is it true you see, can you see, yeah, sometimes the letters are moving. And in your normal mind you're thinking, how could letters be moving?
Health Diary in association with KEMSA.
KEMSA has steadily grown from simple storage handling to an innovative, fully fledged healthcare distribution service, affordable healthcare for all citizens.
Welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, today's show has been all about protective hairstyles. And we did some short-term options and we gave tips. And now we're doing sister locks. We're getting into the world of sister locks, which has been growing in popularity. I'm with a sister lock stylist and consultant. So she knows everything to do with this hairstyle. Her name is Raha Peliantori. And before the break, she started on Triza and from scratch showed how to do a sister lock. And I just wanted to see, now you have a tool in your hand. Can you show us what that tool does and what is it called?
Now the fingers can go through.
Yeah.
Now the tools helps to make it tighter.
Right.
Yeah.
So you keep going until it gets tight at the root.
Not just going.
Yeah.
It's a specific locking pattern I'm using.
Yeah. But you lock it until it's tight at the root, or how do you know when to stop? When it's tight at the root?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that is tight. So how long is that going to take you to do?
Full day.
By full day, is it 8 hours? You're talking about 8 hours?
Starting from 8 hours to even 13 hours.
What?
Yeah.
Paliatoy. You're having people sit in your chair for that long?
Yeah, we normally take breaks, stretch.
Yeah, I feel like at this point you can go, give birth, come back.
Yeah.
Like that's all. That's 13 hours.
That's why it's important to tell a client to come for a consultation, because maybe she thinks it's just like braids. 2 hours, then you go. Yeah, that's why we insist for consultation.
Let me tell you, Paliatoy, if I sat in your chair 2.5 hours in, I'd be like, we're done here. Thank you, ma'am. This will be the new style. Sister lock at the front, natural at the back.
But now this is the price you pay for your freedom.
Right, right. And I think essentially, like you said, the people who come in know what to expect, you know? They've done their research, and also it looks gorgeous. Once it's done, it looks so beautiful. All right, I want us to move to your next client. What's your name? Nasiaku. Nasiaku. Wow, everyone has beautiful Maasai names. Maasai name, right? Maasai names. Always so beautiful. So I want us to... Also, you want to switch over? All right, so now we have Nasiaku in your chair. So how many months is that?
2.
It's been 2 months with the hair. So you've mentioned price a couple of times. Would you be able to share on average how much it costs to install sister locks and for the initial installation? Because I imagine initial installation is different from coming for the retouch, right?
Yeah. For install, it depends with the volume, the density, and the length of the hair.
Okay.
But minimum starting from 30,000 upward.
Oh, wow. I also did not expect that.
That's why we insist for consultation, so that even you know the price.
Yeah. It is a commitment.
Yeah.
And this isn't something you can undo. You can't like after 2 days be like, I'm tired. Oh my gosh. So I can imagine the longer it is, the more expensive.
Yeah.
And it has to be natural hair.
Yeah, natural hair.
All right. Okay. So show me with someone like Nasiaku, how would you then treat or is it called retouch?
Retouch, yeah, we do retouch. Like now she comes to, this is the second retouch.
Yeah.
So 4 weeks.
4 weeks.
Yeah, after 4 weeks she comes back.
And is the installation the same technique that you've done on Triza?
No, retouch now, after doing install, we switch to another locking pattern.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
After that it has matured, we switch to another locking pattern.
All right. Do you mind if I touch your hair? I'm so curious to know. Okay. And so can I don't know if I can tell the difference. Oh wait, I see. Is it thread here or string or what?
She was trying to do some things.
Oh. I'm calling you out. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be calling you out. But okay. And so is this something that, because I actually, interestingly, I think like half my family members have dreadlocks. I don't know at which point in my family everyone decided they wanted dreadlocks, but so I've seen how they can do it for themselves at home. Some of my closest friends, they'll just like sort of use some wax and do it at home. Is this also something that someone can eventually learn to do for themselves, or they'd need to come in?
We call it self-retouch, a class for self-retouch, especially if a client is moving maybe to Asia, there are no black there, so she can come for a self-retouch class.
All right. And you will teach?
Yeah.
You will teach. Okay, so I'm going to let you start on Nasiaku.
Nasiaku decided to install her hair while it was short. So it doesn't matter the size of the hair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So you started off by making the hair damp.
Wet.
Oh, so wet. So you don't need to wash like in a sink. You just need to spray.
She just washed. We wash. You need to.
Oh, you already washed it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clean hair.
Yeah.
Then you can start the retouch.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you advise your clients to oil their hair? Or?
No, we don't oil with sister locks. Only water.
So you literally just let your natural oils and your hair do what it naturally does.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, besides, of course, the locking, which, you come to, people come to you if they want that. Okay. Interesting. So it looks like...
But retouch take less hours, maybe 2.5 to do a retouch.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, it's not painful, Nasiaku, is it? It's not? So then it becomes a lot tighter and neater
Yeah,
from there, from the root,
Yeah.
every 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Interesting. And then at which point, because earlier I did see you working on a client, and she was, that was also sister locks,
Yeah,
wasn't
it was, yeah.
But she had extensions.
Yeah. Okay. That.
Or what was it? Or what was that? Because it was really interesting to me.
Okay. She was traveling.
Yeah.
For a couple of months.
Okay.
She was like, oh, what will I do with my sister lock?
Right.
So she decided to go and put extension, at least to give her service while she was away. Yeah.
So you can.
And the extension is not because you can't do a retight.
Okay. And so with the extension, what are you using? A type of braid or human hair?
I'm not sure what she used, because
Okay.
we normally don't advise for clients to do extension, because actually when you are hiding the beauty of sister locks. Yeah, so we normally don't advise, but if a client insisted,
Right.
we can just say, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that you are, as much as possible, are sticking to the natural.
Yeah.
Whether it's no products or just allowing the hair to sort of fall as it does, and that you promote and that kind of sustainable, simple look. Lovely. All right, so this would take about 2 hours, and how much would it be for a retouch?
For retouch, for 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I know you have one more client whose locks look a little different. I'm curious to hear a little bit about her story, so we're going to invite her on. Thank you, Nasiaku. Okay, so now we have Jane in your seat, in your chair. Jane, how long have you had your locks for, your sister locks?
This is second year.
Second year, so 2 years. And you've got color, so you've been playing with it. Can I touch your, can I touch your hair?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, wow. 2 years, that's gotten, so you see, sometimes this is why I want the dreadlock life, because look how long that is in 2 years. One of my really, really, really good friends, I'm gonna call her my sister, her dreadlocks reach like thigh length. It's incredible how long her hair is. So I can imagine just dreadlocks, that's the one thing I desire, the length. So tell me about color, because that often changes. Does it at all change the hair care routine? Or are there more nutrients or certain kinds of shampoos that you advise your clients to use if they've colored their locks?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me about
shampoo colors. It depends on which brand you have used. So you use the shampoo color of that brand.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And still the same routine,
Yeah.
water. You don't
Yeah,
have to
water.
moisturize or do anything.
Nothing.
Just keep it with water.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jane's hair already looks pretty neat. Is there any restyling you would do, or retightening or retouch?
She's just be doing styling today.
Yeah. Oh, so she's done hers already.
No.
Okay. Yeah, no, it looks so neat. So tell me, what are some of the common mistakes that you find people make when it comes to sister locks?
Okay, we find sister locks without grid.
Without, sorry?
Grid.
Grid.
Yeah, you see
and
like
grid is that?
Yeah, you see like every.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what we call grid.
Okay. And this means right now, like if I was to come here, if I then parted her hair
you
anywhere,
see the same thing.
it's still like a nice clean line.
Yeah.
It is a nice clean line all
Even
through and
help
through.
with styling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, because you can just part. Okay, so grid is one of the common mistakes, and
yeah, and even they don't know how to do lock. They just do it at random.
Okay.
So if you check a lock, you see a lot of tension holes. They're flappy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so what does that mean? What could that do? Could it damage hair? Would it mean starting afresh? Or what are the dangers of not doing it correct?
When a client come to me, she has the so-called sister locks.
Yeah.
I just insist of undoing. We do the right thing.
Oh, wait, you can undo?
Yeah, if they have not locked.
But so how long would it take for it to lock?
You know, if they are not properly done, it will be lesser time.
Okay, but hers are locked.
Yeah,
for sure.
they are locked and they are nicely done, so you don't have to worry.
Okay, and if Nasiaku, for instance, hadn't done them properly,
at
that stage of 2 months, you can undo and redo again.
We have had cases, we have undone a lot.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So tell me about the different things that one can do with sister locks. I can tell for, you know, with even with your style, you've been more adventurous. So can you just do anything when you have, or sorry, not really anything, but are you free to be as adventurous as you wish to be?
Yeah, you can style anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Braids? Can you sort of braid your hair? Because yours seems
Yeah,
to be
we can braid. Yeah, even you can do lines with sister locks. Yeah.
Wow. Is this something also that people can, if they wanted, they can put a wig on top if they wished for a completely different look?
Yeah, but strictly we don't advise.
Really? Why?
Yeah. You're hiding the beauty of sister
yes,
locks.
of course,
You want to be natural.
No, but if you were like, you know what, today I want to just go out with an afro and I want to, you know, channel my inner afro sister.
Yeah.
So you would then just do the lines, put a cap or whatever it is, and then rock it. But I love that you're still insisting, like, girl.
Yeah, because you hide now the beauty of sister locks. No one will see. Yeah.
So, and what are some of the misconceptions? Do you find that people come or what are some of the most asked questions? Because I imagine, like me, people would be so curious, like, what is it? So what are some of the questions that you keep being asked that you would like?
I think permanent.
Okay.
And how much?
Okay.
And will it be like so and so's sister locks? Yeah, but everybody has her own journey.
Yeah.
Because of locking of the curl pattern of the hair. So like you see me and her,
yeah,
our locks are different but same size. Because
have you added a curl to yours?
I just did the 3 strands. And then I undid them.
You did 3 strands, and then and then just slept in them, or what else did you do?
Yeah, and then in the morning I just undid them.
Oh.
Yeah.
And when you're doing the 3 strands to create that curly effect, are you putting any product
Just
in?
water.
Just water.
Just water.
And you're taking 3 literal.
Yeah. Just
one.
Do this. Just wet it.
Okay. Oh, so you're not really taking 3 strands? I mean,
not 3 strands. It's called the matuta.
Matuta.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is what is called 3 strands. Yeah.
No, but I even thought that you take 1, 2, 3.
No.
I was like, but to undo this every morning.
No.
Okay, so
3 strands is matuta.
Yeah. So you do it like that, and then
then
wake
in the
up
morning
with a
you
curl.
undo it. Yeah.
Those are some interesting tips to get like different variations.
Yeah.
So, who inspired you to get sister locks?
First,
or what inspired you?
Before I did my sister locks, I was not trained. And I had a friend who installed.
Yeah.
And she introduced me, the lady who trained sister locks was coming to Kenya.
Okay.
She introduced me to her. Then we talked and she told me, you can do sister locks. I was like, no, I can't. I'm not into hair. But told me you can do. Because, I was just doing my own things, doing my own retight. And she told me, you can do it. You can start a class from Monday. You can start. I was like, no, it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
But I tell myself, no, I'll have to do this. That's how I started sister locks. Yeah.
And then 3 years in. Oh, you've had yours for 3 years? How long have you had your hair?
Yeah, 3 years.
3 years?
Because I installed in November and in March I started my sister locks class.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wow, and look at that. And now you're the one training and correcting and also sort of championing. No, leave the sister locks as they are.
Yeah.
Don't touch them. Let them be out in all their glory. All right, well thank you so much. And you would advocate for it? Have you had a great experience, Jane? Yeah? Good experience? You tell anyone? Sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's a very good journey.
Okay.
And, actually, before I used to do many styles.
Yeah.
And different styles, but since I did the sister lock, I've been
happy.
Yeah. And even like staying with the same style without getting bored for even an year.
Yeah.
It's really a very nice thing. So
Okay,
I enjoy it.
good.
Yeah.
Last question. I've seen young kids getting dreadlocks. I imagine there's no way you could do getting a 4-year-old to sit for 13 hours?
That's why we insist for consultation, so that maybe we can maybe do half a day Then the next day, we plan.
And then continue.
Because a kid, they get bored.
If I, as a 30-year-old woman, I'm just like, you can't get me to
but
sit down.
But even with grown-ups, we do, maybe we can agree. Say, no, I don't want to stay for long. We can do it half day, the next day,
that's a really good option. Because if you start to get like antsy. All right, well, thank you so much. And thank you, ladies. All right, so are you going to install it? You'll think about it. She's like, I'm not sure. I was a model. Don't put me on the spot. All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for watching. I have one more question. Do men do sister locks?
Brother locks.
Brother locks. What? I didn't know that. So it's the same thin.
Yeah, but slightly bigger.
Slightly bigger.
Yeah.
Brother locks. All right. Okay. Thank you for watching. You heard it. If you're a man, brother locks might be the thing for you. And for the ladies, I hope you found inspiration in all the different styles and tips that we shared today, because the weather has been changing lately, and now is a time that you definitely want to protect your hair and the ends from the elements, because it's raining every so often. You never really know. If sister locks is your thing, there you go. If braids is your thing, now you have options. Thanks for watching. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. But for now, have a great rest of the day, everybody. Bye.
In a country of over 200 million people, finding suitable and affordable housing can be quite a challenge. I am in Lagos, Nigeria, to have a first-hand experience of what would be rented space while housing.
As a trainer, you have to think as a horse, so that I know when they need to exercise, when they need to eat, when they need to be washed, when they need to be in a boma.
There's more to Zambia than just copper mining. Small businesses are key drivers of economic growth the world over. I'm here to meet entrepreneurs who are finding creative ways of doing business.
Taste imeweza na bei imeweza. Streetwise 2 is now at 350 shillings.
Wow.
2 pieces of original recipe or hot and crispy chicken and regular chips. It's finger licking good.
Ilizae kama ajalema.
Serikali leta dawa gani?
It's almost a year, nothing has been done.
I just need some form of information.
Dr. Mugo Wairimu first hit the headlines when a video clip showing him raping an unconscious female patient in his clinic.
With the puzzle surrounding the sugar saga yet to be cleared.
How many times were you sexually abused?
Like 3 times.
How was a convicted child molester allowed to set up a children's home in the country?
NTV News. Bold, balanced, authoritative.
kama hajalema.
Serikali leta dawa gani?
It's almost a year, nothing has been done.
I just need some form of information.
Dr. Mugo Wairimu first hit the headlines when a video clip showing him raping an unconscious female patient in his clinic.
With the puzzle surrounding the sugar saga yet to be cleared.
How many times were you sexually abused?
Like 3 times.
How was a convicted child molester allowed to set up a children's home in the country?
NTV News. Bold, balanced, authoritative.
Leo alikuwa smart, amevaa mpaka suti na ako very serious. Alikuwa very focused.
You are working in my club, haufanyi kazi kwa other sectors.
Mazeje misteri ametesa kutesa. Akwadi center page.
Sasa unaniambia ndio?
Umesikia breaking news?
Kama ni ujumbe, andika kwa leso itamfikia sawa.
Siniongeleza matope. Vitu zangu zilikuwa pale na wewe ulikuwa hapa. Sasa haziko zimeenda wapi? Wewe kama umeshindwa na biashara, urudi Meru.
The Real House Helps of Kawangware in association with Telkom.
Join Telkom today and share life on our expanded 4G network. Telkom, moving with you.
Gazeti liloboreshwa la Mwanaspoti linakuletea mengi ya kufurahisha macho na moyo. Kwa taarifa zote za soka, riadha za kusisimua, burudani za kitaifa na kimataifa ambazo zitakukonga moyo, bila kusahau kuvumio na usasa katika fasheni na ulimwengu. Yote haya katika toleo jipya lililoboreshwa gazeti la Mwanaspoti
utakalopata kila Jumanne na Jumamosi na sasa la Alhamisi
kwa shilingi 35 tu. Pata toleo lako sasa.
Morning!
Morning! Teacher, how are you today? This is a greeting from your pupil. Teacher, how are you today?
I love it. I'm glad. Munibakishia chapati. Wewe, munibakishia chapati. 2 little piece, 2 little piece. 2 little piece, 2 little piece. Baby, you want to dance, Abby? You say you sabi dance like me?
Taste imeweza na bei imeweza. Streetwise 2 is now at 350 shillings.
Wow.
2 pieces of original recipe or hot and crispy chicken and regular chips. It's finger licking good.
Top spot ndo mwanzo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football.
Crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team. Why Formula 1?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy, but I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo. Karibu, sijakupata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya Kimayai? But good to see you there.
Are you looking for a university or tertiary institution that fits your needs? Join us at the Career Fair by My Network Magazine on 3rd August 2019 at KICC from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The theme is Technology, Education and the Future. Entry is free. Join us and get the opportunity to interact with institutions of higher learning, tertiary institutions and career guide experts. Lots of fun and entertainment throughout the day. TN Republic will be live on ground. For more information, call 0707-871-918 or email projects@ke.nationmedia.com.
This is NTV.
A warm and hearty welcome to NTV Today on the Wednesday, the 17th of July 2019, the show that gives you a wall-to-wall coverage and the most comprehensive updates of the news-making headlines across the country and at the counties level, as well as on the international landscape. And let's begin with the matter of the teething division of revenue. Now, debate on how the national cake will be shared out between the counties and the national government this financial year is set to begin afresh following the publication of an amended version of the Division of Revenue Bill. The National Assembly sticking to the 316 billion shillings figure, which it drew the line in the mediation business but up from the 310 billion figure contained in the original bill. But even as the National Assembly hits the reset button, Majority Leader Aden Duale has returned the heat on the Commission of Revenue Allocation, accusing the body of setting unrealistic expectations. NTV's Olive Barrows now says that the Council of Governors has now rejected Parliament's figure and insists on the 335 billion shillings as proposed by the Commission on Revenue Allocation.
They marched in the streets holding hands, resolute in their unity of purpose to have the Supreme Court spell out the roles of the various organs in the sharing out of revenue between the national and county governments. Today, the Majority Leader in the National Assembly, Aden Duale, effectively described their move as melodramatic and ill-advised, perhaps making the case for the governors in stating, and I quote, "This is not the first time the Division of Revenue Bill has failed and we've had to begin afresh the process," end of quote. Duale points out that the same happened in 2015 and 2017. Consequently, the National Assembly's Budget and Appropriations Committee has published an amended Division of Revenue Bill for the year 2019, pegging the county government's share of the revenue at 316.5 billion, up from the 310 billion contained in the original bill, but not any much closer to the 327 billion demanded for the counties by the Senate. The Commission on Revenue Allocation recommended 335 billion. Duale says it created unrealistic expectations. As he put it, the Commission is largely to blame for the current stalemate because the Commission has been making recommendations based on non-realizable revenues and wearing the hat of the National Assembly and Senate by actually sitting on the division table and negotiating. CRA is standing by its recommendations and advises the parties against grandstanding to the disadvantage of the ordinary citizen.
When you look at the 335 against a forecast of 1.87 trillion, it means that it translates into just 17 shillings and 90 cents for every 100 shillings. So the counties are getting 17 shillings, 90 cents for every 100 shillings. And of course, when you delay, what it does is that we'll blame the counties for not spending, because if you release late, then they'll not have time to spend.
But even as the National Assembly hits the reset button, the recriminations abound. Duale asking where all the monies shared out with the counties over the years has gone, and with the governors asking the National Assembly why they claim that there is no money to share out, and yet they push for more allowances. Olive Barrows, NTV.
Let's see how that unfolds. Elsewhere, NTV has learned the Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i has issued deportation orders targeting a section of directors of betting companies whose licenses have been revoked. Whereas it is not yet clear how many persons have been affected, the list of the directors affected by the issued deportation orders includes persons from Bulgaria, Holland, Russia, Italy, as the state looks to purge the betting industry of what it terms as rogue operators. This comes just a day after the Central Bank of Kenya issued a circular to commercial banks, mortgage financiers and microfinance lenders, notifying them of the revocation of licenses by the Betting Control and Licensing Board. The move by the central bank further tightens the noose on the ability of unlicensed players to operate, coming on the back of the suspension of their pay bill numbers by telecommunications firm Safaricom. And on to matters trade, sugar imports in the month of June went up by 52% compared to a corresponding period last year to supplement the persistent shortage in the country. With the continued low production in many sugar factories and the closure of several state-owned mills, it seems like the country's reliance on imported sugar will continue to persist. Lillian Carrier with the details.
The latest data from the Sugar Directorate indicates that the volume shipped into the country in June stood at 28,229 tons compared to 18,548 tons which were imported in the same period last year. This was an increase of 52%, which has been attributed to the decline of table sugar imports last year due to huge stocks of cheap duty-free sugar. On the other hand, total production of sugar last month was 244,808 metric tons compared to 259,737 metric tons, which was achieved in the same period last year. This signified a drop of 6%, buoyed by a fall in production in most of the sugar factories. The impact of the continued closure of Mumias, Kwale and Chemelil sugar factories is still being felt as the local production volumes decreased, affecting local sugar availability. Nzoia and Muhoroni sugar factories recorded minimal operations after only operating for 8 days during the month, while Kibo's Sugar Company remained closed during the entire month for annual maintenance.
The prices of sugar on the shelves continue to fluctuate. While in the month of April, a kilogram was retailing at a monthly average of 108 shillings, the same was going for 116 shillings last month. Lillian Kiarie, NTV.
And staying with the subject of trade, Kenya will not intervene to restrict the influx of milk, eggs or any agricultural product from Uganda or any other East African country, despite calls by poultry farmers and some legislators in the country to have the imports banned. Livestock Principal Secretary Harry Kimutai says the imports will keep coming because the East African Community Common Market Protocol allows for free movement of goods and services within the region. Victor Kiprop with more on that story.
At the center of the influx of livestock products, including eggs and milk from neighboring countries in recent years, is the high cost of production in the country, one the government says is in the process of addressing.
The cost of production in Uganda is lower than ours. So once we work on it and we get that right, then I so believe that our system of production will be correct and therefore our cost of production will come down. We also need to focus on the bigger picture, which is now the African Free Trade Area. If we are afraid of Uganda, what about now the Africa itself?
Annually, Kenya produces 5.3 billion liters of milk, 800,000 tons of meat, and 1.5 billion pieces of eggs. But availability of cheaper imports has led to the flooding of the local market. This inability to meet its livestock products demand could be magnified even more, as the country's population is expected to double within the next 3 decades, while productivity faces new challenges including antimicrobial resistance, depletion of natural resources, and climate change.
The glaring reality of climate change and the population growth in Kenya's arid and semi-arid land calls for more deliberate actions in increasing resilience to provide sustainable livelihoods in our ASO areas.
According to the Africa Sustainable Livestock 2050 report that was released today by the Food and Agriculture Organization FAO, annual consumption of beef in Kenya is expected to grow by 230% to 1.6 million tons. Poultry meat will be up 240% to 92,000 tons, while milk production jumps by 140% to 11.3 million liters. Victor Kiprop, NTV Business.
Now, the county of Trans Nzoia has moved to reassure its residents that there is enough maize to sustain them amid claims of shortage across the country. The county commissioner says the county has a total of 300,000 bags of maize storage at the NCPB, which will last the county another 2 months. Meanwhile, members of the Agriculture Committee in the County Assembly have vowed to block any attempts to import maize, saying that their intelligence has gathered that farmers, millers and traders are hoarding in excess of 1.5 million bags of the precious grain.
So we just want to call upon the CS, Ministry of Agriculture, to drop the push to have importation of maize into the country, because the worst times are over. Usually the cycle where we have the gap in demand is April, May, June and July. And now we are towards the end of July.
As we see on 28th of May, 2019, a ship is loaded or was loaded in the port of Mexico with an empty BL, meaning it's just hovering in the deep seas, awaiting to offload any port that will allow.
Tunaomba ili wakulima wetu waweze kuuza mahindi yao kwa cereals board ili iweze kusaidia kwa mambo ya chakula, food security.
The sticky issue of maize imports just never goes away. Elsewhere, Nakuru Salga area is keen on cleaning up its accident black spot tag and become the industrial hub of the county, with cheap land and infinite supply of clean energy being the selling points to woo investors to the county. Bridget Ngana with more on that story.
For years now, Joseph Ugola has worked extensively at construction sites in Salga, having left Western Kenya in search for opportunities in Nakuru County.
Hii ni kibarua yangu ambayo huwa nafanya, mimi huwa napata kazi. Kwa hivyo mimi naweza sema kwamba kazi kwa vijana ipo kama unajua chenye unaweza fanya.
Ogola is just one among many Kenyans anticipating to reap big from the employment boom the new industries setting up shop in Salga would bring.
Salga ilikuwa associated na prostitution, of which vile hizi kampuni zimejengwa, unapata most of the time guys are coming kufanya kazi, unaona, hata kama ni watu wa mkono wanakuja kufanya. Yani hizi kampuni zimefanya au watu wache kukua idlers. Hata most of the time we do have also ladies who are coming to do this hard job.
To date, a milk processing plant, cement factory and a steel mill are some of the major industries already running or at the final stages of construction, signs that Salga's fortunes are turning for the better. The industrial revolution in Salga hopes to make Kenya a hub of production to break the reliance on imports.
And Royal Steel Industries will employ at least around 500 workers directly. Right now, even we are importing so much goods from outside, and if there's opportunities always there for local industries. I still believe that we have a lot of room for the locals to come up and put up industries in Kenya. We have to be self-sufficient. That is the only way of our economic growth I can see.
Proximity to the Great North Road that connects Kenya to the rest of East and Central Africa and affordable land costs are some of the reasons Nakuru is positioning herself as the driver of the Big Four agenda on manufacturing. Bridget Ngana, NTV, Nakuru.
A favorable report from Salga, finally. Moving on, the Director of Public Prosecutions, Noordin Haji, and DCI Director George Kinoti are in Dubai in a bid to tighten investigations into the Aror and Kimware Dam scandal. The probe has been going on for months, but there have been no arrests so far. The DPP and DCI Director have had to travel to Italy and Dubai to seek areas of mutual cooperation, and that could further help in tying up loose ends. NTV's Mel Miendo with the details.
For months now, Kenyans have been waiting for the conclusion of the Aror and Kimwarer Dam scam. The scandal, termed as complex by investigators and prosecutors, involves a number of foreign jurisdictions, hence the longer it has taken for any arrest or prosecution of suspects, including top government officials said to be involved in the scam. And this is what informs the Director of Public Prosecutions, Noordin Haji, and DCI Director George Kinoti's mission abroad. They are accompanied by officials from the Auditor General's office, whose latest report shows that 4 billion was paid for the construction of the dams, but there was nothing to show for it on the ground. The team spent the last few days in Italy and are now in Dubai for a series of meetings with authorities. They will be seeking mutual agreements on how the probe can move forward. Sources say the team had obtained hard evidence on how part of the 65 billion that was paid out by the National Treasury had been wired to private accounts. Just a week ago, the DPP, DCI Director and EACC CEO Twalib Mbarak met Italian Ambassador to Kenya, Alberto Pieria, and discussed collaboration on capacity building, mutual legal assistance and investigating corruption. This was followed up by the Italy trip, where the team held more meetings in an effort to convince the Italian government to take action against firms involved in the scandal. They also met with officials of Italian firm CMC Di Ravenna that received 450 million shillings in its London, Dubai and Nairobi bank accounts.
Investigators who visited the bank in Nairobi, where the money was wired, termed the evidence as crucial. Haji and Kinotti's team is also reported to have met officials from the Italian government-owned insurer, which was reportedly paid 11.1 billion shillings by Treasury Cabinet Secretary Henry Rotich as insurance premium for the 65 billion shilling loan to build the two dams.
The probe files at the DPP's office have been moving to and fro, with various recommendations to charge at least 22 individuals. In recent months, a number of cabinet secretaries, including Henry Rotich and Mwangi Kiunjuri, and some principal secretaries, have been questioned by investigators over the scandal. And now, high expectations await of the actions Haji and Kinotti will take on their return back to the country in the course of this week. Mel Miendo, NTV.
And now let's set the stage for a morning conversation in studio, where I'll be joined by two panelists focusing on the state of banking. Now, last week, the Kenya Bankers Association released a report focusing on this very subject, on the state of banking in the country. It comes at a very interesting time, coming just 4 months after the High Court ruled that Section 33B of the Banking Amendment Act of 2016 is unconstitutional, implying that the rate caps should not be in place. It is also coming at the first time when the first full year under the IFRS 9 provisions, focusing on asset quality within the banking sector. Now, Victor Kiprop focused on the launch of this report and attended the session by itself and brings us this story.
In September 2016, Kenya ushered in a new controlled interest rates regime that was expected to lower the cost of borrowing, and even more feared that it would hit the earnings of players in the banking sector.
What you're simply seeing is a situation where the businesses are less profitable than ordinarily they should be, and therefore their tax contribution is not as substantial. And if you have government programs to fund, then you have to continue coming to the market.
In the latest banking sector report, the Kenya Bankers Association says that the industry remains on solid ground, having found ways of surviving the rate cap, but players in the lower segments of the economy, such as the small and medium enterprises, have in turn been locked out from accessing credit, leaving the economy growing at suboptimal levels.
Traditionally, banks should be making money from financial intermediation, but as you saw in the report and the presentation earlier today, commercial banks are making money through holding government securities, which in a sense has created this lack of inclusivity in economic growth in the economy. So I think we need to intensify reforms on the interest rate cap. We need to make the private sector an engine of growth again.
Other factors anchoring the stability of the sector include growth in net assets, which have continued to expand over the last 15 years, although the year-on-year growth is declining. Year-on-year growth in deposits and loans have also declined, especially since the rate cap law took effect in 2016. Non-performing loans, which had dropped to below 5% in 2010 from a high of 35% in 2003, have been rising over the last 3 years to stand at 11% last year. Victor Kiprop, NTV Business.
And that report by Victor now brings us to our studio conversation, where I am joined by two panelists. That is Eva Otieno, who is Africa Strategist at Standard Chartered Bank. Welcome to the show. And Sarah Wanga, who is Head of Research at AIB Capital, focusing a lot on research, focusing on the banking sector. And just to pick up from where Kiprop has left that conversation, this discussion about the state of banking comes at a very interesting time. We have the Afro-Asia FinTech Conference happening in Kenya right now. This is just 4 months after the High Court ruled that Section 33B of the Banking Amendment Act is unconstitutional. 2018 was the first full year under IFRS 9 provisions. From your overall sense, if I could start with you, what's your view of where the banking sector stands as we speak?
Yeah, so thank you for having me on studio today. Where the banking sector stands is we are looking at a delicate balance between return on assets and capital versus the risk that the banks are taking. So you have a situation where banks are supposed to be an intermediary in the economy, but that functionality has been, would say, impaired by the interest rate cap that seeks to cap the level of lending rate in the economy. And on the other hand, you also have banks that have this obligation to provide a good return to their shareholders. Remember, banks really have the loans and advances are about 52% of the GDP. So profitability is key. If you have loss-making banks, then it affects the entire economy. Now, banks are also operating in an environment where credit quality has really worsened. And this credit quality is measured by the non-performing loan ratio. And when we look at that, non-performing loan ratio has doubled from when the interest rate cap was instituted in 2015 to the current state as it is now at 12.9%.
All right. Sarah, just your view in terms of an overview of where the banking sector stands as we speak. I mean, you look at these equities pretty much every day from the stock market. What's your sense of where we stand right now?
So currently, I think in the past 2 years, banks have proved to be very resilient. So in 2016, there was introduction of the interest rate cap, and they managed to weather that storm. 2017 numbers were relatively flat. And then in 2018, there was the IFRS 9 that was introduced. And as an industry, we expected the banks to record a decrease in earnings. However, it was the opposite. They managed to pass that increased provision through the profit and loss account. And so banks were profitable last year. And then also in 2016, also they've suffered the loss of confidence in the banking sector because of the collapse of a few banks. And so there was a flight to safety. So during that period, we had depositors moving their money away from tier 2 and 3 banks into tier 1 banks. So the result of that was that tier 1 banks became more profitable. Their interest margins improved because they were paying less for deposits. And tier 2 and 3 banks were suffering. They had to increase the deposit cost to attract deposits. However, last year we've seen that that changed, as at the end of the year we saw an increase, actually a decrease in the cost of deposits for tier 2 and 3 banks. And for tier 1 banks, we saw a slight increase, meaning that people were demanding better deposit rates from tier 1 banks as they moved the money to tier 2 and 3 banks. So we've generally seen a recovery in that area. Yes.
I'd just like to clarify for the sake of our viewers that tier 1 refers to the larger banks and tier 2 and 3 will be the more smaller banks. And some would argue that because the interest rate cap seems to be the juggernaut anytime we're talking about the state of banking, and some would argue that it has ceased being a distortion in the market, because if you look at central bank data in terms of credit growth through the private sector, we are now standing at the highest point since the rate cap came into place at about 4.9% as of the last reporting. And granted, you could argue this is from a low base and therefore that there's that effect which is being reflected. But some would counter that view. I don't know, Eva, what do you think?
Yeah, I think when you look at the nominal numbers, so we are looking at 4.9% private sector credit growth as being the highest level from compared to the levels that we saw in 2016 and 2017, which were quite low. But when you compare it to before the interest rate cap, at double-digit growth in private sector credit growth. So that would really indicate that there are some stresses in the banking sector and in credit growth. And when you contrast that to the economic growth number of 6.3% in 2018, which came as a surprise, we would say an upside surprise to where most analysts had put the growth forecast for Kenya, then you're looking at 6.3% economic growth versus around 5% credit growth. Is our economic growth being, according to the report that the KBA released, is it a creditless growth story that we are seeing? Or is it that demand has started to slow down and that's being shown in the credit growth numbers? But in the economic growth numbers, we are seeing still improvement in that, which would indicate that the supply factors are still quite strong, which is, we would say, government spending. Yeah. But now as we go into the fiscal consolidation phase, what will that spell to the economic growth numbers? So we still need to deal with the issue of low demand that is a signal or affecting private sector credit growth numbers. All right. And Sarah, do you get the sense that, especially from a risk-return perspective, is the interest rate cap still a significant distortion in this market for banks?
It is a distortion. However, things have changed since the rate caps were introduced. We've seen the risk-free rate decrease. And so when it was introduced in 2016, interest rates, government was borrowing at a relatively high interest rate. I think the 364-day T-bill was around 10%, and it's come down to around 8%. And so what that means is that the banks have got an option of either lending to the government or lending to the private sector. And the government is said to be risk-free. So they would rather lend to the government at that 8%, okay, back then around 10%, versus lending to the private sector at, when the rate cap was introduced, around 14%. So because of that additional risk that is associated, and then the additional provisioning that would be required. And so since then, interest rates have been declining. And so right now, the risk-adjusted return is relatively higher. So banks are now more willing to lend to the private sector. So I think that's one change that has slowly spurred banks to start lending. And then also last year, we saw a number of banks, listed banks, that did not had adopted policies of not lending to the private sector. We saw their incomes reduce as interest rates from government securities were reducing, and so therefore their overall interest income was reducing. And so this year, they have given guidance that they are willing to have double-digit growth. We've seen a number of banks releasing, actually now they are calling customers, telling them, yeah, loans are available. That was not happening last year. Okay. So despite the fact that the rate is currently still low, it's likely to pick up.
I see. And if you look at the key indicator when we look at banking sector efficiency, the cost-to-income ratio, it's been improving relatively. And some have tabled the argument that one of the positive impacts of the rate cap, if you could say is a positive, is that it has compelled banks to be a lot more efficient in terms of their operations, in terms of their costs and everything. Eva, do you feel this is a fair assessment?
Yes, I think it's a fair assessment. Banks have had to be more efficient, and we've seen that the increase in the technological advancements that have been in the banking sector. But what we've also seen is massive job cuts in the banking sector, which would affect the purchasing power of an average Kenyan if employability is reducing. So it's a double-sided, edge of a sword to look at it, where on one side it's job cuts and on the other side it's technological advancements. And again, it goes back to the rate cap and the issues that have resulted in the banking sector. But one point I also wanted to bring about is the increase in the or improvement in the credit growth also could be because of some of the mobile money lending that we are seeing, and also the creative ways of lending that banks have come up with. And when you look at the annual percentage rate, or the overall percentage rate of a particular loan, when you put into context the premiums or insurance premiums that some of the banks are charging and other fees and commissions, you have a rate that's higher than where the interest rate cap is, which again signals the fact that the population or the market population is really looking at accessibility of credit and not really the pricing. Yeah. Obviously, it shouldn't be exorbitant as to the levels we saw when market adjusted in 2016, post the T-bill yields going to highs of 23% because of the Kenya shilling depreciation. But then again, we need to have that flexibility to price. And so when you look at the overall lending rate with some of the products that have been innovated post the rate cap, it's still higher than where the rate cap is. Okay. Yeah.
And staying with this part of the rate cap, Sarah, we now, in March, the High Court gave us a window period of about 12 months within which Parliament and Central Bank and all other stakeholders are expected to flesh out a way out of this rate cap conundrum, because one, it was agreed it is stifling credit access to the economy. What are the likely scenarios you see getting us when you get to March 2020? And I'll also seek your views, Eva, on this. What scenarios do you think unfold? Do you see the rate cap going entirely, or what kind of interplay do you see?
Okay, so one thing to note is that the regulators are on one end and the legislators are on the opposite end. So the legislators want the rate cap, whereas the regulators are against the rate cap because they've seen the impact on the economy. And so the government has also been pushing for removal of the rate cap, and so it will be interesting to see how MPs react. So if they actually amend the bill, then the rate cap would be here to stay. If not, we could say the rate cap removed. And so I think it's just about waiting to see the legislations that are tabled in Parliament.
Eva, your view, because, and you should bear in mind, there's already a private member's bill which was tabled by Gatundu South Member of Parliament, Moses Kuria, pushing for what he called a 6% risk negotiation window, such that for SMEs beyond the CBR plus 4 that is currently provided, we should have a marked up margin such that they can borrow at a more expensive cost and hopefully access credit. Eva, what scenarios do you see?
Yeah, so going by how emotive the rate cap issue is, it elicits a lot of emotions, especially from a legislative angle. And, the MPs really represent the common mwananchi. And when we go back to history and what has happened, at least in the last, what happened in the last 5 years in 2015, when we had lending rates skyrocketing to mid-20% levels, and that resulting in a public outcry, then there was maybe need to control the rate cap environment. But what has resulted on the back of that is a decrease in accessibility of credit. And so the scenarios that we are seeing is what the judiciary came up with is by March 2020, the rate cap is going to fall off if nothing has been done. So we are not seeing a scenario where the rate cap is going to fall off, given how emotive the legislators are about it. And what we are seeing is an amendment of the rate cap, not a complete repeal. So what the MP Moses Kuria has actually presented, we think it's a good way in which you can be able to amend the rate cap when you have a 6% over and above the all-in lending rate. You're looking at a 10%, close to 10% spread, which gives an enough wiggle room to be able to price credit, especially for the very risky borrowers. And as we've seen with the innovation of other credit products that have come up post the rate cap, it's the issue of accessibility of credit, not really the pricing of that credit.
And just to stay with you, I covered the release of a particular bank's results full year 2018, and there was a spike in the NPL ratio. And when I asked the question, what drove this particular spike, I was told it's a particular large company. And the question always becomes, are we bedeviling SMEs unwarrantedly in terms of this risk perception? Do you think it's a fair classification that they're the high-risk borrowers in this?
Yeah, we would say that traditionally SMEs have been high-risk borrowers. In some cases, you have issues with large corporates where they go topsy-turvy and they're not able to manage their credit. But traditionally, SMEs are the ones who have been termed as high risk. But with the banking charter that's coming up and the increased focus to be able to profile credit even better, banks are required to profile credit and look at other areas in which can feed into the credit profile of a particular borrower. Then that will be able to differentiate the different SMEs, and they won't be bunched up into a risky borrower bucket, but there will be a better profiling for the different kinds of SMEs.
Okay, and staying with that point, Sarah.
Oh yeah. So on the SME story, I think. One of the reasons why SMEs have become, the NPLs in the SME sector has increased is because of government delayed payment to contractors. So in around 2014, there was the SME sector was growing, they were providing services to the government, and then so banks started focusing on SMEs. We had almost all banks there, when you would go talk to management, their focus was, their growth plan was, we're going to focus on the SME sector. However, in around when this rate cap was introduced, and then actually slightly before that, government would start delaying payments, and so the NPLs in that sector started to increase. However, the NPLs we've seen in general are mainly from the trade sector. So it's trade and personal credit sector. So the areas that contribute to the largest numbers of NPLs. Actually, the trade sector is around 29%, as that the latest figures we have is at 29% NPLs in that sector. And that one is mainly the large corporates. And thing is, once a bank lends to a large corporate, it's a huge amount, and if that loan defaults, it's what generally leads to the spike we see in the NPLs. Okay. So SMEs are risky, yes, but corporates tend to drive the spikes we see in the NPLs for banks.
Okay. I should clarify at that point that NPL just refers to non-performing loans, and that's the loans which are not being serviced as part of the required schedule. Staying with this issue of the banking charter, and this is where I find there's a huge contradiction within the banking charter. It's a measure by central bank and banks to try and boost access of credit affordably to SMEs, that's right. But here's the challenge. It provides that by 2020, at least all banks should have at least 20% of their loan book or the loans they extend going to SMEs. The same charter talks about banks being open to better credit pricing and credit profiling of customers. So if I'm supposed to have a transparent measure of pricing credit and ensuring I profile my customers, why am I being compelled, on the other hand, to have at least 20% of my loan book going to SMEs? Because these are things we see in economies like Ethiopia and Nigeria. We haven't had this in Kenya because I think it is anti the free marketeering spirit. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the central bank is trying to come up with a balanced way of ensuring that the SMEs have access to credit, and kind of apportioning some of your capital to SMEs. In as much as it's a controlled environment to some extent, it also would enhance credit accessibility to these SMEs. And remember, this banking charter could be providing a good backdrop to when the rate cap is actually amended. So we have, when we look at the environment in which this banking charter is coming up, we have up until March 2020 for the rate cap to be amended. And if it's actually amended, then we have the 10% differential between where the policy rate and where the capped lending rate will be, then this banking charter would really be instrumental in ensuring that there's discipline in lending in the banking sector.
Sarah?
I think with the banking charter, forcing banks to have 20% of their loan books to lending to SMEs, I think that would sort of present a problem. However, it should be noted that the classification can also change. So a bank would be like, some corporates would actually move to their classification of SMEs, and that's a way banks could probably go around this whole classification of 20% of the loan book to SMEs.
But if you look at the SME Act of 2012, I think it gives a clear prescription as to what should be considered to be an SME. Would banks then have the leeway to go beyond what that regulation provides in terms of definition of an SME in terms of classification?
Yeah, so, and not to really discount what Sarah said, but the wiggle room may not be so flexible for banks to be able to determine what's an SME and what's not. Maybe for their own internal credit processes, but in terms of the regulation, they may need to stick to that particular SME 2012 Act that you've just referred to.
I want to talk a little bit about asset quality, and here we're now focusing on what we're discussing, the non-performing loans, that's the loans not being serviced according to schedule. We had a bit of a decline between 2010 and 2013, and then we have seen a spike ever since, going to till about 6% and something. What's really driving this? Sarah already brought the point of pending bills to SMEs, but the broader macroeconomic environment, if I could start with you, Eva, what do you feel is a key factor underlying this trend?
Yeah, so there's the issue of loans and advances growth, where we've seen from 2015, loans and advances start to shrink. And when you look at the growth in the loans and advances as of 2018, it's very, very low, around 2%. When you compare that to the growth in government securities, you're looking at 15% annual growth. And just to bring out the point that Sarah introduced on the government arrears and the effect that's having on the non-performing loan ratios, when we did our calculations, when you look at the gross non-performing loan ratio versus the government arrears, and the number of the government arrears, we actually got it from a World Bank report. They release a report twice a year on the state of the Kenyan economy. And it's when you look at the government arrears as a proportion of gross NPLs, that's around close to 50% of gross NPLs is government arrears. So given that there was a slowdown in payments to suppliers by the government, then that has also impacted the credit quality. And we would see with the recent budget reading on the 13th of June, where Cabinet Secretary Henry Rotich talked about settling some of the arrears within 2 months of around 10.9 Kenya shillings, which would represent close to 7% of the gross non-performing loan ratios. Then that would really start to improve the credit quality of the loans that we are seeing, or the credit quality that banks would actually go for. So if the government starts to embark on settling the arrears that they've had, maybe even taking out facilities, we know there are countries that have taken out facilities to be able to service government arrears that have already taken place. Also to say that the World Bank facility that the government actually took, which was on concessional terms, around 2%. So such facilities, possibly on concessional terms, to be able to deal with these government arrears would have far-reaching positive consequences to the overall credit quality.
Sarah, on the issue of the economy performance, the macroeconomic impact in terms of NPLs, we seem to be seeing two directions which counter each other here. If the economy is growing as fast and as well as we're being told it is, shouldn't we be seeing this particular metric just going down, or is this really bank-specific, a bank-specific issue?
I think it boils down to the type of growth we're seeing in the economy. So GDP growth at above 6% last year, that was driven mainly by growth in the agricultural sector. So about over 30% of the composition of GDP is from the agricultural sector. And then manufacturing also grew last year, but the manufacturing was mainly from the agro-processing. So this year, first quarter numbers are already out for GDP. We've seen that growth declined, mainly due to reduced in agricultural production and also a reduction in manufacturing, which again was attributed to agricultural processing. So I think the fact that GDP is at that high rate is mainly driven by the agricultural sector. However, banks tend to be exposed more to other sectors. Their composition of the loan book is different from the composition of the GDP. So like personal loans are like the second largest, around 19%. And then we've got a trade sector being the largest sector. And so that now, given that the trade sector is suffering and it has the highest NPLs, around 29%. So that's why we're seeing an increase in the NPLs. Yes, growth is growing. However, there are certain sectors that are struggling. Like if we were to pick just the construction sector, so we've seen a slowdown in construction. Even GDP itself reflects that. Yeah. So construction growth in the construction sector has reduced. Also growth in the real estate sector has also reduced. And banks are exposed to these sectors. So when we see a reduction in growth, the contractors and also those in the real estate sectors are unable to reservice the loan, and that's why we've seen an increase in the NPLs.
Okay. And let's switch gears a bit to one of the key trends which we've seen in the recent past around the banking sector, and this has been the trend of mergers and acquisitions. If I could start with you, Sarah, there was a development last week. We know that KCB placed proposal to acquire National Bank of Kenya, and the ratio was 10 NBK shares for each share of KCB. And this was approved by shareholders, at least to the best of our knowledge. But strangely, last week we had the NBK board coming to say that there was an undervaluation in their view, that the swap ratio should be a lot less, not 10, but 6 point something shares for each share of KCB. What did you make of this development? And I will keep Eva out of this because I understand she's in the banking sector, but being an analyst, what did you make of this development?
So in our view, we thought the acquisition of NBK by KCB was positive for NBK and sort of negative for KCB, as we see it reducing the return on equity for KCB. And then NBK had got problems. It was struggling. And so one of the things KCB would have to do is inject capital to NBK. And so given that development, I think that actually 10, in our view and our analysis, 10-to-1 ratio, I think was very generous. And also the NPLs for NBK are pretty high. And those are some of the things that, as KCB shareholders, we're looking to see what they'll do to change that. I understand they're going to run it as a separate entity for at least 2 years. So those are things we'll look out for. But overall, we viewed that NBK got a very good deal out of that.
Do you feel that statement by the board, in a sense, spells a threat for the takeover?
No, I do not think so. Given that the shareholders are pro that, and also remember that the majority shareholders in KCB are the same in NBK, yes, NSSF, and government, yes. And so they are pro the deal, and the public also knows the advantage of having the NBK shares move to KCB, and so I think the deal will take over.
All right.
Yes.
And Eva, she's mentioned a very key point that we all know. When we look at financials for NBK, to the cash-strapped bank, there were a bit of challenges. And some entertain the view that perhaps this market is ripe for an upward review of the capital adequacy requirements in terms of banking sector operations. And just for the sake of our viewers, capital adequacy is the minimum amount of capital required for an entity to be operating as a bank. Is this a view you share, that perhaps it's time we reviewed our prudential requirements for operating in the banking sector?
When you look at the minimum regulatory requirements for these capital adequacy ratios, the industry has consistently run above the capital adequacy ratios. And when you look at the core capital to total risk-weighted assets, which is around 10.5%, which is the regulatory minimum, and the total capital to total risk-weighted assets, which is 14.5% as a regulatory minimum. Banks have consistently run at around 18% for the total capital and 16% for the core capital. But in as much as banks have run higher than the minimum, that does not mean that revision upward is required. Already, there are measures, prudential measures that the CBK has put in place to make sure that banks are still strong, even when the shocks come into place. So some of the Basel II and Basel III requirements are that banks will need to stress test their financials for shocks. Some of the shocks could be oil prices going to, say, $150 a barrel, or the currency depreciating to, say, 150 levels, for example. So those are some of the stress testing that the CBK has required of the banks to see whether the capital that they hold would be able to absorb the shocks that would come into place. So an upward revision would also mean eating into the ability of banks to be able to lend, and also the pricing. Already we are dealing with the issue of the rate cap. Now, if you come up with the upward revision of capital, you're bringing in another challenge to the accessibility of credit to the population, which is not what we're really looking for at the moment.
Sarah, some of the devil's advocates would counter that view by saying, hey, just look at the episodes we had in 2015, 2016, and beyond that, the fact that when the rate cap came into play is when we have seen a knock-on effect in terms of mergers happening within some particular banks. And some argued that perhaps this is an indicator that the Tier 2 and Tier 3 banks in particular, the small and medium, if I could say, were not particularly prepared for this kind of shock which just hit the system. Do you feel also that it's not time for us to review upwards the requirements?
Yes, I think let's first look at it like the motivation behind the discussion behind that was that it first started when governments sought to increase the size of the banks in the market, because they wanted large banks to be able to fund our key infrastructure projects. So the idea was that let's let the banks be larger and let us fund projects locally. However, with the interest rate cap that has been introduced, as you said, we've seen banks struggling. And I think one thing to note is that banks, the smaller banks, serve particular niche markets. And I think that's something that we still need. And with the rate cap being introduced and IFRS 9, so IFRS 9, once it was introduced, that was last year, we saw the capital adequacy of our number of banks reduce. So I think that reducing the number of banks would not be ideal for the economy. We still need certain banks that will serve a certain segment, especially since we've mentioned that private sector credit growth is a problem. And so if we've got banks that would serve a certain community, certain SMEs, it will be positive for the economy.
And we always talk about the need for, around this topic of mergers, we need large banks to be able to plug into infrastructure projects. Now we have the Big Four agenda with a huge expenditure outlay, and we're still wondering how to finance this. And the view always comes out that why can't the government just court pension funds? I mean, they have $1 trillion+ shillings in assets under management. They have the capacity and the financial muscle to take up some of these projects. Do you feel that an unnecessary or undue weight, if I could say, is being placed on banks as opposed to focusing on other players in the financial services sector, Eva?
Yeah, so yes, we need to deepen, and we need to also increase the alternatives to financing of the different projects that the government has in place. And the conversation with the pension funds, I understand, is also happening. And so the government is aware that there's a lot of capital that sits with the pension funds, and being able to tap into it and tapping into it, cautiously, because also you have, a prudential obligation. And after a certain number of years, these pensioners will come calling for their money. So when you look at the return on the investment needs to make sense. Already you have pension funds really being looking at government securities as a good way of investing their money, given the safe returns. And whatever government projects that the government would court the pension funds needs to make sense from a return perspective, and also from a risk perspective as well.
Yes. Sarah, do you think undue pressure is being placed on banks without a focus on other players in the industry who could also come into this space?
Yes, I believe government has been focusing on the banks. However, as Eva mentioned, they've slowly been engaging the pension funds. So actually last year when I was on the pension side, fund side, we were engaging the World Bank and the CMA and the Treasury in forming regulations around PPPs. So that is currently at an advanced stage whereby pension funds can invest directly into those projects. However, a concern for most pension funds was the return aspect. So majority of the funds, actually around 60% of the pension funds, are invested in treasury bonds, and then the rest are in equities and offshore and other investments. And so question was, okay, yes, pension funds have got a long life, which ideally would match the type of the funding for the projects. However, the question is if the return is not high enough to warrant the investment. So the pension fund definitely will not be interested in that. So those are things that have been looked into, and I think the government has taken the necessary steps to start focusing on the other area.
Before we go on to the break, we're hosting the Africa-Asia FinTech Forum, and there is a proposal by the central bank. It was mentioned by the governor, I think, yesterday or the day before yesterday, and it said that banks need to adopt a centralized data collection and management system for their clients, as opposed to each bank having its own particular compartment. Eva, when you listen to this kind of proposal, do you see it as viable, and what do you think this would mean for banks in terms of how they profile their customers? Because already we're talking about information sharing with CRBs, or that's the credit reference bureaus, which we think that much of it wasn't happening. When you talk about now a centralized system, what would this mean for banks?
Yeah, there's need. I think what the central bank governor proposed is viable, and there's need for uniformity in terms of credit profiling and transparency as well across the banks. Because I wouldn't want a situation where I'm profiled as X in a particular bank and Y in another, yet I'm the same person, or the same company. So there needs to be some form of transparency, which I understand that particular method of collecting data would put into place. And also back to the banking sector charter, it also talks about having a central way of profiling and a uniform way of profiling borrowers, which would increase transparency. That is really much lacking in the industry.
But how would we ensure that this transparency is not just within the banks, but also for us as potential borrowers or actual borrowers, just to be able to access the same information?
Yeah, that is also in the plan for borrowers to be able to be more aware of how much or how they're being profiled in the different institutions, so that they can have a higher bargaining power in terms of how they're accessing financing in the different institutions. At the moment, it's pretty much opaque for different borrowers, which has worsened the credit accessibility for the borrowers. So we have a lot of faith in the banking charter to be able to streamline some of these issues, especially issues to do with transparency regarding credit profiling, and also looking at other ways in which we can profile credit and not just the traditional collateral, or how well do you pay your electricity bill, for example, and would that be an indicator of how good of a borrower you will be.
All right. And that point by Eva now leads us to our first break of this show. We're discussing the state of banking in the country, focusing on a number of things, including the trend of mergers and acquisitions happening. After the break, we'll be having a lot more on this subject.
Sikizeni civil servants, if you need a loan, call Mwananchi Credit today. Utapatiwa loan within 6 hours.
Do not get stuck when you can get quick approvals within 6 hours. Mwananchi Credit, investor in people.
When you meet a Luo carrying his briefcase, don't ask him whether he's going to work. Those don't go to work. We attend to professional commitment.
Gangster main rule: avoid eye contact with your fans. Mutazoeana.
Mtu ako na homa lakini kusiniza na sneeze, unashindwa hii ni homa ama ni nini? Unasikia
December babes, haki si mnatusumbua. Hati yo sijui calm down is my birthday. Sijui all people were born the same but legends were born in December. Mbona mnajisikianga hivyo ama mnaonanga mkikaa kale kamkate ka mwisho?
Nani?
Shetani matana
Shetani mugani? Shetani mugani? Tebu tuonyeshe shetani mugani?
Johnny.
Oh, kametokwa ho.
Our paper cuts through misrepresentations. Get incisive and comprehensive reporting as we tell the big stories without fear. Daily Nation, the truth. Get your copy today.
Just as you'd study for an exam, study up on the field that interests you and the position you hope to achieve. Knowing the ins and outs of your preferred career path will help you enter the job market with eyes wide open.
At Amboseli Institute of Hospitality and Technology, we take your future seriously. We produce highly skilled graduates in hospitality, tourism, fashion, and design. Think quality, think future, think Amboseli Institute. Enroll today.
Welcome back to NTV Today. We are discussing the state of banking in Kenya. And on studio, I have two panelists. That is Eva Otieno, who is Africa Strategist with the Standard Chartered Bank, and Sarah Wanga, who's Head of Research at AIB Capital. And before the break, we dealt in a number of issues. We looked at the mergers and acquisitions happening. We looked at some of the prudential requirements in terms of core capital, capital adequacy as well. And now there has been a proposal. One of the key trends we've seen in the recent past, especially post the rate cap, is that people have switched into this digital credit and mobile lending platforms. And the central bank is strongly of the view that there is need for adoption of regulation around this market, because as it stands, pretty much there is none. Sarah, if I could get your immediate thoughts around this, do you feel that the central bank is on the right course?
Okay, one of the reasons there was a mushrooming of this online lending, digital lending, was because of the rate cap. So people weren't able to access credit through the formal channels, the banks, and they moved to the digital channels, and so where they are willing to pay that extra amount. So if we increase the regulation on that area, remember these digital platforms are lending, it's unsecure lending, and so the risk is higher. They probably do not have the necessary data. There's talk of them slowly forming a reference bureau, and so the MPLs, which unfortunately we don't have access to, are probably definitely higher than the ones in the banking sector. So if we increase regulation here, probably put a maximum rate at which the platforms can lend in, people will now not, the access to credit will reduce. And something to note is that the figure that we are stating for private sector credit growth at 4% is only for the formal sector. So it's actually, private sector credit growth as a whole is actually higher, probably could be in double digits because of these digital platforms. So if we increase regulation in that area, we would just generally now be stifling private sector credit growth, and which would affect growth of the economy. Yes.
Eva, Sarah's optics seems to suggest that what we should be focusing on is accessibility of credit. The pricing is what forces of demand and supply should regulate. The moral crusaders in this country would say that this is akin to predatory lending when we see some of the statistics we're given in terms of the interest rate that they charge. What view do you hold around the regulation of these mobile lending platforms?
Yeah, first of all, when you look at the credit that it contributes to the mobile lending credit that it contributes to overall credit, you're looking at a figure that's coming closer and closer to 10%. So in terms of how substantial mobile lending is, it's becoming a more important area to be looking at. And for the central bank to say that there needs to be some regulation, I think it's right to say that, because at the moment there's really no regulation in that particular sector. So introducing some form of regulation in that sector to at least deal with the aspect of predatory lending, and to some extent usury, because when you look at the very high interest rates that some of the mobile lending platforms are offering, and when you calculate it on an annual perspective, you're looking at, say, close to 30% annual interest rates. And you know, we're crucifying the banks through the interest rate cap at when they are lending at 20%. So there's also need for some financial literacy of the population to, or also safeguard them in terms of the average lending rate that they're actually getting. For someone to be paying 1% every day, some of them would think it's actually cheaper to pay that. But when you look at it from an annual perspective, or even semi-annual perspective, that is actually very expensive. So for the central bank to say that there needs to be some form of regulation, they are seeing that these mobile lending platforms are gaining significance in the credit market.
But surely, if I could side and echo what Sarah said, if I'm giving you credit without any demand for collateral, which is the case of what happens, shouldn't I really charge premium depending on what you find acceptable? We can have a debate about whether people read terms and conditions or not, but surely this is, the banks would demand collateral for the kind of credit they extend. We don't have the same on this other side.
Yeah, one of the roles of the central bank is to maintain stability in the economy. So if you have a situation where for an economy that's starting to slow down and you're lending at rates of 30, 40%, 50%, is your return on investment that high for many of the businesses? The answer is no. So for the central bank to also be able to protect the lenders, that's, you know, one, and maintain price stability in an economy, I would say that's really one of their roles, and maybe the reason as to why they're seeing the increasing relevance of the mobile lending platforms, and also on the back end, the high rates that they're charging to these lenders that they should be protecting. Hence the conversation that is happening. In as much as it's a free market, we also need to understand there's different levels of financial literacy in the population. So for a 2% daily rate or 1% daily rate would seem cheap to one whose return on investment for their small business, for example, is 10%, is actually eroding the value of that business. But that financial literacy, I think, is still lacking.
All right, Sarah?
Yeah. So just to counter that, I think, okay, I agree with you in terms of we need to educate the public, because I think information is key. So when someone borrows and they know, when they look at that 1%, they should know it's 1% per day, and the average rate probably for the year, that should also be quoted. However, regulating the rates at which the bank, the mobile platform charges would be counterproductive for the sector in general. And so I think just in terms of information, that's all that is needed, just making sure that people are aware of the exact rate they're paying. However, the rate itself should not be capped. And we've seen the impact of regulation across the market. Kenya, I think there has been a push for regulating almost everything. We started with energy prices, and now even with that regulation of the fuel prices, we still see people complaining it's too high. And then now the rate cap, we've seen the impact of that. So again, if we go to this other platform and regulate the rate, that will stifle the economy in general.
All right. Eva, it looks like you have a rebuttal.
Yes, but for the interest rate cap at the onset, it was regulating both the deposit rate and the lending rate,
yes,
resulting in a margin that's quite constricted. Here, we're looking at regulating it at a high enough rate that would prevent predatory lending and usury. And when you look at some of the developed economies, they've also gone in that direction, where you have a very high rate, say 20%, that surely within that range you'd be able to make money on your lending. So, but also safeguarding the returns of the particular business or small or individual who is lending, who is borrowing at such high rates. Because when you look at the return on investment for businesses or individuals that have businesses that are borrowing from these mobile platforms, it's very wanting for you to be borrowing at 40%, even if it's a free market, for a return that's 20%. There's really no productivity in the economy.
But even now that you've raised it, when the interest rate cap law was amended to get rid of the requirement for deposits in terms of the floor, don't you think it was just fair to the banks and not fair to the consumers, we as borrowers and depositors? Because if you look at the financials for the full year 2018, you can see a considerable growth in deposits, but you can see a commensurate growth in loans disbursed to the private sector. So wasn't this just a matter of playing or pandering to the bank's gallery by the legislators on that part?
Yeah, but the reason as to why the increase in loans has not been there is because you also have that very fixed rate of 13%, so 4%, which is quite restrictive, not being able to there's no enough wiggle room to be able to price a risky borrower. And remember, NPLs are at 13%, so essentially for every 100 shillings that I'm lending, 13% of it is not going to come back. I need, as a bank, to be able to price that in, and it's not really within the 4% margin that's being granted. But the point that I was raising with the mobile lending platforms is to put if it's a cap that's going to be put, it needs to be high enough to prevent predatory lending or usury. So when you're looking at 25%, 30% cap, then maybe that's fair enough to be able to regulate and also introduce some reforms to this area.
All right, and we'll hold it on that point on mobile lending. I'm told we have Kevin Mutai from Mombasa on the vaccination for polio drive. Kevin, just give us the latest from that end.
Thank you so much, Julians. We are live from Kisimani here in Mombasa, covering the polio vaccination exercise that has been happening for the last couple of days. Today is the last day, and here in Mombasa, health officials were targeting 23,000 children aged below 5 years who were supposed to get the vaccination. But as at yesterday, the figures that we've received is that 237,155 children have already been vaccinated. That is 76%. And today is the last day, but the officials from the Ministry of Health are saying that they're still targeting the remaining 71,000 children who've not received the vaccine yet. This exercise was launched in Mombasa in Ronald Ngala, and it is something that is happening across the country, and especially in counties of Nairobi, Lamu, Tana River, Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, Marsabit, Kilifi, Turkana, Isiolo and Mombasa. And as I said, it's a drive that is targeting more than 2.6 million children. And let me quickly engage the residents here in Kisimani to just tell us what are some of these challenges that are being experienced and what that can be done to ensure that the remaining children are vaccinated. Karibu sana, unazungumza na NTV, tueleze kwa majina, alafu tueleze kuhusu hii shughuli ya kuwapa chanjo watoto dhidi ya ugonjwa wa polio. Unaendelea vipi?
Asante sana, kwa majina naitwa Bernard Omolo. Mimi ndio assistant chief wa eneo hili la Maweni. Ofisi yangu iko hapa Kisimani. Hii exercise ya polio so far imeendelea vizuri. Katika eneo langu mashule zote nimeconfirm jana na wale wanaoshughulikia wa mambo ya polio. Kwa mashule zote zimetembelewa. Hata siku ya Jumapili na Jumamosi on Saturday walienda kwa makanisa. So far watoto wengi wamehudumiwa kwa eneo langu.
Naambiwa kwamba naarifiwa kwamba kuna idadi ya 70,000 ambao bado hawajapokea chanjo. Ni hamasisho ipi inafaa kutekelezwa ili kuhakikisha kwamba watoto wote wameweza kupata chanjo hii ya polio?
Kusema kweli hamasisho ilikuwa hafifu kidogo, lakini tuliongea na watu wa county wale wako in charge katika eneo langu. Maana mkutano ile walifanya mara mwisho walifanya katika ofisi yangu ya Kisimani, na tukawaambia kuwa hamasisho imekuwa hafifu na next time lazima waweke bidii zaidi kwa kufanya hamasisho vizuri, lakini kusofa kwangu kidogo watoto wamepata.
Asante. Let me also quickly bring in one of the mothers here to just tell us mtoto amepokea chanjo. Anza kwa majina.
Kwa majina naitwa Antonina Jao. Tulikuja kubishiwa kwa nyumba. Tukaambiwa kuna chanjo za polio kwa watoto wa chini wa umri wa miaka 5. Ndio mtoto wangu nikamtoa nje na akapewa chanjo.
Aya, sawa, asante. Let me also engage one more mother. Kwa majina, anza utuambie waitwa nani, alafu mtoto wako amepata chanjo, amepokea chanjo?
Kwa majina naitwa Claudia Tukamboka Cherotich. Ya mtoto wangu amepata chanjo. Nilibishiwa na nikatoka nikampeana ili apewe chanjo.
Na je, pengine kuna wamama katika mtaa huu wa Kisimani ambao unajua watoto wao bado hawajapokea chanjo?
Ya kwa wale tulikuwa tunawajua tulijaribu kuwaita na wakatoka wakapewa chanjo.
So hapa katika eneo hili hakuna mtu yeyote ambaye hajafahamishwa kwamba kuna kampeni hii dhidi ya ugonjwa ama chanjo ya kuwapa watoto chanjo ya polio?
Sidhani, sababu wale watu walikuwa wanapeana chanjo wamebisha nyumba tu nyumba na walikuwa wanakuwa very serious about it everywhere.
Haya, mama, mambo vipi? Waitwa nani? Alafu tueleze wewe ni mkazi wa wapi? Kuna kampeni dhidi ya ugonjwa wa polio ambao unaendelea nchini ama hasa katika kaunti hii ya Mombasa, lakini tuna idadi ya watoto 70,000 zaidi ambao bado hawajapokea chanjo. Ni juhudi zipi ambazo Wizara ya Afya inafaa kutekeleza ili watoto hao waweze kupatikana na wapewe chanjo dhidi ya ugonjwa wa polio?
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Saida Esther Sharifu. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Kongoya Kisimani. Na tunashukuru watoto wengi. Mimi nimekuja kukabishiwa kama mama, tumetaka kufanya kama watoto wengi hawajapata chanjo tufanye nini tupaweza kuwapatia. Tulishukuru sana na tukafurahi na tukawa na idadi na tukawa na morali hata sisi mpaka tukawa tunataka tuwe majirani pia tuwaamshe wapate kufanya nini. Kila mtu mwenye mtoto wake hajapata chanjo apate chanjo. Nashukuru, ninafurahi sana na watu wengi mtaa huu wetu wamepata chanjo. Wale madaktari tunawashukuru kwa ajili wamezunguka kurudia. Wamezunguka kwa wingi sana wakiwa wanapitia. Tunashukuru sana.
Shukran. I'm also told that the officials have been going around even in schools to give children the vaccine. Let me quickly engage one of the teachers in this Kisimani area to just tell us how the exercise was. Welcome. You're live on NTV. Just take us through. I'm told that some of the health officials came to your school and administered the vaccine to the children. How was it?
First of all, my name is Ben Okeogweno, the director of Victory Junior School, one of the schools which is found within Langombe slums. I want to say the exercise was very successful, and was a school with a population of 600. We managed to do the 10%, which was within the age bracket of 5 years and below. We also realized some of the kids, the vaccination was done at home, but we are still appealing to the parents who so far their children have not been vaccinated to make sure that their children get vaccination so that we can live as a polio-free country.
But when you say that some of the children had already been vaccinated at home, how do you manage to ensure that they do not get, or rather we do not have a repeat of vaccination to these particular children?
When this exercise is done, there's a ink which is put on one of the fingers of the children, so it's very easy to identify those who had been vaccinated from those who had not been vaccinated.
But also as institutions, we have a number of 71,000 more children who have not received this particular vaccine. What do you think that a move that really needs to be done to ensure that this target is achieved here in Mombasa?
I think more awareness should be done, and through the public barazas, and as a school we are also going to announce at the assembly, so that the parents who are not aware of this exercise should be aware of this exercise, so that their children can also get vaccinated, just like the rest of the children who have been vaccinated.
Well, thank you so much. Julians, as you can see, we are live from Kisimani, but the weather is very unfriendly, but we will be going door to door, joining some of the health officers who are currently conducting, I'm told they are in Chuda, but we'll be joining them shortly. We also have a setup in Pridine Hotel, where we have stakeholders who are participating in this particular exercise to give us more details on why they're administering this vaccine, what they are targeting exactly, and to give us an update if at all the traces, or if at all there have been any infections of polio. Remember, as I said, here in Mombasa, the target is 308,923 children who have been targeted, but so far there's a deficit of 71,000 children. It is a campaign that is going on in at least 11 counties countrywide, and it's something that the Ministry of Health is calling upon all the stakeholders to join hands and to ensure that all the children between, or rather below the age of 5, receive a vaccination against the polio virus. Back to you, Julians Amboko.
Many thanks, Kevin Mutai from Mombasa. They are managing, notwithstanding the harsh weather conditions there. He's telling us that there are 300,000 children being targeted in the county of Mombasa, and 11 counties in total are being targeted across the country, just to ensure that this critical exercise of the polio vaccination actually is a success. And that now brings us back to our studio conversation, where we're focusing on the state of banking. And we left at the point where we had discussed mobile banking and the need for regulation around it. Quite some dissenting views between the two of you. But I'd like to move this conversation further. And one of the key concerns we receive around the ongoing mergers and acquisitions is that previously one of the challenges we had with banks was that we had few dominant players, and they were essentially controlling the market in terms of pricing, and there was little that could be done in terms of getting favorable pricing. Our concern is emerging that we could potentially be getting back to the same, because we know in Q3 we are expecting NICCBA, the merged entity, to be coming out, and also KCB, NBK is also on the way. Do you feel this is a real risk? We know the Competition Authority has given it's okay, but in terms of the oligopolistic tendencies, as they would call it, where the market is dominated by a few players, do you feel this is a real risk?
I think we will just have a shift in terms of the market players, in terms of we are looking at inorganic growth, where it's not income, revenue based, but mainly because of the mergers and acquisitions. So we'll just have a shift in terms of the hierarchy of the market players. In terms of the oligopolistic tendencies, that may be dealt with, as you can see, there's a lot of hope and faith in the banking sector charter, but we believe that would be able to deal with some of these tendencies where we've seen maybe a kind of a hard mentality when it comes to pricing, and where we'll be reliant more on the credit profiling of borrowers, as opposed to looking at a hard mentality of pricing.
Sarah, she's mentioned there's a lot of hope and faith. From where you sit, do you think this is a real risk in terms of the market being dominated by a few large players?
It is a risk, but remember the environment in which the banks are operating. There is a rate cap. So the risk to the borrowers would be higher, probably them for rates going up for loans, but that's not possible in the current environment. With a rate cap, there's a maximum rate at which banks can lend. And then even with the rate cap, what it did is that it made banks, actually banks started lending at a lower rate to the large corporates. So the corporates that were credit-worthy and needed money, the banks would approach them and lend at below that 13%. And so with that rate cap, that's not possible. And then also on the deposit side, we've seen there was a flight to safety, as you mentioned earlier, in 2016. However, last year, things have reversed. So the depositors are more aware of what is happening. They're more aware of the fact that they can get higher returns elsewhere. So despite the fact that there'll be larger banks, they're still aware that there are other alternatives. So the number of, there are over 40 banks, which unfortunately will increase after the mergers, but the market is still big enough and large enough, and consumers are now more aware of the opportunities that are available, alternatives that are available, and so that, I think, reduces risk. And on a positive note, an advantage of this consolidation is that we now have got banks with large balance sheets, which are now able to fund larger projects, which is good for the market, and also it will force banks to be more efficient, and that is also good for the market.
And you look at stocks on a day-to-day basis. When you look at the developments around consolidation, NIC, CBA, KCB, NBK, do you feel that the market is, how is the market responding to this news, especially in terms of pricing in the potential outcomes in terms of performance? We know there are advisors like Moody's who have raised a bit of concern about the NIC-CBA merger, some of the asymmetry that may emerge in terms of the compatibility of the two entities. But how are investors in general responding to this?
So investors have looked at the two deals separately. So for CBA and NIC, they viewed it as positive, and therefore the price of NIC rallied. For a long time, investors had punished NIC and it was trading below book value, mainly because of there was a shift on the way NIC was run a few years back. So NIC tended to be a more conservative bank, and for a long time NPLs, non-performing loans that is, were really low. And then over the past few years, we've seen a spike in that non-performing loan ratio. And so investors were basically selling the share and were concerned about the asset quality of NBK. However, of NIC. However, once the merger news was announced last year, they responded positively as they saw the synergies that would come from this merger. On the KCB NBK merger, it's been a bit negative. So for NBK, on the NBK side, it's been positive because they see a larger player. KCB is likely to inject capital, and that's basically positive. KCB is a stable bank, the largest bank in terms of assets, so that's positive. And so NBK shares rose, the share price of NBK rose. However, for KCB shareholders were a bit concerned because that would mean they are acquiring a less profitable bank, so profitability ratios for KCB are likely to decrease. And so, so they investors have looked at it on a case-by-case basis. All right. Yes.
I should mention at that point that when you said NIC was trading below book value, it essentially means that the price, the market value, that is the price of the company times the number of shares issued, was below that one in terms of the balance sheet, total assets minus total liabilities, just for the sake of clarity. Moving on to the matters of monetary policy, because this is a huge aspect when it comes to the banking sector. And if you read the High Court ruling around the interest rate caps, etc., it gave the verdict that it had not been convinced that the rate cap was having an impact in terms of monetary policy execution, and especially signaling to commercial banks. Signaling being that when the central bank lowers its rate, it's giving a signal to banks to be able to give more affordable rates. From where you sit, Eva, at Stanchart, do you feel this was a fair position to be taken by the High Court? And looking at the second term of Governor Patrick Njoroge, how do you feel signaling will evolve?
Yeah, I think it's a fair assessment, and it's an assessment that has been held by both commercial banks and also the central bank. And we saw from when you look at the monetary policy statements, which is the statements that are released after every sitting by the Monetary Policy Committee, that's a subsegment of the central bank, and that's responsible for setting monetary policy. They're aware that rate cuts may have some perverse outcomes. and I'm quoting verbatim, especially with regards to in this interest rate cap environment. Now, last year we had 2 rate cuts of 50 or 0.5%, and so the policy rate was cut from 10% to 9%. And in essence, in the rate cap environment, that may result in further constriction of accessibility of credit to the businesses and individuals, because for a particular borrower who could access credit at an all-in rate of 14% when policy rate was at 10%, now may be locked out with subsequent cuts in the policy rate. So when the policy rate was cut by 1% all in 2018, now the lender, that particular lender, may essentially be locked out. So with every rate cut, it may serve to cut out even more and more potential borrowers in this rate cap environment, which is really not the signal or the outcome that the central bank is hoping for, especially when they're easing monetary policy.
So Eva is talking about there clearly is a challenge. Sarah, from your position, do you think it's a key challenge going forward, especially with the new term for the central bank governor?
I think so. And just to explain that policy signaling, like we saw in 2011 when inflation was high, and so central bank wanted to reduce the money supply, and so it increased the rates to 18%. And so the effect of that was that banks stopped lending. Back then, private sector credit growth was at 24%. So after the central bank raised the central bank rate to 18%, banks reduced the lending. And so that was a signal that ideally lending should decrease. And then later on, as the year progressed and private sector credit started coming down, inflation decreased, we saw them reducing the rate to around 10%. And so during that period, banks started lending once again. However, with the rate cap, what happens is that it tends to have the opposite signal. So currently, the rate is at 9%. So at 9%, what banks are looking at currently is their risk-adjusted return. So if they're comparing the rate on the cap, which is at 13%, versus the risk-free rate, that would be a T-bill or treasury bond, and so which for T-bills is around 8%. So they're comparing that spread. So if the central bank was to lower that to, let's say, a 500 basis points decrease, so the central bank rate was to decrease to 8.5%, actually 5%, 50% basis point decrease to 8.5%. The impact of that would be that the risk-adjusted return has decreased. And so as opposed to the impact the central bank would want to increase lending, it would have the opposite effect, because now banks would lend less. And so the impact of that is the opposite, and that's negative for policy.
All right. And just, just to clarify, when you talk about 500 basis points, you mean just 5 percentage points going down? For example, if it falls from 25 to 20, then we have that kind of scenario. And Eva, you mentioned something which the central bank periodically says, and which in the latest statement, some of us have found it a bit contradicting, because it talks about perverse outcomes manifesting. But on the other hand, it is telling us that the economy is operating at close to potential, which would mean that given all factors, we think that the economy is just realizing as much weight as it can pull in terms of growth, in terms of performance, which in an environment where banks are constrained on lending sounds a bit contradictory. Don't you think that's normally an issue in the statement?
Yeah. No, okay, so we would say to us, sitting out of the central bank, it may seem contradictory, but in actual sense it's not when you look at it from an economic perspective. Because and quoting the Kenya Bankers Association recent report on the state of the banking industry, where they referred to a creditless economic growth, is that the period where Kenya is at now, where you have credit growth being quite subdued or quite slow and low, versus economic growth numbers firing on from all engines. And in as much as the economy is operating at close to full potential with the 6.3% economic growth number, but what's the quality of that growth? When Sarah mentioned agriculture, which we know is the largest sectoral contributor to our GDP numbers. But then again, when you look at, so that's from a supply perspective, when you look at the demand, when you speak to businesses and you speak to corporates, they're not seeing the 6.3% number translating into their statements, into their income. And normally for businesses or those in the private sector, you would expect a multiple of the economic growth numbers. So if the economy is growing at around 5%, you'd expect upwards of 10% growth in revenues and the bottom line to some extent. But when you speak to the corporates, that's not what they're saying. And when you look at the stock exchange or the securities exchange, it's the same story, where you're having corporates, issuing profit warnings, or when you look at their performance being less than optimal compared to the periods prior. So how I would answer that is the supply side of the economy seems to be doing well in terms of the output, so the agriculture, trade to some extent as well, financial services. But when you look at the demand area of the economy, where people are spending or how companies are performing, that is not translating. The 6.3% number is not translating into that sector.
Sarah, do you share the same view in terms of the central bank talking about perverse outcomes on one side, but we're operating at close to potential on the other hand?
Yes, I do. As you mentioned, GDP is mostly driven by the agricultural sector. So the agricultural sector is growing, and unfortunately this year there's been a slowdown. That's why we've seen growth reduce. But the other sectors of the economy are not doing as well. So the manufacturing, in terms of construction, trade, real estate, not doing so well. And so that's why we've seen the decline in those areas. And actually growth currently is being driven more by the public sector as opposed to the private sector. And that's why private sector credit growth has been really depressed.
Okay. And one of the key risks from where I see it in terms of looking at the banking sector is that for banks which would be skewed towards trade financing, that is financing of trading activity, whether it is retail, import, export, is that we have now come to the point where the threshold required for the Africa Continental Free Trade Area has been met. And we know, for instance, that we are not competitive in a number of industries. We have the sugar import COMESA quotas we've been relying on. You saw the story about milk importation from Uganda, as well as sugar and maize. Do you, from the banking optic, view this as a key risk that is coming in terms of how you will continue with the retail financing?
Yeah, that's a key risk that's, obviously evolving, given that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area was just ratified the other day. But when you look at the investments that the government is starting to make into energy, and energy being one of the facilitators or the stimulus to manufacturing, which is the big four, the government is aware that energy is really one of the impediments to growth and also competitiveness. When you look at the regional competitiveness, when you look at the price of electricity in Kenya versus Ethiopia, for example, Kenya is still lagging in that effect. And that's why we are also seeing investments going into that particular space. So when you look at the geothermal space, wind space, there's increased focus around renewable energy and reducing the reliance on oil, for example, which would be more expensive. So in that regard, we've also started to see, or we could start to see the price of electricity in the medium term, because these investments also take some time to really manifest, improve, especially with the reforms that the government is starting to put in place, so that they can be able to grow the manufacturing segment, which is part of the Big Four agenda.
But just to pick on the rider that you gave at the end of your statement, these are capital-intensive long-term investments, and the ACFTA, or the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, is already happening like now. In terms of the level of preparedness, Sarah, when you look at banks and how perhaps they would be pricing in this kind of risk, because if I can no longer compete on the continental front, yet I have open borders for trade, do you see this as a key challenge that banks are heading for?
I think it would be an issue, and as she mentioned, electricity prices are pretty high, and so the competitive landscape is, we're not as competitive as our fellow trade partners. However, opening up the borders would be key. And there are certain measures the government can introduce that could help increase the competitiveness of certain companies. And I think those are steps that are being taken. Actually, governments focus on the big four. That is key. And given that the government realizes that there is need for a focus in certain areas, I think going forward, it could help the competitiveness. However, in the short term, yes, banks are likely to suffer.
Okay. And in terms of just going forward, the asset quality question that we're looking at, NPLs have been a key challenge facing banks. Eva, do you see a potential improvement going forward? Because now we have, I mean, the IFRS 9 has kicked in full and throttle, and we would imagine that banks are now well capacitated in terms of provisioning for some of the losses they would incur. Do you see the trend improving going forward, or do you see status quo remaining?
No, I see the trend improving. Especially that view is hinged on the fact that the government is aware that they are also, have a part to play in terms of improving the credit quality environment that banks are playing in. And if the government actually makes good its promise to deal with these supplier arrears that they have in place, which, as I earlier mentioned, constitute close to 50% of gross non-performing loans, then that would improve the credit environment that the banks are operating in. So we would say I'm relatively optimistic.
Sarah, from where you sit, this is something which you consistently look at and perhaps price into your valuation of particular stocks. The NPL trend going forward, do you anticipate an improvement? Do you see a challenge going forward in terms of, because the issue of pending bills, for example, from the government keeps on recurring every year. Of course, we've seen a bit of improvement in terms of meeting the same, but how do you see this landscape evolving?
So once the government pays the bills, and that is likely to happen soon, I think that will be positive for the banks. So, and this year we see a slight decrease in NPLs. First half, NPL ratio is likely to increase, driven mainly by the trade sector, which is key for banks. They lend to it, and that has been affected. However, when the payments kick in, the NPL ratio would decrease. So second half, what happens is that there is a lag between when a person starts paying the loan and when it's actually recognized as a performing loan. So third quarter numbers might not be so good, but now at least towards the end of the year, we could see a slight increase in that. And also, given that growth is improving, we've seen, okay, as we've said, agriculture is not growing as much, but now these other sectors are slowly improving, and then private sector credit growth is also picking up. So NPL ratio is non-performing loans over the total loans. And so when total loans increase, basically the ratio should improve. Yes.
And when you look at Q1 2019 numbers, because banks, release the same, what are some of your key take-homes and some of the key pointers that you would share with us in terms of this is where I saw the sector is heading in terms of just performance for the first quarter of this year?
So for the first quarter of this year, we're looking at the first line item, we saw the loan growth increase, and interest income for a number of banks also increased. And so banks are slowly lending. The deposit, cost of deposits also, actually cost of deposits was relatively constant. For a few banks that came down, and so the margins, which is the interest income minus interest expense, so basically banks are more, the margins improved. And then if we look at non-funded income, actually that's a trend that has been changing over the past since interest rate caps were introduced. Banks have, since they cannot increase their interest income, the focus on non-funding income, and so they have increased, there was an increase in fees and commissions, and they've also introduced a number of products. They've also moved to the mobile space, and that in that space, the fees in that area is not regulated, and so they've been able to increase the fees. So in terms of growth in that area, that has continued, and I think it's positive for banks, and that's also likely to continue throughout the year. And then in terms of the provisioning, so provisioning is where banks, for every loan they give, when there's a non-performing loan, they need to provision for that. So provisionings remained relatively low. And that was, we did not expect that this year, given that last year provisionings had decreased because of IFRS 9. So banks were increasing the provisions by going through the balance sheet. Yes, so they were going through the balance sheet. However, this year we'd expected that first there's an increase in the MPL ratio, so we thought that the provisionings would increase. However, that was not the case, but at least we anticipate by the end of this year we should see an increase in provisionings in that area. And so operating costs were relatively stable for most banks, and then finally profitability increased slightly.
All right.
So, yes.
And Eva, she's talked about non-funded income, and this has been a key subject, especially in the rate cap environment. Have banks diversified enough following the trend where the interest income was constrained, and that is income obtained from loans and advances? Do you feel they've diversified enough, or do you think there's a lot more headroom for what can be done?
Yeah, in terms of diversification, I think we are getting close to the limit, though that should not really result in banks, relaxing and forging ahead, because with the consolidation that we are seeing, there's going to be increased competitiveness. There's going to be increased need for more creative solutions to ways in which we can make more money and increase our income and return to our shareholders. So we would say we're getting close to the threshold, but the competitive landscape may tilt things.
Okay. And Sarah, you mentioned loan growth reported in the first quarter of 2019, which was quite surprising for some of us, because we had seen a trend where the central bank would go into the market looking for money, banks would place bids and it rejects. And that is why the return on government securities was declining, and now the loan growth was picking up. But last week we saw a trend where an incident whereby, in the T-bill section particularly, all that was bid for was taken up by the central bank. Is it a passing cloud is now the question we're asking. Is it a passing cloud, or is it a trend where we could actually see the government is more cautious in terms of how much it borrows from the banks, so that it doesn't, what we do, crowd out the private sector in terms of inhibiting them from being able to get any credit by themselves? Do you think this is a trend we're likely to see continue, or is it just a temporary thing?
So, as you mentioned, what has pushed rates down is the high demand for government paper. And so we've currently started a new fiscal year, which for the government, the fiscal year starts every 1st of July. Yes, and the borrowing target is 285 billion. And so that is meant, the government is meant to borrow it over the whole year. So the government in the past has used various ways to achieve this target. First one, what we call front loading, whereby it borrows a lot during the first half, and then the second half it borrows less, and so that would mean rates in the second half would slowly decline. Another option is where it borrows a lot, it borrows less in the first half, and then second half it borrows more. And so right now what we saw was that last year government borrowed a lot through T-bills and treasury bonds, which were maturing. So this year redemptions are the amount the government is paying back during this period. Yes. So redemptions in July are very high. So the high redemptions is what has led to the demand for, government's need for liquidity. So what would inform the interest, the rate at which the T-bill rates is the borrowing program, which we've mentioned is relatively stable, is actually a decline. Actually, it declined from last year. Last year's, the revised target was 310 billion. And this year, it's declined. And so that overall should have given us the view that rates should continue to decline. However, due to the high maturities and redemptions that are there this month, that is what led to the spike, because the liquidity need, the government needs the money, and so that's what has led to the spike. So in July, we might see rates remain relatively high. However, in August, they might continue to, now they might decline because the maturities then have decreased.
And just to opine on that topic, so there's also, we are now in an environment where liquidity is quite ample. The interbank liquidity is quite huge, and for the central bank is keen on making sure that they are sucking out as much liquidity as they can from the interbank market, and maybe that's where we've seen that spike in terms of the how much the central bank is taking from the T-bill market. And time and again we know that the government wants, or the authorities want to lengthen the maturity profile of government securities. So reduce reliance on funding the borrowing target through T-bills and more through treasury bills, through treasury bonds. So the uptake in the T-bills that we saw, which is, you know, contrary to the pattern that the central bank had set before that, is also to manage this temporary spike in liquidity that we've seen in the interbank space.
And now that you've talked about the interbank, for a long time in this market, we have had a scenario whereby the market is essentially frozen in the sense that we have a few large players lending amongst themselves, but the small tier 2, tier 3 are not quite accessing. I'd imagine this is something you look at daily. Is this situation improving? Is it still the same as it was?
Yeah, I would say status quo would remain because of the shock that the market went through, the banking industry went through in 2015 and 2016, where at that point liquidity was, you know, very fluid in terms of lending, tier 1 to tier 2 to tier 3 and vice versa. But at this point in time, when after the shock, there's been increased vigilance, especially amongst the bigger banks. And that's why we've also seen that we saw the flight to quality in terms of the liquidity, though that has kind of stabilized at the moment. But in terms of going back to seeing that there being more money being more fluid in terms of flowing from tier 1 to the tier 3 banks, that may not be possible at this point in time, especially as banks are trying to minimize their risk so that they can amplify their returns.
Okay. And Sarah, if going by what she says and the interbank market is still quite significantly cautious, I'm just curious to know whether you do anticipate from your own view more mergers, acquisitions within 2019, because then tier 3 and tier 2 banks, the small and medium, if I could call them, are still significantly constrained in terms of how they can access quick money, if I could call it, just to be able to operationalize their businesses.
Yes, there are still opportunities. A number of banks that are currently struggling, the tier 3 banks. Others are actually operating below the capital adequacy ratios, and so they need additional capital to be injected. The question is, will the larger banks see them attractive and acquire them? And I think one of the things that most banks consider when they are considering a bank to acquire is the synergies it will bring, the niche market the particular bank serves. And so that will be things to watch out for. So we could see more because the opportunities are there. Question is, are the banks willing to take them up?
And what you've just mentioned, which harkens back to a question I asked earlier, some banks, and we know some entities are indeed a bit capital constrained in terms of their operations. What signal do you think this sends about the banking industry as a whole? Because ideally they shouldn't be in operation, right? But that is the case. In terms of risk, if I'm an investor outside looking inwards in terms of Kenya, does this send a systemic signal, or what's your sense around it?
Not necessarily. The reason they've fallen below the capital adequacy ratio for most of them is mainly because of IFRS 9. And central bank has given them time. So there's a period at which they have to comply with those regulations. And I think that's okay. And with time, they'll slowly increase their adequacy, and it's not a reason for concern.
Eva, do you want to opine on the same?
Yeah, I don't really think it's a reason for concern, because one, also the central bank with under the leadership of Dr. Patrick Njoroge have really been keen on improving the regulatory environment that banks are operating in, and we've seen within his tenure, or during his tenure, that there's been relative stability, and even with the receiverships that have happened, or some of the bank failures, there's been some it's been relatively well contained, and it's not been a systemic issue. So with that, given that we are under his leadership, but going into the next couple of years, we would expect there to be some semblance of stability, or some stability in the banking sector.
Right. And as we get to the tail end of the conversation, I'm sure you both noticed this. The shilling slid to a point where we were last in January 2018. 103 is where we touched, and we seem to be getting quite comfortable around that position. What risk does this present to the banking sector in terms of the loans you extend, especially if you're getting capital in hard currency or foreign currency, and you have to extend in shillings, and the shilling is sliding this quite a bit. Do you feel we're in the danger zone, or we are still just okay?
Yeah, I think we are okay in terms of, yes, there's been some weakness in the shilling.
Why is that, by the way?
Yeah, and the weakness in the shilling that we have seen is when you okay, so let me give some regional context, given that I look at the region as well. When you compare how the volatility of the rand, South African rand, versus the shilling would seem relatively stable and resilient. So when we look at a percentage point depreciation in the shilling, the market goes, into a panic. Whereas in the real sense, when you compare the shilling's performance versus from a regional perspective, it's actually still stable and quite resilient. And when you look at also the central bank's mandate, which is to promote stability, they're actually in line with that mandate. Now, in terms of why the shilling we've seen some weakness. One is the liquidity that we talked about earlier. Given that there's been an increase in interbank liquidity, we're looking at overnight rates at, the last time I checked, below 2% levels, and or around 2% levels. And given that there's been an increase in supply of Kenya shillings, the law of economics would result in the price of the shilling to also fall. And given that there's one, the increase in the liquidity, and two, there's also, this comes against a backdrop of increased over seasonal demand for the dollar in form of dividend payments. So we are coming to the tail end of dividend payments, and given that the interbank liquidity soared during a period of dividend repatriation, also exacerbated that effect. But our view is that if we continue to see the shilling weakness continue past July, past the period when we would expect the traditional dividend repatriation to take place, then it could be a signal of increased demand of the dollar that's coming out, possibly from the demonetization exercise that we know is currently happening.
But Eva, to counter your view, some would argue that, if you compare the rand and the shilling, for example, South Africa is significantly integrated with the international markets, and capital flights actually happen, if I could say, real time for them as compared to us. So to be fair, perhaps maybe that wasn't an apt comparison for the stability of the shilling.
Mm-hmm. So when you look at, say, Uganda, for example, Uganda, over the last one and a half months, the shilling has actually appreciated. But when you look before then, so in 2018, June 2018, we tend to see the Ugandan shilling depreciated significantly, around 5% last year. Yeah. And we typically tend to see the Ugandan shilling depreciate every June, with the exception of this June, and for different reasons, of which we can talk offline regarding the Ugandan shilling. But when you look at the volatility in the Ugandan shilling, it tends to be more volatile compared to Kenya. But to give credit to why the Kenya shilling is also stable and not as volatile as some of the regional economies. So when you look at Uganda, when you look at Zambia, so when you look at the more smaller economies that are not exposed to the international markets, then they are more reliant. So Zambia, for example, they're more reliant on one commodity, which is copper. Kenya, in its case, is more diversified. The economy is very diversified, and when you look at the region from a regional perspective, you start to appreciate the diversity of the Kenya's economy: horticulture, tourism, tea, and there's also now the diaspora remittances that are coming on, and so that diversification is a strength, and fundamentally would support the currency. And when you also look at the trend of the current account deficit, that has also been narrowing. Okay. So that has supported resilient Kenya shilling.
Sarah, your views on the impact of the shilling on the banking sector?
So banks are the foreign loans, so the percentage of the loan book is pretty low. So most banks are not that exposed. And even with those foreign loans, the clients, they give those foreign loans to earn a foreign currency. So on that aspect, they aren't much exposed. If I could touch on the shilling, I think one of the reasons it has depreciated is, one, the dollar has been strengthening. We've seen the US president complaining about the dollar strength against other currencies. And so that has been one of the reasons. We've also, another reason for the strength of the dollar, of the weakening of the shilling, has been that the demonetization, which I think has been key. And if you look at the period at which the shilling started weakening is around that period of the demonetization period. So it has weakened. However, going forward, we've seen a decrease in the current account deficit, which is positive for the shilling, because we've seen an increase in our exports. So horticultural exports have increased, and I think that's partly due to the direct flights we've had to the US. Our import bill has also slightly decreased, and then services have also increased. So going forward, the shilling could appreciate. All right. And that point by Sarah Wanga brings us to the end of NTV Today, where we've been discussing, rather I should say, the state of banking. And now we switch to KICC, where we have live pictures. President Uhuru Kenyatta has just rolled out, finally officially launched the Kenya Trade Week. And we also have the North Rift MPs discussing matters regarding the importation of maize and how that is likely to affect the country and farmers. And that is where we shall close the chapter for NTV Today. And up next is NTV Sasa.
This is NTV.
How are you today? This is a greeting from your pupil teacher. How are you today?
I love it. I'm glad. Munibakshia chapati. Wewe, munibakshia chapati. 2 little piece, 2 little piece. 2 little piece, 2 little piece.
Baby, you want to dance, Abby? You say you sabi dance like me?
Taste imeweza na bei imeweza. Streetwise 2 is now at 350 shillings.
Wow.
2 pieces of original recipe or hot and crispy chicken and regular chips. It's finger licking good.
Leo alikuwa smart, amevaa mpaka suti na ako very serious. Alikuwa very focused.
You are working in my club, haufanyi kazi kwa other sectors.
Mazejemo misteri ametesa kutesa. Ako hadi center page.
Sasa unaniambia ndio?
Umesikia breaking news?
Kama ni ujumbe, andika kwa leso itamfikia sawa.
Usiniongeleze matope. Vitu zangu zilikuwa pale na wewe ulikuwa hapa. Sasa haziko, zimeenda wapi?
Wewe kama umeshinda na biashara, urudi Meru.
The Real House Helps of Kawangware in association with Telkom.
Join Telkom today and share life on our expanded 4G network. Telkom, moving with you.
The Ministry of Health will conduct a house-to-house polio vaccination campaign targeting all children under the age of 5 years in 11 high-risk counties. These are Garissa, Isiolo, Kilifi, Lamu, Mandera, Marsabit, Mombasa, Tana River, Turkana, and Wajir. Vaccinate and protect your child now.
triple refined, zero cholesterol, and natural vitamin E. Fresh Fry, always heart-friendly. Now, it's even more cooking-friendly. Fresh Fry, the premium cooking oil for healthy living.
Top spot ndo mwanzo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football.
Crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team. Why Formula 1?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy, but I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo. Karibu, sijakupata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya Kimayai? But good to see you there.
Recent data from the Ministry of Education indicates that of the 1 million young people entering the job market from universities and colleges every year, only 1 out of 5 is likely to get a job in the formal sector. A report done by Kenya National Bureau of Statistics shows that 5.6 million working-age Kenyans are economically inactive. 3.7 million of the employed persons in the working-age population are underemployed, and the largest unemployment rate is recorded between the age of 20 to 24 years. Join us at the 9th edition of the Nation Leadership Forum on the 29th of July, coming to you live from the University of Nairobi. The discussions will revolve around enterprise business, financial inclusion, and the next generation of work. Nation Leadership Forum, engaging society, impacting the nation. Proudly brought to you by these sponsors.
Jinunulie nakala yako ya gazeti la Taifa Leo kila siku ya Jumatatu hadi Jumamosi. Kwa kufanya hivyo, utanufaika pakubwa kwa maswali ya mitihani ya marudio kwa masomo yote yanayotahiniwa shuleni. Soma gazeti lako la Taifa Leo. Taifa Leo, gazeti langu, lugha yangu.
When I would take a book to read, words really didn't make sense. I had zero comprehension.
It's a specific learning difficulty that mainly affects literacy.
What is really wrong with me? Did I fall when I was a child and hurt my brain?
The reverse letters B and D and P and Q sometimes look the same.
And for my daughter, is it true you see, can you see, yeah, sometimes the letters are moving. And in your normal mind, you're thinking, how could letters be moving?
Health Diary in association with KEMSA.
KEMSA has steadily grown from simple storage handling to an innovative, fully fledged healthcare distribution service, affordable healthcare for all citizens.
Are you looking for a university or tertiary institution that fits your needs? Join us at the Career Fair by My Network Magazine on 3rd August 2019 at KICC from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The theme is Technology, Education and the Future. Entry is free. Join us and get the opportunity to interact with institutions of higher learning, tertiary institutions and career guide experts. Lots of fun and entertainment throughout the day. TN Republic will be live on ground. For more information, call 0707-871-918 or email projects@ke.nationmedia.com.
When you meet a Luo carrying his briefcase, don't ask him whether he's going to work. Luos don't go to work. We attend to professional commitments.
Gangster, main rule. Avoid eye contact with your fans. Mutazoyana.
Mtu ako na homa, lakini kusiniza na sneeze, unashindwa hii ni homa ama ni nini? Unasikia,
December babes, hadi si mnatusumbua. Hati yo sijui calm down is my birthday. Sijui all people were born the same but legends were born in December. Mbona mnandisikianga hivyo ama mnaonanga mkikaa kale kamkate ka mwisho?
Nani?
Shetani machana
Shetani mugani? Shetani mugani? Tebu tuone shetani mugani?
Johnny.
Oh, kametokwa ho.
This is NTV.
Na barabara kabisa, tarehe 17 mwezi Julai mwaka 2019. Popote pale ulipo, natumai kwamba umeamka vyema na siku yako imeanza vyema. Basi karibu kwa NTV sasa. Mimi ni Jane Ngoiri. Mtazamaji, ikiwa ni siku ya Jumatano, basi tunaangazia masuala kuhusu afya. Siku ya leo tunaangazia ugonjwa wa polio. Lakini kando na hayo, kuna mengi yanayofanyika humu nchini kwa sasa. Nataka kukupeleka katika ukumbi wa KICC ambapo Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na mwenzake wa Uganda Yoweri Kaguta Museveni wanazungumzia kongamano la kibiashara la COMESA.
A condition for market access. And the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is going to be made or broken on the basis of how much do we give preference to made in Africa. If you have a clear method of rules of origin, goods given an African passport, having preference in Africa, you will not have that sourcing going on for too long. A lot of the sources will invest in producing that content in Africa. But it has been the political will and the technical capacity to enforce clear rules of origin. Deal with that. And secondly, deal with the harmonization of tariffs. One strength that COMESA has over the rest of Africa, you have the most advanced harmonization effort, particularly when you're going through the tripartite negotiations. Let that knowledge inform the rest of Africa. Let this region be the champions of harmonizing rules in order to integrate the market. Once you take care of that and you actually effectively prefect anti-dumping from third parties, the rest can follow.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for that. His Excellency Edgar Lungu, we met at the Transform Africa Summit where His Excellency President Kenyatta was launching the Digital Economy Blueprint. So the question now is tied to that. As we work on procurement, maybe within the SME level, and we work on these huge contracts and renegotiation of contracts as we get to this new free trade area, we need to ensure that financial leakages, first of all, are plugged, right? Corruption has had many faces. We could talk about that all day. But financial leakages and the issue on still handling an informal sector that has not gone digital, a formal sector that is trying to digitize, we'd like to see the policymakers have that in mind when they're bringing up the SMEs. Please give us your progress.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think most African countries in the AFCTA have got a huge share of SMEs. And I think they stand to benefit from this common free trade area. But there is a condition. The condition is that each government should have the political will to support the SMEs. Because the SMEs left alone will not be able to penetrate the market, no matter how you make it even for them. Because there's competition. Now competition simply means that it will be free for all. So we as states, individual states, should have a deliberate policy to support, promote, and incentivize these SMEs so that they are able to partake of this huge market. Otherwise, it will be a big market, free for all, but for the big boys. It means that politically, obviously, our existence will be threatened. So it's very, very important that we all take stock, we have a balance, we coordinate, and we have dialogue, interstate dialogue, like President Uhuru Kenyatta said, in the region of East Africa. Obviously, we take Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi. We put them together and see how do we help these SMEs integral as a region, and then how do they fit in the bigger picture of COMESA, the bigger picture of the AFCTA. Otherwise, the intended objective is exactly what is going to be achieved. But if we don't do that, no matter how we talk about tariffs and all these things, it will be in vain. So big contracts should be structured in such a manner that SMEs are given space to grow. And for them to grow, obviously, they have to have quality and they have to have the desired product at the end. So it's for us as government to support them. If we don't, this whole thing will become again another open door for the rest of the world to come and feast on Africa. That's how we see it. And I think political will has been demonstrated. People have signed the documents, and this has been a long journey. Pan-Africanism started a long time ago, but we are now culminating into realizing the forum, which will give us a chance to grow our own economy as Africans and trade within Africa. But as long as we don't do the local thing in Kenya, the local thing in East Africa, the local thing in Zambia and in SADC, this will be another exercise in futility. Thank you very much.
Maybe I could track back to the question on digitalization and plugging financial leakages. Give us your Zambian perspective.
Well, I think we have made a number of laws intended to regulate and see to it that there's fairness in the business. But again, we have to test these laws, and we test them as we go into this free trade area. But the most important thing is to dialogue with these entities which are coming into the country to ensure that where you see leakages and hemorrhage, you tell them midstream, say, look, you can't continue getting this huge chunk of our resource without paying back. I think Zambia has stood firm. We have said we can review our policies midway. We sit and dialogue with the other investor, and we negotiate a change midstream. And people have said inconsistency. They've said policy inconsistency. It's not policy inconsistency. If you're leading an army of men to battle, and you see them perishing at every corner, so pull back and begin saying, look, what have we done wrong? So Africans should not be misled by those who are investing by saying, no, we're not coming home to invest in your country because we're inconsistent, when you can see leakages and the bleeding of the economy. No, you have to stop the boat midstream and say, look, we can't go on like this, guys. We need to take stock of what you're getting out and what you're leaving behind. And I think on that score, I'd urge all of us in Africa to stand firm and to support each other. When I'm ending in Zambia, it doesn't mean that Tanzania will not be affected. Let's be our brothers keepers. And I think that's the way to proceed.
All right. Before we move on to you, Your Excellency, please allow me to come back to President Kenyatta, because you launched the Digital Economy Blueprint. And I remember you mentioning that trust, integrity, and curbing malpractice across different economic sectors, tax practice, you name it, was one of the reasons why you decided to digitize and go particularly that way. But we'd like to know, so we're handling it from a national level, but we need a lot of cohesion and a lot of things that will be replicated outside the country. How practical is that, given the kind of inequalities or progress we've made with our digitizing our economies within the African context?
Well, as we discussed when we were in Kigali not so long ago, as Kenya, we prepared our digital blueprint, which we released. And if you recall the statements that I said, is that our hope was that it would also prove as to be a case study for other countries to see what they can build on, add, or help even improve our own document. Because at the end of the day, when we digitize, we improve transparency, we improve accountability, and we open up our system. But if we want to integrate the continent, we have to be at the same level also with regard to our digitization, so that the processes that we're using in Kenya have interconnectivity with the processes that are being used in Uganda, in Zambia, in Mauritius, and elsewhere. And this helps them not only reduce costs of doing business, but creates that much more transparency, even as we are discussing, for example, rules of origin. You are able, through that platform, to be able to access data and information on different products that are made, that are available on the continent. We are able to even transact on the digital platform, right? And there is no reason why, for example, a Kenyan supermarket cannot buy directly products from a Zambian farmer. So integrating our digital platforms is going to be a critical element, not only to create transparency and openness and accountability, but also to help, as President Lungu has said here, to also help our SMEs establish market share in other distant countries, because on the digital platform, you're able to see I'm looking for pencils, or I'm looking for shoes, or I'm looking, you're able to see what is available across the African continent using that platform. Not only pay for it, but also have it shipped to you wherever you are on the continent. So the more we integrate, the more we learn from each other. At current, we are all at different levels of digitizing our systems and our economies. But we need to continue working together, enhancing and building on each other's experiences until we ultimately have a connected Africa. And that connected Africa will not only reduce cost of doing business, but will also create that much more harmony so that our traders, especially small and medium-sized enterprises, will be able to have access to the 1.3 billion people that President Museveni was referring to.
Okay. You've alluded to the SMEs more than once, which brings us now to you, Your Excellency. And then we'll come, of course, to the Commercial Business Council. But let's talk about preferential procurement, right? Some cash set aside from government. In Kenya, for example, I think the number is 40%, where they help SMEs, small businesses, and advise them on policy and whatnot. But most of the time, the SMEs barely even meet the standards by the procurement offices to get to such levels where they can be facilitated by the government. We'd like to understand in Mauritius, as we try to get the context across the continent, how you work around assisting the SMEs, knowing some formal, some informal, but within that preferential procurement scheme of things.
Yeah, thank you. So, to help SMEs integrate and benefit from regional and continental integration, we must promote policies and measures that will improve the business climate. For example, eliminate barriers to SMEs in obtaining licenses and business permits to set up their businesses. The ease of doing business of the World Bank is a good indicator on how well countries are doing, and Mauritius is doing fairly well. We have to facilitate access to finance, and in Mauritius, the government actively participates in setting up funds for the SMEs through the government bank, Bank, and to some extent also through the State Bank of Mauritius. And currently, there is a national payment system which is being introduced to enable SMEs to have immediate access to cash for their transactions. And we have also introduced a regulatory sandbox license, whereby several digital lending platforms have been launched, such as crowdfunding. Also, we need to have flexible measures in taxation. But most importantly, we have to enable to have flexible rules of origin that can enable SMEs, for example, to import parts from across the world and make value addition. Produce in Africa, African products. But question is directed to Mauritius, and in Mauritius, all these facilities that we're giving provides a level playing field between the large corporates and the SMEs who can integrate the larger economy. Another practice which is emerging is for government allocates a percentage of public procurement, that was in your question, to SMEs. So the SMEs have a share in contracts that are allocated by government. So these will help them to significantly promote their trade. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, when you hear that, I'm sure you have a lot to comment on in regards to global sourcing and that procurement.
Yes, I do. I'm coming from the Chamber of Commerce network. I know what it is. We have got a lot of requests. It's not easy for you from the government side, because the SMEs want to have preferences on small procurements. Women's entrepreneur wants to have their shares in procurements, and then national suppliers want also to give preferences to national suppliers, even as regard to the region or international suppliers. So it's not easy in the practice to solve where do we start to give preferences and where do we end up. But as I have the floor, as chairman of the Commissioner Business Council, let me take the opportunity of thanking the head of states and governments for this high-level political dialogue. It's very important for the business community to meet you, to interface, to have a dialogue with you, and thank also the Commissioner Secretary General for arranging this opportunity to happen. It's a big event. It's the first time maybe in the region we are having that policy dialogue. I wish that in the future we have more policy dialogues like this. And I'm sure at national level there is this dialogue between government and private sector. One of the strengths of Mauritius is that we do have meetings chaired by the Prime Minister with the different ministers, with the different private sector organizations and representatives of the business community. And this is where we can, make progress, where all the problems are solved, and this helps the country to grow. And this is where, on the count of the President has mentioned it, on ease of doing business, on ease of the governance issue, Mauritius is making a lot of progress. I know Kenya also is making a lot of progress. And the issue of connectivity, which is a big problem for the business community, I'm thankful again to President Kenyatta, who mentioned during his state visit in Mauritius that on this issue of connectivity, he is personally make an engagement that we will have a shipping line between the port of Mauritius and the port of Mombasa, which will open the gateway not only for Mauritius, but for the whole Indian Ocean Islands to the regions and to the African region, which will help the Indian Ocean Islands to increase their trade within the region.
Perfect, thanks. Let's hear commercial perspective. We've said, as we establish
Na mtazamaji, basi ndivyo mambo yalivyo katika baraza la kibiashara katika ukumbi wa KICC. Lakini kwa sasa nataka tuanze mada yetu ya leo, nazungumza kuhusu ugonjwa wa polio. Ningependa kumkaribisha mgeni wetu ambaye ni Lilian Mtua, mshirikishi wa hamasisho kutoka kaunti ya Nairobi. Karibu sana Lilian. Unajua mara nyingi tunasikia polio, lakini kwa mtazamaji ambaye hajui polio ni ugonjwa aina gani?
Polio ni ugonjwa ambao ikishika binadamu yoyote unasababisha kulemaa pengine kwa sehemu zake za miguu ama mikono, na iwapo zile virus za polio zitapitia kwenye uti wa mgongo ama kwenye spinal cord, basi yule mtu ataweza kupoteza uhai wake. Kwa hivyo ni ugonjwa ambao hauna tiba. Ukisha kukupata, basi hakuna matibabu yote utapokea. Utaishi na ulemavu.
Utaishi na ulemavu. Na je, inaambukizwa vipi?
Haswa polio husababishwa kama kinywaji ama chakula kimetangamana na vile virusi vya polio, na ukanywa kile kinywaji ama ukala kile chakula, basi ikiingia kwenye utumbo wako, basi inasababisha ule ugonjwa wa polio. Na vile inafanya ulemae ni kwamba zile virus zina attack nerves zako, ndio unapata kulema.
Na maana unasema ni vinywaji kama maji hivi. Je, nikichemsha maji nitakuwa niko salama?
Tunasema kwanza lazima uangalie mazingira yako yawe masafi, na kama ni kwenda haja tutumie vyoo kikamilifu. Kama tumefika pale msalani, lazima tunawa mikono kwa utaratibu, na pia wakati tunatumia vinywaji vyetu, hata kama ni maji tu pekee, lazima yawe ni masafi, yametibiwa kwa kuwekewa dawa kama vile Aquatab ama Waterguard, ama ukachemsha ili uyahifadhi yakiwa salama. Na pia kama ni vyakula ambavyo tunakula vikiwa vibichi kama maboga ama matunda, lazima pia uyaoshe vizuri yawe salama kabla kutumia. Kama ni wakati tunatayarisha chakula, pia tuangalie kwamba mikono yetu ni misafi, mahali tunatengenezea ni pasafi, na pia baada ya kupika chakula ukile kingali moto, na kama utakiweka pengine kimebaki, ukifunike vizuri, na pia ukitaka kukitumia tena uchemshe. Vyakula ambavyo hutumika vikiwa baridi, basi itastahili wakati unavishika ama unaviandaa, mikono yako iwe misafi. Wewe mwenyewe mwenye kutumia kile chakula unawe mikono vile inavyostahili. Na pia tuseme kama hata wakati unambadilisha mtoto napi ama daipa, inatakikana pia uoshe mikono yako. Na pia kama ni mama ambaye ananyonyesha, wakati ananyonyesha mtoto wake, kabla ashike titi, lazima pia mikono yake hiyo ni misafi.
Na je, kuna aina mbalimbali ya polio ama tuna aina moja?
Tunajua kwamba polio kuna aina 3 ya virus ya polio. Na kuna polio 1, 2 na 3. Na hizi zote husababisha ulemavu. Dalili zake zikikushikisha ugonjwa ni kulemaa. Kwa hivyo maafa yake hayotofautiani.
Na umesema dalili ni kama nini? Kwa mfano kama mimi ni mama, niangalie nini?
Wakati mtoto wako atapata ile polio, ugonjwa wa polio, utapata kwamba pengine mtoto ama mtu mzima alikuwa anatembea, anasimama vizuri, anaweza shika vitu kutumia mkono wake, lakini ghafla bila ugonjwa, bila kuumia, utapata kama ni mguu umeacha kukua na nguvu, ama mkono umeacha kuwa na nguvu. Na haina dalili kwamba ukishikwa na polio unauma. Hautasikia ile sehemu ambayo inalemaa inauma. Hautasikia kupanda kwa joto kwa kupindukia. Hautasikia uchungu wowote. Kwa hivyo tu ile dalili utaona ni kulemaa.
Ni kulemaa. Na sasa mtoto anapozaliwa, maanake kwa sasa mnasema kwamba kuna kampeni ya chanjo dhidi ya ugonjwa wa polio chini ya miaka 5. Lakini mtoto anapozaliwa kuna chanjo anapewa? Na miezi mingapi?
Wakati mtoto anapozaliwa ana ile kinga ya polio. Akizaliwa hakuna binadamu yoyote atazaliwa akuwe na ile kinga. Kwa hivyo wakati mtoto anazaliwa, hiyo siku ya kwanza na kabla afikishe wiki 2, huwa ni vizuri ule mtoto apate chanjo ya kwanza ya polio. Na hiyo huambatana pia na chanjo ile ya TB. Kwa ajili pia tunajua ana kinga yote kwa mwili ya TB. Na kama vile TB pia ni ugonjwa ambao unaenea katika hewa wakati unapumua. Kwa hivyo kwa ajili tunajua huyu mtoto huenda akapata yale maafa mahali popote. Kama vile tumesema pengine mama akimnyonyesha ama akishikwa na watu. Kwa ajili tunajua mtoto mchanga ni furaha kwa jamii. Kwa hivyo kila watu wanataka kumshika. Na tujue usafi wao hata wa mikono. Na pia wale watoto wachanga wenzake watataka kumshika, kumkumbatia, kumbusu. Kwa hivyo pia anaweza pata ule ugonjwa. Kwa hivyo huyu mtoto atapatiwa hiyo tunasema birth polio. Lakini pale akifikisha wiki 6 anapata sasa ile tunaita first polio. Akifikisha wiki 10 anapata ya pili. Akifikisha wiki 14 anapata ya 3. Na pia wakati anapata hii ya 3 anapata pia na shindano sasa ya polio. Na hii shindano utapata kwamba iko na makali ya kukingana na zote 3, polio zote ina 3. Lakini ile tunapatiana kwa matone kwa mdomo, tukiangalia katika ulimwengu polio type 2 haiko kwa wingi. Kwa hivyo ile dawa ambayo tunatumia ni ya kukinga type 1 na type 3. Lakini kama mwaka uliopita kulikuwa kumepatikana kisa cha polio type 2.
Type 2
Kwa hivyo wakati watu walisema tulifanya round 5, tulifanya round 2 za kupatiana round 3 za kinga type 2. Alafu tukafanya hizo zingine 2 za type 1 na 3.
Okay, hivyo basi unasema hii ambayo iko kwenye runinga yetu mnatumia hiyo ni ya
tone.
Hiyo tone ni ya type
1 na 3.
Type 1 na 3. Na kwa mtu atauliza, manake sasa mnalenga watoto ambao wako chini ya miaka 5. Kwa nini miaka 5?
Katika taratibu zetu za afya, tukiangalia chanjo hutolewa kwa watoto chini ya miaka 5. Na tunasema kwamba mtoto anaanzia kupatiwa hizi chanjo wakati anazaliwa. Na wakati akifika ule mwaka wa 5, at least mwili wake utakuwa umeanzia kutengeneza kinga. Kwa hivyo kama atamaliza, kwa ajili tunajua chanjo ya mwisho ile anapata ni ile ya ukambi, measles 2, akiwa na miezi 18. Kwa hivyo kuanzia hapo sasa tunaanzia kuangalia maneno mengine ya afya. Na kwa nini tunaangalia miaka mitano pia? Ukiangalia katika taratibu zetu za kupatiana chanjo, katika zile ripoti tunapata kila mwaka, tunaona Kenya, hakuna mahali Kenya tumefikisha 95 kwa 100 kwa watoto ambao wamezaliwa kupata ile chanjo. Na tuseme kama mwaka uliopita, kama tutakuwa tumefikisha 80 kwa 100 na mwaka uliopita pengine tulikuwa tumefikisha 70 kwa 100. Kwa hivyo inamaanisha kuna watoto kama 30 kwa 100 ambao hawajapata chanjo zako kikamilifu. Kwa hivyo huwa tunaangalia pia kutoka wakati tunapatiana kwenda nyuma, zile taratibu zimekuwaje. Na hiyo ndio inasema tumkinge basi mtoto yoyote ambao hajafikisha hiyo miaka mitano astahili kupata pia.
Na mimi nitakuuliza swali. Kwa mfano kama mimi niko na mtoto wako miaka 3, alipata chanjo ya polio tangu alipozaliwa, nimefuata kikamilifu. Wakati nyingine nimefanya ile kampeni ya mwisho nilimpa chanjo. Je, saa hizi tena nimpe?
Utampatia, sababu hakuna vile tunaweza pima katika mwili wa mtoto tujue kile kiwango cha kinga ambacho ilistahili ile chanjo ifanye mwili wake utegemee kujitengenezea kimefika wapi. Na pia tunapata kuona kwamba hata watu wazima huenda saa zingine tunasikia mtu amepata kupooza. Kwa hivyo tunasema hatuwezi kabisa kikamilifu kusema mimi mtoto wangu kwa ajili alipewa basi sitampatia tena. Ni vizuri umpatie, pengine ile ndio itamsaidia pia kama ile kinga yake iko imekamilika iweze kukamilika. Na pia tunasema kwamba wakati unapatia mtoto ni kama ile booster dose. Ni kama wakati asubuhi umeamka ukakunywa kifungua kinywa. Basi hautasema ukipata tena chai nikikukaribisha hauwezi kunywa kwa ajili ulikuwa umekunywa asubuhi.
Lakini wengi watauliza kwa nini mnafanya kampeni mara nyingi na tena karibu?
Katika site tuko kwa ile tunasema End Polio Strategy ambao tumeianzia mwaka huu mpaka 2023, na sio Kenya peke yake. Tuko pamoja na nchi kama vile Ethiopia, Somalia na nchi zingine ambao tunatoa hizi chanjo ili tuweze kuangamiza polio duniani. Kwa hivyo kuna wakati ule tunaangalia katika ratiba zetu ni vipi vile watoto wanapata hizo chanjo, na pia tukiweza kuzitoa hivi na tuweze kufikia watoto wengi zaidi, tunajua kwamba tumekinga watoto kwa wingi.
Na tukizungumzia, wengi wanahofia swala la usalama. Maanake kumekuwa na madai kwamba ukimpa mtoto ile chanjo anapatwa na joto mwilini. Wengine wanasema kwamba wanatokewa na rashes, vipele. Usalama wake uko vipi?
Chanjo ambazo tunapatiana wakati wa kampeni hata katika zahanati zetu ama hospitali zimeratibiwa na World Health Organization, na pia zimepelekwa kwa maabara sio hapa nchini peke yake lakini pia nchi za ng'ambo. Na tunasaidiana pia na mashirika kama vile UNICEF. Na hizi chanjo zikitolewa hizi tunapatiana kwa kampeni zinafaa na ziko nzuri. Kwa ajili sio ati ni chanjo zingine tofauti, ni kama tu zile tunapatiana. Saa zingine tunapata pia kuna utata, watu wakisema kwamba tumezipatiana sana na pia hatuitishi pengine matoleo fulani ili tuzipate. Hizi chanjo zimegharamiwa na serikali na pia nchi za mataifa ya nje, na pia kama vile WHO na UNICEF. Si ati hazina bei, zina bei na zina gharama. Lakini yale mashirika pia yanaangalia ni muhimu gani tupatie watoto chanjo ili tuepuke maafa. Kwa hivyo ziko salama na zinastahili. Na ni zile tu pia tunapatiana wakati tunapatiana kwa kliniki.
Na je, itakuwa vipi iwapo mtoto akipewa hiyo chanjo na nione kwamba ameweza kupata madhara?
Vile tunasema ni kwamba hata kama mtu mzima pengine unajisikia una maumivu mwilini na pengine umeze dawa za maumivu na baada ya siku chache uanzie pia na kukohoa, inamaanisha yale maumivu ulikuwa unasikia pengine kulikuwa ni dalili ya ugonjwa ambao ulikuwa utokezee. Kwa hivyo saa zingine tunampatia mtoto ile chanjo na huenda katika mwili wake alikuwa apate ugonjwa fulani. Kwa hivyo wakati anapatiwa ile chanjo, basi ugonjwa ule pia pengine unaweza ukajitambulisha. Kwa hivyo sio ati ni ile chanjo imesababisha. Pia ningependa kuambia watu kwamba chanjo vile inafanya kazi katika mwili wako, wakati unapatiwa, mwili wako unaanzia taratibu ya kutengeneza ile kinga. Kwa hivyo pengine kwa mbali utapata joto, wengine watapata pengine choo kinakuwa laini zaidi. Kwa hivyo ni kama tu kuna tatizo kidogo, lakini vile tunasema ni kwamba kama we ni mlezi ama mzazi na uone mtoto wako amepatiwa chanjo, usiangalie ukasema tuliambiwa ni kitu cha kawaida. Wewe kama mzazi ama mlezi unajua wakati mtoto wako yuko salama ama ana dalili ya magonjwa. Kwa hivyo ukiona kitu chochote ambacho kinaleta shuku kidogo, kitu cha kwanza ni kwamba fika kwa hospitali ambayo iko karibu ili iweze kuchunguzwa, uambiwe kama ni effect ya ile chanjo ama mtoto anaugua. Na kulingana na vile watakapopata, kama ni ugonjwa wowote wataweza kukuambia.
Na tukiangalia sasa kampeni ya mwaka huu inalenga watoto milioni 2.6 katika kaunti 12, na kaunti hizo ni Nairobi, Lamu, Tana River, Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, Marsabit, Kilifi, Turkana, Mombasa na Isiolo. Kuna wale ambao watauliza kwa nini mkachagua kaunti 11 ilhali kuna kaunti 47?
Tukiangalia kwa uangalifu ni kwamba sana sana hizi ni kaunti ambazo ziko kwenye border. Na kama miaka 2 ambayo imepita, tumepata visa vimeripotiwa mali kama Ethiopia na Somalia. Kwa hivyo lazima tukinge ile jamii pale. Na pia tunajua kwamba watu wa zile nchi kama Somalia na Ethiopia, kuna sana wanatembelea Kenya na pia Wakenya wanatembelea huko. Kwa hivyo hatutaki kuweka watoto wetu kwa changamoto yoyote. Lazima tuwakinge. Na tukiangalia kama kaunti yetu ya Nairobi, tunapata kwamba tunapata wageni kwa wingi sana. Na pia watu wa kutoka mataifa mengine wanakuja huku, watu wa kaunti zingine wanakuja huku, basi watoto wetu pia wako kwa hatari. Na tukiangalia kama vile umesema wale watoto milioni 2.6, utapata idadi kubwa inatoka Nairobi. Kama hapa Nairobi tutaanza hii chanjo siku ya Jumamosi tarehe 20 hadi 25. Lakini tukiangalia wale watoto tunaangalia hapa Nairobi ni watoto 1883 na zaidi. Kwa hivyo ni kwa ajili pia idadi ya watu wa Nairobi tuko wengi pia. Na pia tunapata watoto wengi ambao wanakuja hapa Nairobi si wakazi wa hapa, hawakai hapa, lakini wanapitia hapa. Kwa hivyo tunaangalia kutoka zile kampeni za kitambo na pia population inatuambia aje census, alafu tunapata ile idadi.
Umesema kampeni ni tarehe 20 hadi 25.
Nairobi ni 20 hadi 23.
Tukimalizia tu umuhimu wa chanjo kwa ule mtu ambaye yuko nyumbani anasema mimi sioni haja, nimefanya yote.
Vile ningependa kusema ni kwamba hii chanjo ina umuhimu. Sababu ya kwanza ni kwamba kama mtoto wako amepata ile chanjo, mwenyewe amekingwa kutokana na maafa ya magonjwa ambayo tunapatiana chanjo. Lakini kama wamechanjwa wengi zaidi, pia wanasaidiana kukinga magonjwa kuja karibu nao. Na kama utapata mtoto wa jirani ama wa rafiki au majamaa hajapata ile chanjo, basi ule mtoto huenda akaleta madhara kwa watoto wengine. Kwa hivyo lazima tuweke juhudi sisi wote, tushirikiane na tuhakikishe mtoto yoyote ambao amefika yuko chini ya miaka 5 amepata ile chanjo. Katika zile kaunti zingine 10 wanamalizia chanjo yao leo. Iwapo kama hawakufikia kwenye nyumba yako, tafadhali chukua nafasi kabla jioni umpeleke mtoto wako apate kupata hiyo chanjo leo.
Na asante sana Lilian Mtua, mshirikishi wa hamasisho kutoka kaunti ya Nairobi, akizungumzia chanjo ya polio, umuhimu wake. Na ni hayo tu kutoka katika studio zetu za Nairobi. Sasa nataka kukupeleka katika kaunti ya Mombasa, tuungane na mwenzangu Salim Swale.
Naam, shukran sana Jen Goere na mgeni wako hapo studioni, na bila shaka wengi wanajiuliza kwa nini sehemu hii ya NTV sasa inaendelea katika kaunti hii 001 kaunti ya Mombasa. Kama ulivyoashiria Jen hapo studioni ni kwamba kaunti ya Mombasa ni moja kati ya kaunti hizo 11 ambazo zimetajwa na mgeni hapo studioni ambazo zinakabiliwa na hatari kubwa ya ugonjwa huu wa kupooza wa polio. Lakini si hayo tu, kwa nini vile vile kaunti hii inakuwa katika orodha hiyo? Ni kwa sababu kaunti ya Mombasa kwa muda mrefu imekosa chanjo ya polio, na hivyo basi kuweka watoto wengi katika hatari ya kupata maambukizi ya virusi vya polio. Na ili kufanikisha mjadala wetu hapa, tuna wadau katika shughuli hii nzima. Kumbuka ni shughuli ambayo inaendelea kwa siku 5 kaunti 10 za kwanza zinaendeleza shughuli hizi kuanzia mwanzoni mwa wiki hii, na baadaye kama mgeni alivyosema uko Nairobi, kaunti ya Nairobi ambayo inalenga watoto zaidi ya 800 itakuwa inafanya shughuli hiyo kuanzia baadaye mwezi. Hapa studioni nina furaha kubwa kuwa nao daktari ambaye ni Aisha Abubakar, ni muuguzi na vile vile ndio katibu mkuu katika Wizara ya Afya kaunti hii ya Mombasa. Karibu sana Bi Aisha.
Asante.
Mmoja naye ni naye George Kasera. George ni mmoja wa wale mabalozi wakuu wa chanjo hii ya polio. Hapa wanamfahamu kama immunization champ. Karibu sana George.
Asante.
Mmoja naye tunaye Jane Njuguna ambaye ni afisa mwandamizi katika shirika la kimataifa la kuwashughulikia watoto maarufu kama UNICEF. Na labda tu kuendeleza huu mjadala mbele. Tunapozungumzia kaunti ya Mombasa, mgeni ambaye amezungumza kule Nairobi anasema Mombasa ni kati ya kaunti ambazo ziko katika ule ukanda wa mpaka, na Kenya ni lazima ishughulikie mipaka yake baada ya kugundua virusi vya polio kutoka katika nchi jirani ya Somalia na vile vile Ethiopia. Mombasa kuna hatari ya kiasi gani kilinganishwa na kaunti zingine ambazo ziko ndani ya nchi zaidi ambazo si katika pembeni mwa mipaka yetu?
Naam, asante Salim. Kama tujuavyo, virusi vilipatikana pale Isili na vile vile vilikuwa vimetoka Somalia na Ethiopia. Na huku Mombasa tuna hawa ndugu zetu wa Somali ambao wamekita kambi katika hapa Marikiti, tunaita Marikiti, wanatufanyia biashara nzuri vile tu kama Isili wanavyofanya. Kwa hivyo sisi tumeona kama county government ni muhimu tuwe katika mstari wa mbele katika kuangamiza huu ugonjwa, kwa sababu tunaona hatari ipo. Kama wanakuja wakienda, biashara zinaingia na kurudi, yasemekana hapo lazima tuwe sisi tumejeka katika mstari wa mbele kupigana na vita vya polio.
George, wewe umekuwa katika kaunti hii, bila shaka umekuwa ukiendesha hamasisho. Watazamaji wengi pengine wanaona una zile crutches. Nini haswa imekuwa kuwaje wewe ukafikia hapo, na kwa nini umeona pana haja ya wewe kujitolea hata bila ya malipo yoyote kueneza ujumbe wa umuhimu wa chanjo ya polio?
Naam, asante sana Salim. Mimi ni George Kasera na mimi ni immunization champion ama polio champion kama wanavyosema. Mimi nilizaliwa nikiwa mtu wa kawaida, sio kwamba sio mtu wa kawaida sahihi, lakini nilikuwa ni mtoto mwenye uwezo wa kutembea, mwenye kuweza kucheza kama wale wengine, anavyosema marehemu mamangu, na Mungu ailaze roho yake mahali pema peponi. Naambiwa kwamba nilipata polio ama ugonjwa wa polio ama maradhi ya polio nikiwa miaka 4 ama miaka 5 hapo. Na wakati huo ilikuwa hata nafasi ya kupata chanjo ilikuwa ni vigumu, na kulikuwa na mambo mengi tu ambayo yanaendelea katika jamii kwamba hii chanjo pia wale watoto ambao watapelekwa pale itakuwa si safe kwao. Sasa katika ile harakati ya kuchanganywa na kuwekwa na huku ikawa wazazi hawakupata ile fursa ya kwamba wangeweza kunipeleka kupata chanjo ya polio. Na ndio maana leo hii mimi nimekuwa ni mtu mlemavu, na nimekuwa mlemavu miaka mingi sahi. Tangu miaka hiyo nikiwa 4 years mpaka sahi nina uzee fulani. Nimeishi muda mrefu nikiwa mtu mlemavu. Na chanzo cha ulemavu wangu ni kwamba nilipata maradhi ya polio kwa sababu nilikosa chanjo tu. Ile chanjo ndio niliweza kuikosa.
Kuna wengi ambao wazazi mpaka sasa hivi wakisikia kwamba kuna hamasisho kama hii, kuna zoezi kama hili la kutoa chanjo, wanaona kama ni jambo la kawaida na wakati mwingine hata wanapuuza.
Naam.
Labda ungewaelezea.
Kweli kabisa. Kuna wengi wanapuuza, na niseme tu, nitangulie kusema kwamba kama wazazi wangu wangejua kwamba wangenipeleka kupata chanjo, mimi leo ningekuwa natembea kama mtu yule mwingine, ingekuwa siko hivi. Kwa hiyo changamoto tumepata kweli, na kuna wazazi na kuna communities pia ambao wanaamini kwamba ile chanjo ya polio si safe, kwamba ni mbinu ya kiserikali ya kuwa watakuwa wanaangamiza maradhi ya polio, lakini pia vile vile wanajaribu kuangamiza kizazi kijacho, na si kweli. Na ndio maana mimi nikaamua kama George ambaye nimeathirika, nitembee door to door na wana chanjo na wana county na wana UNICEF hata bila malipo, ili kwamba niweze kuhamasisha watu, niweze kueleza watu kwamba hii polio ni nini na madhara yake ni gani, na kukosa chanjo itakuwa mtoto wako anajipresent katika hali gani in future. Niseme tu kwa kifupi kwamba polio inaleta madhara mengi ndani ya mwili wa binadamu, na kama wewe utakuwa ni mtu ambaye una bahati sana, itakuwa uko hai kama mimi, najikaunti kama mtu ambaye na bahati nyingi, yani tuseme, kwa sababu leo hii niko hai na ninaweza kuchampion wale wengine wazazi na nani wengine, ili kwamba tuweze kuja pamoja tuwarai wana kijiji, wana jamii waweze kuteka ile chanjo. Polio ni maradhi ambayo ina uwezo wa kuua. Mimi na bahati leo hii sikuuawa na polio, niko hai. Na kama kama haitokuua, then hii polio itakuacha wewe ukiwa ni mtu mwenye ukengemufu sana mwilini, mtu ambaye ni mnyonge, na mtu ambaye ni mlemavu. Na ulemavu una changamoto chungu nzima.
Tutaziangalia hizo changamoto za ulemavu, kwa sababu kuna swala zima la kuwa mzigo katika jamii na mambo kama hayo. Pia vile mchango wa mtu katika jamii kiuchumi unakuwa unapungua. Lakini Jane, labda tukija kwako, UNICEF ina nafasi gani katika kampeni hii na kampeni ambazo zimepita za kutoa chanjo ya polio?
Naam, asante sana Salem. Ni kweli mimi nafanya kazi na shirika la UNICEF, na jukumu letu haswa ni kuhakikisha ati tunafanya kazi mkono kwa mkono na serikali. Tunahakikisha tunasaidiana na Wizara ya Afya kuhakikisha kila mtoto pahali popote yule mtoto ako, sisi tunamfikia ndio apate haki zake za uzima.
Kwa hiyo unaposema mnashirikiana na serikali, labda mnashirikiana kwa kifedha, vipi yani?
Naam, tunashirikiana kifedha, pia technical support huwa tunapatiana na serikali. Hata kama sasa niko hapa Mombasa, tunatembea door to door kuhakikisha ati kila mtoto amepata.
Mgeni ambaye alikuwa akizungumza na mwenzangu Jane,
This is NTV.
Kumbe material ya sofa set inaweza shona suti mzuri hivyo.
Kuna venye ulikuwa unakula school fees.
Mimi ni kidate dem sura mbaya huwa si mind. Najuaga ni vile hajamaliza kuevoke.
Mtu alichukua soli ya sharpshooter akashonelea ngozi ya Timberland. Sasa sharpshooter na Timberland utaita aje? Shooterland.
Ulimfanyia nini? Best yangu alimshika na nyuma nikatafuna pilipili nikamlamba macho.
Kuna watu wenye matatu zao wamechora recross. Tuko imeanzia kwa mlango ya driver, inaishia kwa kiti ya abiria wa mwisho.
Na unafili ni moment yako. Sema ona hii mtoto.
Leo alikuwa smart, amevaa mpaka suti na ako very serious. Alikuwa very focused.
You are working in my club, haufanyi kazi kwa other sectors.
Mazeje misteri ametesa kutesa. Ako hadi center page.
Sasa unaniambia ndio?
Umesikia breaking news?
Kama ni ujumbe, andika kwa leso itamfikia sawa.
Usiniongeleze matope. Vitu zangu zilikuwa pale na wewe ulikuwa hapa. Sasa haziko, zimeenda wapi? Wewe kama umeshindwa na biashara, urudi Meru.
The Real House Helps of Kawangware in association with Telkom.
Join Telkom today and share life on our expanded 4G network. Telkom, moving with you.
Recent data from the Ministry of Education indicates that of the 1 million young people entering the job market from universities and colleges every year, only 1 out of 5 is likely to get a job in the formal sector. A report done by Kenya National Bureau of Statistics shows that 5.6 million working-age Kenyans are economically inactive. 3.7 million of the employed persons in the working-age population are underemployed, and the largest unemployment rate is recorded between the age of 20 to 24 years. Join us at the 9th edition of the Nation Leadership Forum on the 29th of July, coming to you live from the University of Nairobi. The discussions will revolve around enterprise business, financial inclusion, and the next generation of work. Nation Leadership Forum, engaging society, impacting the nation. Proudly brought to you by these sponsors.
Naam, karibu tena kwa NTV. Sasa tuendelea na kipindi chetu, lakini kabla sijakurejesha katika kaunti ya Mombasa, sasa nataka kupeleka katika bunge la kitaifa ambapo waziri wa kilimo Mwangi Kiunjuri amefika mbele ya kamati ya bunge hilo kuhusu kilimo kuzungumzia uhaba wa mahindi humu nchini pamoja na swala zima la wagezaji wa mahindi kutoka mataifa ya nje. Kupeleka katika bunge la kitaifa baada ya muda usiokuwa mrefu. Lakini kando na hayo, katika ukumbi wa KICC marais wanne wanahudhuria kongamano la baraza kuhusu kibiashara la COMESA.
The EU representative as well speak, but it's crucial to note that what was added as well is the issue on underutilization of the AGOA, even as we talk about it coming to an end. So that was a nice add-on to what we had said earlier. The EU representative? Perfect. Which one's easier for you? Is it easier there?
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, heads of state and governments, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm really delighted to be here representing the European Union in this important trade international event. Some of the challenges faced by COMESA in terms of regional integration have already been mentioned. I will put the accent on the positives recently to overcome some of these challenges, and two measures probably should be mentioned. Firstly, one is the COMESA regional industrialization implementation strategy, and also the regional local sourcing policy. We see these two initiatives as a solid basis to increase the trade in added value products in the region, and we are extremely supportive of these steps taken by COMESA. As you know, the European Union remains a committed partner of COMESA, of all its member states. We really support the quest for deepening regional integration in the area, and we strongly believe, based also on our history and our experience, that this will contribute to create larger markets, to attract investment and facilitate trade flows, and looking at the consumer side of the equation, also reduce production costs and prices for consumers. As a show of commitment of this cooperation, the EU and COMESA have, over the last few months, signed two important regional programs. One is the COMESA Trade Facilitation Program for almost 48 million euros, and the COMESA cross-border trade programs for a value of around 14 million euros. And both these type of initiatives aim at facilitating trade movements and flows in the region. The Continental Free Trade Area has been mentioned. Of course, this is a pivotal moment in terms of integration across Africa as a whole and at regional level. The European Union has always been extremely supportive of these steps taken in terms of continental integration. We are the first supporter in financial terms of the negotiation process of the continental free trade area, and we keep looking, of course, with interest at parallel initiative like the tripartite free trade area, which has been negotiated and for which we hope to see conclusion in the negotiations very soon. This event is really timely. It comes at a time of huge momentum for integration in Africa at regional level, at continental level. What this type of events should offer, in addition, is to provide the actual opportunity for business people to translate this political will, these important steps, into concrete, business deals, in building business networks, in building business opportunities, and make the most of this important initiative. Let me conclude by mentioning an important European initiative, and I will explain why. As you may know, the European Union has launched the European Investment Plan, which is a new financial instrument designed to increase sustainable investments and job creation in Africa. We hope through the European Investment Plan, the External Investment Plan, to contribute to improving the business environment in different member states in Africa. And we expect that this initiative will mobilize dozens of billions of euros to be invested in Africa. Our invitation is therefore to the business community to be informed about this and to make the most of
Right.
this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes.
His Excellency has allowed me to go and look after some goats. And before I go, I was very happy with that man. I don't know who he is. Because there was a new danger which was coming up, this business of making a distinction between SMEs and other businesses. And that man, whoever he is, pointed out what Africa lacks is business. Now, don't start wasting time with the SMEs and the other, these economists. Chitui, he used to be an economist. I'm sure he still is. They have got a measurement, like we measure our weight by pounds and kilos. We measure economies by GDP. Now, GDP means investments in our country, whether by our citizens, whether by foreigners, or whether by small or big. So what we need is to expand these GDPs. That should be the main effort before you go into the sub-categorization and sub-discrimination. Now, secondly, our sister, who is our commander for the trade. What you need to know is that Africa is a continent of underproduction. Uganda is one of the biggest producers of bananas in the whole world, but we are producing about 10 million tons. But still, we are underproducing because those Ugandans of yours are producing 5.5 tons per hectare. In the research institutions, some of our people have gone to 53 tons per hectare of bananas, but the villagers at 5.3 tons. Now I hear that in Brazil, production can go up to 80 tons per hectare. But the Ugandans at 5.3. Our research center has gone up to 53. So this is one issue you need to know, that Africa is a continent of underproduction. They are underproducing here, underproducing there, underproducing here, which must be cured. Secondly, within that, Africa is a continent of underconsumption. Recently, I'm going around the villages, that's why I'm rushing back. I was telling them that you people, there is this Mr. So-and-so and his wife. Sometimes the wives are many. But even if it is only one, this couple have 10 children. So I was telling them that if you have 10 children, you should be having 40 bed sheets, because each child needs 4 bed sheets. 2 on the bed, 2 which have been washed, and to replace these ones. So how many bed sheets do you have now? Some of the families, 1 bed sheet. So you can, these people who are dealing with the trade, you can catalog the underconsumption in terms of meters of textiles, in terms of steel, which is used in the houses. For instance, me, I am a milkman. I am a man of milk. So I know the underconsumption in milk. In 1986, Ugandans were drinking only 18 liters per person per year. Now, they have improved a bit. They are drinking 60 liters per person per year. But the WHO says you must drink 210 liters of milk per person per year for you to keep your teeth in your mouth and make sure that the bones don't break. So, when you people who are dealing with this sector of trade, you need to bring these facts out. The underconsumption, the underproduction. Then what our friend from the US said, she told you, and I had not conspired with her, but somehow we converged in terms of giving some information. AGOA has been there. You know, the Americans gave us 6,500 products which could enter the American market tax-free, quota-free. But she told you, we are failing to beat the targets because we have the other bottlenecks. You remember the bottlenecks I said? The bottlenecks I said have not allowed Africa to take advantage of that very, very generous. I think this is the greatest thing the United States, the West, did for Africa in the last 500 years. But we were not able to take advantage of it fully because of the bottlenecks. So I thank you very much. His Excellency has allowed me to go and deal with your villagers there who have got only one bed sheet for. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, thank you very much, Your Excellency, Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni. President Kenyatta, it's tough to top that. All right. Please then, let's just calm down. There's something that we want to do, particularly with you. We'd like to invite Dr. Asfour Amani, Board Director, CBC. At this particular point, we're introducing the Source 21 Business Facilitation Handbook.
Your Excellency, President Uhuru Kenyatta, President of Kenya, Your Excellencies, President of Zambia, Your Excellency, President of Mauritius, it's our real historical moment today to present to Your Excellency Source 21. COMESA Source 21 is about the impact on the daily life of our African people in COMESA. It's about the market information. It is about the business linkages. It's about the source of information for all the businesses across the whole of COMESA, whether they are big companies or whether they are small, medium enterprises, cross-border women traders, young entrepreneurs who are starting their businesses. It's about our market economy, the market knowledge. The most important is really about knowing about each other. And this is exactly what you have, Your Excellency, have been talking about. Government procurement is about how those SMEs are able to supply for the government procurement. And we really congratulate Your Excellency because Kenya has made a role model for the government procurement. 30% of government procurement goes to SMEs and people with disabilities. So we thank you very much, and we hope all the presidents of Africa will take this lead. Source 21 is about us. It's about the continental free trade area, how we double the intra-Africa trade, how we double our COMESA by knowing about each other. As Your Excellency have said, it is very important for the employment, for the job creation, for the entrepreneurs of Africa, and we are really privileged here to have Your Excellency with our business community, and we invite Your Excellency and all Your Excellencies to come and push the button for the launch of the Source COMESA 21. Can we have a big applause?
Once the button is pressed, please, control room, let's play that video. But once the button is pressed. There we go, thank you. Please, a warm round of applause, please. And this is the COMESA Source 21, a business facilitation handbook.
Excellencies, thank you, Your Excellencies. We now allow the Your Excellencies to leave at their pleasure. Thank you.
Na mtazamaji, kama unavyoona ni picha za moja kwa moja kutoka ukumbi wa KICC ambapo Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ameongoza kufungua rasmi baraza la kibiashara la COMESA. Alikuwa na marais watatu kutoka mataifa mengine. Kwa sasa tunakwenda mapumzikoni, lakini tutarejea na mengi zaidi. Na kabla ya kwenda mapumzikoni, naelezwa kwamba tuko na wanahabari wetu katika maeneo mbalimbali. Kumbuka katika kaunti ya Mombasa, mwanahabari wetu Salim Swale yuko hapo, anazungumza kuhusu umuhimu wa chanjo dhidi ya polio. Kama ulivyoarifiwa hapo awali, ni kwamba serikali tayari imeanzisha kampeni dhidi ya chanjo ya ugonjwa wa polio, na kampeni hiyo inafanyika katika kaunti 11. Kaunti hizo ni Nairobi, Lamu, Tana River, Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, Marsabit, Kilifi, Turkana, Mombasa na Isiolo, na kwamba kampeni hiyo inalenga watoto milioni 2.6 katika kampeni hiyo ambayo imeanzishwa katika kaunti 11. Kama alivyosema hapo awali, ni kwamba kampeni hii inafanywa ili kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba kila mtoto yuko salama dhidi ya ugonjwa wa polio. Utakumbuka chanjo hiyo inatolewa nyumba kwa nyumba, ama nyumba moja hadi nyumba nyingine, na shirika la afya duniani WHO pamoja na ushirikiano na shirika la UNICEF, na limetajwa kuwa na salama, na iwapo mtoto wako atapewa chanjo hiyo ya polio na aweze kuwa na madhara yoyote, basi mtazamaji, unaelezwa kwamba ufike hospitali na uweze kuelezea wahudumu wa afya ambao watakusaidia. Na inasemekana kwamba watoto takriban 400,000 wanalengwa kupewa chanjo hiyo kuanzia tarehe Ijumaa iliyopita, na kampeni hiyo katika kaunti ya Nairobi itafanywa kuanzia tarehe 20 hadi 25. Kando na hayo, pia katika bunge la kitaifa ni kwamba waziri wa kilimo ambaye ni Mwangi Kiunjiri amefika mbele ya kamati ya bunge kuhusu kilimo kuangazia masuala kadhaa ambayo yanaathiri sekta hiyo, hususan katika uagizaji wa mahindi. Na hilo ni kwamba nasema kwamba mwaka huu serikali haitaweza kuagiza mahindi kutoka Mexico, lakini ni kwamba serikali imeweza kuzungumza na mataifa ambayo ya katika chini ya COMESA, na wataweza kuagiza mahindi kutoka Uganda, Tanzania na Ethiopia. Hivyo basi, bila shaka tukimpata Mwangi Kiunjiri ambaye anafika mbele ya kamati ya bunge la kitaifa kuhusu kilimo, tutakupeleka hapo. Na baadaye kidogo tunaelezwa kwamba balozi wa Uingereza ambaye anaondoka Nick Haley atakuwa anakutana na afisa mkuu mtendaji wa EACC kuzungumzia masuala kuhusu ufisadi. Lakini sasa nataka kukupeleka katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Tuungana naye tena mwanahabari wetu Salim Swale ambaye anazungumzia kampeni ya chanjo dhidi ya polio.
Naam, shukran sana Jane Goeri. Bila shaka karibu tena mpenzi mtazamaji katika kaunti hii ambayo ni kitovu cha minazi na mikoko, na pengine hali ilivyo kwa sasa hivi tunaweza tukasema ni hali ya mgeni njoo mwenyeji apone, maana mvua imepiga sawa sawa kushoto kulia, na mbali na zile baraka ambazo zinakuja na hali kama hiyo, wakati mwingine inachachawiza mawimbi ya kukurushia matangazo haya mara kwa mara. Kwa hiyo yakitokea tunaomba utuwie radhi. Lakini tukiendelea na mjadala wetu, tunaendelea kuzungumza na Aisha Abubakar ambaye ni katibu mkuu katika Wizara ya Afya kaunti ya Mombasa. Pamoja naye ni George Kasera wa polio ambaye sasa yeye ni balozi chanjo ya polio kama immunization champ, na pamoja naye vile vile tunazungumza na Jane Njuguna ambaye ni afisa mwandamizi katika shirika la kimataifa la kuwasaidia watoto maarufu kama UNICEF. Hii ni kampeni mtazamaji ambayo vile vile inashirikisha mashirika mengine kama vile shirika la afya duniani WHO na mashirika mengineo. Na tukiwa katika mazungumzo yetu ya hapo awali, Jane, tulizungumzia kwamba nyinyi mnasaidiana na serikali, Wizara ya Afya pamoja na serikali za kaunti kuhakikisha kwamba hii chanjo inatolewa bila matatizo. Lakini wakati wote kunapozungumziwa masuala ya fedha, Wakenya wanakuwa na wasiwasi wa swala la ufisadi. Nyinyi kama wafadhili mnahakikisha nini kinafanyika kuhakikisha kwamba pesa mnazotoa kama UNICEF zitatumika kwa shughuli ambayo imekusudiwa?
Naam, asante sana Salem kwa hiyo swali muhimu kabisa. Sisi tukiwa UNICEF tunashirikiana kwa ukaribu na Wizara ya Afya. Kwa hivyo tunaketi pamoja na wao, tunatenga ni vipi tutasaidiana kuchanja watoto. We develop the budget, the budgeting process tunafanya pamoja. Na kutokana na hapo tunakuwa na ile taratibu za kuhakikisha ati kweli pesa ambayo tumeitenga kweli itaenda kusaidia watoto. Kwa hivyo pia tunashirikiana kwa kikaribu sana na kaunti zenyewe.
Kwa sasa umeona hata ukifuatilia wakati ulipokuwa mapumziko, ukifuatilia jinsi kampeni hiyo inavyoendeshwa nyumba hadi nyumba, sema tangu mumeanza hali ikoje, taswira ya shughuli hiyo kwa siku ambazo zimeendelea hapa Mombasa iko vipi?
Naam, asante Salim. Kwa sasa shughuli zinaendelea kunyeshaji huu, kuna kutembea kwenye nyumba, kuna mafuriko kwa baadhi ya sehemu, lakini kwanza tulipoanza mpaka sasa tunaona kama kuziana nazo. tuko na wauguzi katika zahanati mbalimbali za government, tuko na CHVs, watu ambao tunaweza community health volunteers, tuko na county officials ambao wanafanya supervision of the county government, department of health. Vile tuko na viongozi wa kidini, tuko na viongozi wa makanisa, wa misikiti, tuko vile na ward administrators, pia tumeunganisha na national government ambayo involve the county commissioner. Tunafanya kazi pamoja naye.
Umezungumzia viongozi wa kidini na ukanikumbusha tulikuwa na changamoto katika siku za huko nyuma ambapo kuna habari kanisa Katoliki kuna na chanjo za kwa mara ambazo zinatolewa za polio na chanjo hata zingine. Je, hili mmeweza kulitilia maanani vipi kwa hali lemazi zoezi lenu?
Watu ambao wameenda tuko sasa kabisa, hatuja changamoto nyingi na hapo awali. Kampeni tuliyoisha makasisi, kuhusisha maimamu, viongozi wetu wa kidini, tukawapa kutokana na huu ugonjwa vile unasambazwa. So ni kama tulianza hili zoezi moja. Unajua mtu kumhusisha pale unapoanza ni rahisi kuchukua kwa uzito.
So Biesha, wewe ni mtaalamu taarifa NTV mwaka uliopita, kwa sijakosea, kulikuwa na matatizo katika Busia ambapo baadhi ya watoto walipata chanjo na ikawa shilingi fanya wasiwasi wakati wote wa chanjo. Inawezekana kwa chanjo ya polio, lakini wakati wote.
Na mtazamaji, tuwie radhi sana, manake tuna changamoto ya kuwapata wenzetu ambao wako katika kaunti ya Mombasa kutokana na hali ya hewa, lakini tunatumai kila kitu kitakuwa shwari, manake mafundi wa mitambo wako ngangari na wanafanya kila juhudi kuhakikisha kwamba tunawapata kuzungumzia mada muhimu sana, chanjo dhidi ya polio. Lakini kwa sasa NTV sasa inakwenda mapumzikoni, usikae mbali.
We are Nation Media Group. Talk to us. Send us your feedback on any of our products, availability or content to help us serve you better. A member of our team will ensure your issue is resolved within 24 hours and you receive a response. Go ahead, SMS 40684 or WhatsApp 0748 150 634. SMS is absolutely free of charge. Nation Media Group cares.
Are you too serious?
We're just friends.
Just friends. Okay, that's great.
You like golfing?
Yes.
Yeah? How about we go to Fun Putt tomorrow to celebrate my new job?
Yeah.
Yeah!
It's all my fault. You died because of me, and now Mom and Dad are separating because of me.
You have to hold on.
Hold on to what?
Hope.
USIU Africa provides a world-class education that is dually accredited in Kenya and the United States. Apply now for the September 2019 intake and soar to greater heights with USIU Africa. Education to take you places.
Top Sport ndo mwanzo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football.
Crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team.
Why Formula One?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy.
But I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo. Karibu, sijakupata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya Kimayai? But good to see you there.
Leo alikuwa smart, amevaa mpaka suti na ako very serious. Alikuwa very focused.
You are working in my club, haufanyi kazi kwa other sectors.
Mazejengo misteri ametesa kutesa. Ako hadi center page.
Sasa unaniambia ndio?
Umesikia breaking news?
Kama ni ujumbe, andika kwa leso itamfikia sawa.
Usiniongeleze matope. Vitu zangu zilikuwa pale na wewe ulikuwa hapa. Sasa hizi haziko, zimeenda wapi? Wewe kama umeshindwa na biashara, urudi Meru.
The Real House Helps of Kawangware in association with Telkom.
Join Telkom today and share life on our expanded 4G network. Telkom, moving with you.
When you meet a Luo carrying his briefcase, don't ask him whether he's going to work. Those don't go to work. We attend to professional commitment.
Gangster, main rule. Avoid eye contact with your fans. Mutazoeana.
Mtu ako na homa, lakini kusiniza na sneeze, unashindwa hii ni homa ama ni nini? Unasikia,
December babes, haki si mnatusumbua. Hati yo sijui calm down is my birthday. Sijui all people were born the same but legends were born in December. Mbona mnajisikianga hivyo ama mnaonanga mkikaa kale kamkate ka mwisho?
Nani?
Shetani machana yeye.
Shetani mugani? Shetani mugani? Tebu tuonyeshe shetani mugani?
Johnny.
Oh, kametokwa ho.
Recent data from the Ministry of Education indicates that of the 1 million young people entering the job market from universities and colleges every year, only 1 out of 5 is likely to get a job in the formal sector. A report done by Kenya National Bureau of Statistics shows that 5.6 million working-age Kenyans are economically inactive. 3.7 million of the employed persons in the working-age population are underemployed, and the largest unemployment rate is recorded between the age of 20 to 24 years. Join us at the 9th edition of the Nation Leadership Forum on the 29th of July, coming to you live from the University of Nairobi. The discussions will revolve around enterprise business, financial inclusion, and the next generation of work. Nation Leadership Forum, engaging society, impacting the nation. Proudly brought to you by these sponsors.
Morning!
Morning! Teacher, how are you today? This is a greeting from your pupil. Teacher, how are you today?
I love it.
I'm glad.
Munibakishia chapati. Wewe, munibakishia chapati.
2 little piece, 2 little piece. 2 little piece, 2 little piece.
Baby, you want to dance, Abby? You say you sabi dance like this?
Taste imeweza na bei imeweza. Streetwise 2 is now at 350 shillings.
Wow.
2 pieces of original recipe or hot and crispy chicken and regular chips. It's finger licking good.
This is NTV.
I came, I saw, I conquered. If it were to speak, I guess this would have been the exact words of the rickshaws, popularly known as tuk-tuks, here in Mombasa. Everywhere you look in this coastal town, rickshaw is what you see. These tuk-tuks have now become synonymous with the lifestyle here. It is arguably the most reliable mode of transport in Mombasa. Tuk-tuks have contributed a lot to the economy of the county, let alone giving hope to many of the jobless youth in Mombasa, and is said to have played a role in the reduction of crime in the county.
Tuk-tuk ziko nyingi sana, pia pikipiki, na hii inachangiwa na utamaduni wa hapa wa mji wa Mombasa, ambao imechangia sana, na pia kwa hivi sasa ndio kitengo ambacho kinapatia vijana wetu nafasi za uajiri na waweze kupata mapato ambayo wanajikimu kwa maisha yao ya kila siku.
Kahindi Kithi is one of the youth who has found employment in the tuk-tuk industry. He's been in this business for 5 years now and counting.
Kimsingi hii ndio imeniweka mjini kwa sasa hivi. Mimi nashukuru kwa kile ninachokipata. Lakini kuna changamoto ambazo zinaishukisha kidogo. Kama mfano hali nzima ya usalama kidogo imeyumba sasa hivi. Mpaka sasa hivi kuna mitaa mingine huwezi kuingia, tuseme kama Mkanyageni Kibokoni kule hawezi kuingia kule. Alafu inaweza tokea ukabeba mtu ukamzungusha sehemu nyingine tofauti, alafu mwisho wa siku akatoweka tu na bila kukulipa. Uhusiano wetu sisi na watu wa matatu upo vizuri, sema tu barabarani si sana vile, sababu kama ikitokea mimi nataka kuchukua abiria na haisi kwamba alikuwa ni wa kwake, huwa haichukulii vizuri, na nafikiri nachukulia ni kazi, ni hali ya kazi. Polisi wako vizuri, lakini saa zingine huwa wanatukabili katika hali ambayo si sahihi.
Anwar Said, the chairman of Mombasa Tuk-Tuk Owners Welfare Association, says there are approximately 10,000 tuk-tuks in Mombasa and its outskirts. This, he says, shows how important a role these tuk-tuks have played both to the economy of Mombasa as well as the lives of its people.
Tuk-tuk imecheza part kubwa sana kwa kupatia vijana ajira. Vile vile nafikiri kumekuwa na cases nyingi sana. Ya matatu nayo kitambo ijaye, pengine tuk-tuk ni faster, easier means kujaza abiria, na vile vile tuk-tuk iko very cheap, very affordable. The same fare ya matatu ambayo ni 50, tuk-tuk akichukua 50 anakupeleka from door to door. Whereby ya matatu has to drop you kwa stage. Unaona, na utafute njia nyingine ya kufika maeneo unayotaka. So tuk-tuk imecheza the best part, especially kwa mji kama Mombasa ambao baadhi ya barabara ni ndogo sana, matatu hazifika, accessibility. So I think tuk-tuk is the best alternative, and that is why the growth.
The owners of the tuk-tuks make an average of 1,000 shillings per day, and given that there are an estimated 10,000 tuk-tuks in Mombasa, that translates into earnings of 10 million shillings daily. Hired tuk-tuk drivers also earn 1,000 shillings per day, which also translates to 10 million shillings daily. The industry is said to consume an estimated 2.5 million shillings in fuel daily, at about 500 shillings per tuk-tuk per day. On average, the industry generates at least 23 million shillings daily.
Tuk-tuk kila mwezi zinalipa 1,200 ya parking fee, municipal parking fee. Kuna sticker kwa kio pale tumeweka ya municipal monthly parking fee ya 1,200. If we have about 10,000 to 15,000 tuk-tuks, then you can calculate what you're talking about. It's a good amount per month. Na hata hivi tunavyoongea tena juu ya uhalifu, economy na challenges, tumekuwa tukiapproach county, na nafikiri it's in the pipeline with our minister kwamba tuarrange vitu kama stages. Unaona, tumekuwa tukiapproach dealers kufanya safety awareness na madereva wetu na stakeholders, owners. Lakini kweli county wanafaidika kwa upande wa ile revenue wanao collect, unaona, na tuko katika vikao vya kuweza kuona njia ambazo pia sisi tutapata huduma za kuweza kufanya hii biashara yetu ikuwe safe.
The industry had, however, faced a threat from the county government, who had imposed a ban which was later challenged in court.
The target of banning was mainly because of the congestion. But you see, hatuamini kwamba tuk-tuk inachangia congestion kwa sababu it's always on the move. It's a pick and drop. Hakuna maeneo tumewekewa, na tungeomba pia tuwekewe yale maeneo ya kusema hizi ndio parking zetu. Mahali kama Mombasa Hospital tuna parking, unakuta matuktuk zimesimama vizuri kando. Mahali kama kwa PC's office kuna parking, tuktuk zimesimama vizuri kando. Mahali kama Tuskys supermarkets na baadhi ya mahali mengine kama ferry etc. So if you can get more of these inside the CBD, utakuta hata msongamano umeondoka pande yetu.
Problem that we have is that we never as a government regulated public transport for all these years. We allowed self-regulation. When you allow self-regulation, you for sure everything will be profit-based and not in the interest of the public. So I think that's where we went wrong at the beginning, and that's where we need to correct. And our county is very small. Our roads are very small. We can't deal with 15,000 vehicles on our roads. The only way to reduce that number is by creating that mass transit system and a mass transit corridor, something of the sort like a BRT, what they have in Dar es Salaam.
Hii leo tukiamba tuktuk zote zitolewe, I'm sure Mombasa will collapse.
Kama zikitolewa leo tu, mbona jioni watasema wenyewe tu. Yeah.
But just as they have helped reduce crime by creating employment, more and more cases of tuk-tuks being used in kidnappings and robberies are being reported.
This mode of transport is very versatile. They can make very abrupt U-turns. They can move into very narrow streets, and they are faster than if a person was to chase against them using their own feet. We have come together with some tuk-tuk owners. We now have associations in Mombasa where we try to regulate. We try to regulate and identify the operators of tuk-tuks.
Harith Salim, NTV.
Leo alikuwa smart, amevaa mpaka suti na ako very serious. Alikuwa very focused.
You are working in my club, haufanyi kazi kwa other sectors.
Mazeje misteri ametesa kutesa. Ako hadi center page.
Sasa unaniambia ndio? Umesikia breaking news?
Kama ni ujumbe, andika kwa leso itamfikia sawa.
Usiniongeleze matope. Vitu zangu zilikuwa pale na wewe ulikuwa hapa. Sasa haziko, zimeenda wapi? Wewe kama umeshindwa na biashara, urudi Meru.
The Real House Helps of Kawangware in association with Telkom.
Join Telkom today and share life on our expanded 4G network. Telkom, moving with you.
Are you too serious? We're just friends. Just friends. Okay, that's great.
You like golfing?
Yes.
Yeah? How about we go to Fun Putt tomorrow to celebrate my new job?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All my fault. You died because of me, and now Mom and Dad are separating because of me.
You have to hold on.
Hold on to what?
Hope.
USIU Africa provides a world-class education that is dually accredited in Kenya and the United States. Apply now for the September 2019 intake and soar to greater heights with USIU Africa. Education to take you places.
In a country of over 200 million people, finding suitable and affordable housing can be quite a challenge. I am in Lagos, Nigeria, to have a first-hand experience of what would be rented space while house hunting.
As a trainer, you have to think as a horse, so that I know when they need to exercise, when they need to eat, when they need to be washed, when they need to be in a boma.
There's more to Zambia than just copper mining. Small businesses are key drivers of economic growth the world over. I'm here to meet entrepreneurs who are finding creative ways of doing business.
Taste imeweza na bei imeweza. Streetwise 2 is now at 350 shillings.
Wow.
2 pieces of original recipe or hot and crispy chicken and regular chips. It's finger licking good.
Was that supposed to impress us? That's my mother's wedding dress. No, this old thing. It can't be.
I'm engaged. Oh my God! He asked me last night. What is happening?
Please get it done.
Why? Because Dad's gonna lose it, that's why.
Why convince them to just get it done? Look, weddings are expensive.
Usually the parents pay for it.
Yeah.
Soon, I will have proof that I am a direct descendant of Alexander the Great.
Please, Nanny McPhee. I'm going to jump!
Watch great holiday movies for you and the whole family.
When I would take a book to read, words really didn't make sense. I had zero comprehension.
It's a specific learning difficulty that mainly affects literacy.
What is really wrong with me? Did I fall when I was a child and hurt my brain?
The reverse letters B and D and P and Q sometimes look the same.
And for my daughter, is it true you see? Can you see? Yeah, sometimes the letters are moving. And in your normal mind, you're thinking, how could letters be moving?
Health Diary in association with KEMSA.
KEMSA has steadily grown from simple storage handling to an innovative, fully fledged healthcare distribution service. Affordable healthcare for all citizens.
When you meet a Luo carrying his briefcase, don't ask him whether he's going to work. Those don't go to work. We attend to professional commitment.
Gangster, main rule. Avoid eye contact with your fans. Mutazoeana.
Mtu ako na homa, lakini kusiniza na sneeze, unashindwa hii ni homa ama ni nini? Unasikia,
December babes, haki si mnatusumbua. Hati yo sinjui calm down is my birthday. Sinjui all people were born the same but Julians were born in December. Mbona mnajisikianga hivyo ama mnaonanga mkikaa kale kamkate ka mwisho?
Nani?
Shetani machana
Shetani mugani? Shetani mugani? Tebu tuone shetani mugani?
Johnny.
Oh, kametokwa ho.
Morning!
Morning! Teacher, how are you today? This is a greeting from your pupil. Teacher, how are you today?
I love it.
I'm glad.
Munibakishia chapati. Wewe, munibakishia chapati.
Two little piece, two little piece. Two little piece, two little piece.
Baby, you want to dance, Abby? You say you sabi dance like me?
Taste imeweza na bei imeweza. Streetwise 2 is now at 350 shillings.
Wow.
2 pieces of original recipe or hot and crispy chicken and regular chips. It's finger licking good. Recent data from the Ministry of Education indicates that of the 1 million young people entering the job market from universities and colleges every year, only 1 out of 5 is likely to get a job in the formal sector. A report done by Kenya National Bureau of Statistics shows that 5.6 million working-age Kenyans are economically inactive. 3.7 million of the employed persons in the working-age population are underemployed, and the largest unemployment rate is recorded between the age of 20 to 24 years. Join us at the 9th edition of the Nation Leadership Forum on the 29th of July, coming to you live from the University of Nairobi. The discussions will revolve around enterprise business, financial inclusion, and the next generation of work. Nation Leadership Forum, engaging society, impacting the nation. Proudly brought to you by these sponsors.
My name is Martin Goge. I'm an artist. My pen name is Artist Mchoraji Art. I try to do art and art that has an impact to the society. When you're growing up as a kid with disability, it's normal to have stigma, and especially at my time, it was a bit different. People are not very aware about kids with disability or persons with disabilities. I was doing art when I was a little kid, but not just those kind of art that any other kid would do. I used to get a lot of encouragement, not really even in art, but even in other things. Actually, at Form 4, I was the only one who took art. I was among the best. I've been doing art professionally from 2008. That's when I finished college, and that's when I started doing freelance work. In between, I've done employments, but for some reasons, I find myself quitting. So I've trained as a graphic designer, but I'm good in illustrations, book illustrations, publications, posters, advertisements. When people see me do the stuff, that's when they believe it's me who've done those things, and I'm happy to see inspiring people. I've worked with all the major publishers, in East Africa, to illustrate for them. We are working with a group of guys called the Laikipian, where we are doing more of conservation education through art. Through that, we have a comic book called Hunt Me Not. We have a color book, Let's Go Wild, and we've developed a conservation board game. Through that, we want to create awareness through art, because it's really easy for people to get a message through art, as opposed to maybe something like writing. We also have a cultural diary, which is all about positive tribalism, because there is a lot of negative tribalism around, and our aim is to maybe challenge other guys to produce other materials that are positive with different tribes. Having gone through the theory in school of art, I've gotten inspiration from so many artists, from old times to the modern time. Everybody starts art as a passion, but later on you realize you need to make that passion a living, because right now everything around me revolves around art. When we're generating art for conservation, we usually visit, we've been into Mount Kenya, you'll see water intakes we talk to the people in charge of those, so they give you ideas. At times you go to Google and see something interesting and you think something creative and original from what you've seen, you get inspiration from there. Right now people have access to social media, you're able to see so many artists doing different things. So you get inspirations from so many other areas. And our day-to-day running, like a market scene, a town scene. There are times when you do a client's work and you really don't want to part with it, beside being paid for it, and you feel like, and there are instances where you do an artwork and you don't feel like it's your standard and you don't even want to sign your name on it. And once in a while you find yourself having to repaint the whole canvas. I work with like 2, 3 or 4 different types of projects, art related, at the same time. So when I'm bored with this one, I'll be able to pick another one and do. When I'm freshened up, I'll come back to this other one. Any art you do, like the latest one, is always the best, and there is something new to it than the previous one. So I wouldn't say I have like my favorite piece. I do digital art that is called vector graphics, and I try sell them to platforms like Shutterstock and those stock photography and platforms, and mostly in a African market people don't buy from online, so I will say that is a challenge. Besides us doing very good work, I've been featured in American blogs, ironically, so but locally people are like, is this art really or something? So there is that, but it's a growing market. The first ever Kikuyu calendar in Kenya, I'm the one who drew it. We designed it together with a guy called Evans Gishinga, but the challenge was we didn't have the resource to have like it everywhere. But in a span of like a week or 2 weeks after releasing our first calendar in the market, and everybody had it, and it's piracy for you. I copyright my stuff, but even you find it, even after copywriting it, people still reproduce it without your consent. Copyright laws are not very strong, so the penalty is not something that bars people not to do it. My message to upcoming artists is to keep on working hard and not to give up. Art is tricky. It's a luxury, so not everybody will buy art, and there's a market that buys art, and so the thing is you just keep on being strong. My message to any persons with disability is to don't give up, work hard, eat from your sweat.
Leo alikuwa smart, amevaa mpaka suti na ako very serious. Alikuwa very focused.
You are working in my club, haufanyi kazi kwa other sectors.
Mazejemo misteri ametesa kutesa. Ako hadi center page.
Sasa unaniambia ndio?
Umesikia breaking news?
Kama ni ujumbe, andika kwa leso itamfikia, sawa?
Usiniongeleze matope. Vitu zangu zilikuwa pale na wewe ulikuwa hapa. Sasa haziko, zimeenda wapi?
Wewe kama umeshindwa na biashara, urudi Meru.
The Real House Helps of Kawangware in association with Telkom.
Join Telkom today and share life on our expanded 4G network. Telkom, moving with you.
Top Spot ndo mwanzo tu.
So much football.
It is a chance to enjoy Kenyan football.
Crunch time for the Kenya Sevens rugby team. Why Formula 1?
I'm interested in cars.
The speeds that those cars attain is crazy, but I'm supposed to be a fan.
Asante sana Kigogo, karibu, sijapata vizuri sana. Lugha gani hiyo ya Kimayai? But good to see you there.
Are you looking for a university or tertiary institution that fits your needs? Join us at the Career Fair by My Network Magazine on 3rd August 2019 at KICC from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The theme is Technology, Education and the Future. Entry is free. Join us and get the opportunity to interact with institutions of higher learning, tertiary institutions and career guide experts. Lots of fun and entertainment throughout the day. TN Republic will be live on ground. For more information, call 0707-871-918 or email projects@ke.nationmedia.com. Are you looking for a university or tertiary institution that fits your needs? Join us at the Career Fair by My Network Magazine on 3rd August 2019 at KICC from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The theme is Technology, Education and the Future. Entry is free. Join us and get the opportunity to interact with institutions of higher learning, tertiary institutions and career guide experts. Lots of fun and entertainment throughout the day. TN Republic will be live on ground. For more information, call 0707-871-918 or email projects@ke.nationmedia.com. Recent data from the Ministry of Education indicates that of the 1 million young people entering the job market from universities and colleges every year, only 1 out of 5 is likely to get a job in the formal sector. A report done by Kenya National Bureau of Statistics shows that 5.6 million working-age Kenyans are economically inactive. 3.7 million of the employed persons in the working-age population are underemployed, and the largest unemployment rate is recorded between the age of 20 to 24 years. Join us at the 9th edition of the Nation Leadership Forum on the 29th of July, coming to you live from the University of Nairobi. The discussions will revolve around enterprise business, financial inclusion, and the next generation of work. Nation Leadership Forum. Engage in society, impact in the nation. Proudly brought to you by these sponsors.
We are Nation Media Group. Talk to us. Send us your feedback on any of our products, availability, or content to help us serve you better. A member of our team will ensure your issue is resolved within 24 hours and you receive a response. Go ahead, SMS 40684 or WhatsApp 0748 150 634. SMS is absolutely free of charge. Nation Media Group cares.
Please welcome the Molfix Band. Molfix, with its double absorbent system, absorbs the liquid immediately and traps the liquid in. Also, with its elastic side bands, Molfix offers freedom of movement. You should also try Molfix.
Mount Kenya University is a leading center of academic excellence which enables teachers upgrade their knowledge through distance, institution-based and e-learning program. Through face-to-face training, enhanced with electronic learning materials, we impart knowledge and enable you execute the competence-based curriculum in an excellent way. Intake is in progress. For more information, visit any of our campuses or our website www.mku.ac.ke. Mount Kenya University, unlocking infinite possibilities.
The Ministry of Health will conduct a house-to-house polio vaccination campaign targeting all children under the age of 5 years in 11 high-risk counties. These are Garissa, Isiolo, Kilifi, Lamu, Mandera, Marsabit, Mombasa, Tana River, Turkana, and Wajir. Vaccinate and protect your child now.
When I would take a book to read, words really didn't make sense. I had zero comprehension.
It's a specific learning difficulty that mainly affects literacy.
What is really wrong with me? Did I fall when I was a child and hurt my brain?
The reverse letters B and D and P and Q sometimes look the same.
And for my daughter, is it true you see? Can you see? Yeah, sometimes the letters are moving. And in your normal mind, you're thinking, how could letters be moving?
Health Diary in association with KEMSA.
KEMSA has steadily grown from simple storage handling to an innovative, fully fledged healthcare distribution service, affordable healthcare for all citizens.
Leo alikuwa smart, amevaa mpaka suti na ako very serious. Alikuwa very focused.
You are working in my club, haufanyi kazi kwa other sectors.
Mazijengo misteri ametesa kutesa. Ako hadi center page.
Sasa unaniambia ndio?
Umesikia breaking news?
Kama ni ujumbe, andika kwa leso itamfikia sawa.
Usiniongeleze matope. Vitu zangu zilikuwa pale na wewe ulikuwa hapa. Sasa haziko, zimeenda wapi?
Wewe kama umeshindwa na biashara, urudi Meru.
The Real House Helps of Kawangware in association with Telkom.
Join Telkom today and share life on our expanded 4G network. Telkom, moving with you.
You wake up early to go seek higher learning. That's good. But understand that your value in the job market is determined by your skill set, and your skill set is dependent on the training you receive. At Amboseli Institute of Hospitality and Technology, we take your future seriously. We produce highly skilled graduates in hospitality, tourism, fashion, and design. Think quality. Think future. Think Amboseli Institute. Enroll today.
This is NTV.
It's time for the latest update on news making headlines. Welcome to NTV at One. I am Julians Amboko, and let's start at the Parliament. Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Mwangi Kiunjuri now says that there will be no importation of maize from Mexico this year. While appearing before the Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture, CS Kiunjuri insisted that there is a deficit of maize in the country, which has caused the increase in the price of maize flour, a matter that has to be resolved. And our reporter Vincent Odoro will be giving us that report a little later. And moving on, senators are this afternoon meeting with the Speaker to resolve the deadlock on the Division of Revenue Bill, whose approval has been delayed following tough wars between the Senate and the National Assembly. Governors have protested the delays, saying failure to pass the bill could cripple operations in counties. NTV's Silas Apollo now joins us from Parliament buildings with the details. Silas, what's the latest from there?
Yes, Julians, just as you have said, senators were today hauled up in a Speaker's Kamkunji to resolve the stalemate on the Division of Revenue Bill. I remember the Division of Revenue Bill has been having issues after governors rejected the amount that was set, of course, allocated to them in the Division of Revenue, which was about 310 billion shillings. They said that was less than the amount that the Commission on Revenue Allocation had given to counties, and so they rejected that. They even moved to Parliament to seek advisory. The issue has been that there's been a bit of a tough war between the National Assembly and the Senate in terms of the figures and who should pass the bill and the law. Of course, yesterday, Leader of Majority in the National Assembly, Edin Duale, came out gun blazing and defending the decision by the National Assembly. Says the issue and the problem emanated from the Commission on Revenue Allocation. And of course, another bill was published yesterday, which raised the figure to about 316 billion shillings, an addition of 6 billion shillings on the previous amount. Governors, of course, have rejected that offer. They're saying that is not the amount that they want allocated to counties. They wanted 335 billion shillings. So today, the senators were hauled up in a Kamkunji discussing and deliberating some of these issues. Of course, they left the Kamkunji a few minutes ago, and we managed to speak to some of them on some of the deliberations that came out of the Speaker's Kamkunji. And one of them is, of course, the Division of Revenue Bill, which they say they want to republish the Division of Revenue Bill, probably coming for debate later today in the afternoon in the House. And they've insisted that the figure that is going to be there is the original figure, which is at 335 billion shillings, which was set aside by the Commission on Revenue Allocation. And of course, which governors have said that that is the figure that they want. So it's likely going to be more of a hot debate between the Senate and the National Assembly in terms of how much figure should be allocated to counties. But senators insist that they are going to go with the 335 billion shillings, which the governors had said they want. Of course, there's also the issue of the tough war between the Senate and the National Assembly in terms of the passage of bills, the passage of acts. You remember the Supreme Court had 5 years ago given an advisory that, of course, asked both speakers of the Senate and the National Assembly to be consulting when passing bills. Senators have been accusing their colleagues in the National Assembly of not adhering to the advice that the Supreme Court had given, and so most of the bills that go into the National Assembly are passed without the approval of the Senate. They've said they're going to court tomorrow at about 8 a.m. in the morning. They're doing a solidarity march to court to have some of the interpretation of these laws, also to have some of these law annuls, the acts that have been passed by the National Assembly without the input of the Senate. But the most interesting one, of course, is the Division of Revenue Bill, which now they say they're siding with governors. The figure should be 335 billion shillings, as governors have asked for it. So it's going to be an interesting debate, probably later on today in the afternoon. And remember, they've also reduced the days of the publication of the bill from 14 days to about 1 day to fasten it up. They're saying the reason why they want to do it is because they want the National Assembly, of course, when it's resuming session, they find the Senate has already passed this bill. So it's going to be a pretty interesting one, given the tough wars that have been there between the Senate and the National Assembly. And of course, coming in as good news to governors who've consistently said that the decisions by the National Assembly has crippled operation in counties. So we are going to watch this to see how it happens, keep tabs and see if it's going to be debated in the afternoon to see whether it's going to be introduced and what are some of the deliberations on the floor that the senators are going to put across. It's going to be a pretty interesting one, but we'll be keeping tabs to update you in our subsequent bulletins going forward. Back to you, Julians.
Many thanks, Silas Apollo, for such a comprehensive brief on what is happening at the Parliament buildings. Switching gears to matters health, the ongoing administration of polio vaccine across the country comes to an end today. The Ministry of Health had set a target of over 2.6 million children under the age of 5 in 11 counties. In Mombasa, the ministry officials conducting the exercise had a target of 308,000 children and have so far covered 76%. Our reporter at the coast, Kevin Mutai, joins us live with the latest. Kevin, what's happening at the coast?
Well, thank you so much, Julians Amboko. Currently, we are told that officials from the Ministry of Health and other stakeholders partnering in the administration of polio vaccine, that is UNICEF and other stakeholders as well, are currently undertaking the exercise in some certain areas here in Mombasa, to be specific, the areas of Chuda. And the exercise comes to an end today with, of course, the officials targeting to meet the deficit of 71,000 children who have not received the polio vaccination. But let me quickly engage a representative from UNICEF to tell us how the campaign has been and what it means to Kenyans. Welcome, you're live on NTV. Just bring us up to speed. I'm told that the target that was set for Mombasa is 308,923,000 children under the age of 5 were supposed to receive the vaccination. What are the plans to ensure that these 71,000 remaining children will be vaccinated before the timeline?
Thank you very much, Kevin, for that important question. Yes, indeed, our target has been 308, and so far we have not reached the target, but that is not to deter us. We are still on the last day of the campaign. You can see the weather we have experienced today in Mombasa. It has been a difficult time in terms of reaching the communities, but we will not stop until we reach every child. We are convinced, we are committed to ensuring that life-saving vaccines reach to every doorstep. We are not giving up. We know that this is one major public health intervention that saves and protects children's lives. So whatever we do, wherever we are, I'm appealing to every mother, every caregiver, please come out and help the Ministry of Health, the UNICEF, WHO, and other partners reach to your child so that we can protect them.
Well, this exercise is also happening across other regions. Those are 11 counties to be specific. Can you just also inform us what's happening in other regions?
Thank you very much, Kevin. This campaign is happening in 11 counties, although right now during this period we are focusing in 10 counties. Nairobi County will be doing their immunization exercise later on in the month. But in every single county of the 10 counties, we have made sure that the community health volunteers are trained. They've gone out, done social mobilization. We've made sure we've engaged stakeholders, religious leaders, professional groups, so that they can all rally behind this campaign. In each of the counties that are participating, these are the high-risk counties, we call them, these counties are participating to ensure that we reach every child in that county.
And perhaps I think it's also important for Kenyans to understand why these 11 counties, are they prone to the virus, and how did you come up to conclude that there's need attention to make sure that children in these particular regions get vaccinated?
Thank you very much. As I said, UNICEF works very closely with the Ministry of Health. Before any campaign is announced, a risk assessment must be done. A risk assessment that follows certain parameters. Who are the populations at risk? This is usually based on where the threat is coming from. For example, if the threat is from neighboring countries, we make sure that all the counties around the neighboring counties are part of the high-risk counties. So this is based on a risk assessment, which the Ministry of Health does before any announcement of a campaign. I also wish to appeal to everybody out there to really appreciate the work that the Ministry of Health and the partners put in place. Before a campaign is actually announced, the amount of legwork that has to happen. I think you have seen yourself as you move door to door to see the challenges our vaccinators, our social mobilizers are going through to make sure that no child is left unimmunized.
And perhaps, I don't know if you have the data, because the target across the country was 2.6 million children who were supposed to be vaccinated or to receive the polio vaccine. Do you have the statistics on the country-wide exercise? How many have so far received?
I may not have the data at hand right now, but I want to report that the Ministry of Health has organized a real-time data monitoring ODK. Now, ODK is something, even myself, my WHO colleague who's here in the field, my Ministry of Health, enters in their phones. And with these entries, we get real-time data on the performance per county. I think this is a real good innovation, because we are able to see where are the challenges and be able to respond to them immediately. So this is something that is very exciting for us in UNICEF and with the Ministry of Health.
Thank you so much. All the best. Well, of course, just to remind you, Julians, is that here in Mombasa, as at yesterday, 237,155 children have been vaccinated, and we're waiting for further data which are currently streaming in. We'll be able to sample all that up to ensure that all the 308 children here in Mombasa, 308,000, are vaccinated. The number is at 237,155, translating to 76%. And as I said, it's an exercise that is happening across the country. And just to remind you of the counties, there are Nairobi, Lamu, Tana River, Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, Marsabit, Kilifi, Turkana, Isiolo, and finally in Mombasa. It is an exercise that is ending today with, of course, the stakeholders, the Ministry of Health, UNICEF, and other international organizations appealing to mothers, caregivers to bring out their children and have them vaccinated against the polio virus. Julius will be keeping you up to speed on the exercise that is happening here in Mombasa, and will be bringing our viewers the details of how the Ministry of Health and the officials will conclude the polio vaccine exercise.
Many thanks, Kevin, for that exhaustive debrief from the coast on the exercise of polio vaccination. On to matter security. 7 counties in the North Rift region will be the target of a security operation in which the government seeks to disarm civilians. Rift Valley Regional Coordinator, George Natembea, said the forceful disarmament program will start soon. He added that the government is mapping out troubled areas before deploying security forces.
The counties of Turkana, West Pokot, Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Laikipia and Samburu are the targets of a campaign that, according to the Regional Commissioner George Natembea, will bring to an end the constant bloodletting in the region. The troubled terrain that is the Kerio Valley, where at least 30 deaths have been reported in the last 3 months, according to the police, will be the first area of operation.
It's gonna be painful. Itakuwa ya uchungu sana, lakini wale ambao wana perpetrate these criminal acts ndio wataamua kama itafanywa kwa njia ya uchungu ama kwa njia ya bila uchungu. But at the end of the day, bunduki kwa mikono ya raia itatoka.
The announcement comes days after Interior CS Fred Matiang'i declared that the number of police would be increased in the region to stamp out cattle rustling in the area for good, while receiving 24,000 AP officers into the Kenya Police Service. Matiang'i noted that a huge percentage would be deployed to the area.
Watu wetu wa Rift Valley, sehemu ambako na mabunduki, warudishe kwa hiari. Maana wasiporudisha kwa hiari, tukianza kufanya kazi, hakutakuwa na mwanasiasa ambaye atapika kelele kusema kwamba watu wangu wanaonewa. Watu wako hawezi kuwa wanaonewa na wao ndio wanabeba bunduki na kuua watu wanakaa katika hali ya taharuki.
According to Natembea, the region's development activities have been frustrated by the continued conflict. Leila Mohammed, NTV.
And elsewhere, the residents of Bura and Bangale sub-counties in Tana River County are in dire need of food and water after a severe drought hit the area, affecting close to 40,000 families. Schools have closed down and the 2 boreholes that serve the residents have dried up.
Prolonged drought in Tana River County has left many without access to water and food. More than 40 families in Bura and Bangale sub-counties are facing extreme food shortages blamed on poor rains, harvest and long droughts. During a food distribution exercise, area leaders raised concerns about the worsening state of affairs that has forced cattle to search for pasture elsewhere and left residents with a diminishing water supply.
Tangu mwaka iliyopita mvua bado haijanyesha. Na hii area hakuna maji.
All livestock have moved to Garsen. So my appeal to the government and donors, appreciate the way of life of pastoralists. Intervene such times of drought so as to shield people from the impact of drought.
The situation has also affected the prices of livestock at the nearby markets. Residents fear that if nothing is done, people and livestock might start dying and are asking for intervention from the county and national government.
Zamani kuna serikali anatusaidia pesa wa kununua ng'ombe akikonda, atatulipia pesa ndio tununua. Hiyo pesa tumekosa.
Enrollment imekuwa watoto 50. Sasa kwa shida ya ukame watoto sasa wamehama, ufugaji wamehama. Sasa tuko na watoto 15.
If animals are affected, people have to move to greener pastures. That movement will affect the output of education. That movement will impact negatively on the students. So if we get boarding primary schools, that way will help the pastoralist children of this area to concentrate with their education.
Residents also want the government to scale up livestock takeoff program by expanding its reach to far-flung areas in the region.
Moving on to matters politics, Deputy President William Ruto has refuted claims of cracks within the Jubilee Party, saying that the party is united behind delivering services to Kenyans. Speaking during the burial ceremony of former Uasin Gishu-nominated MCA Rose Kisama at her home in Kibiko, Kajiado County on Tuesday, the Deputy President urged the party members to focus on development instead of political wars. The former MCA died of a heart attack while traveling from Eldoret to Nairobi.
Chama ya Jubilee iliundwa ili tuweke amani, tuunganishe Wakenya na tuondoe siasa ya chuki na siasa ya ukabila. That is the philosophy behind the Jubilee Party. And I want to tell you, Jubilee will stand firm on that principle of uniting the country, of eliminating the politics of ethnicity and hate, irrespective of who becomes what, now or in the future.
Usipigie mwenzako propaganda ya uongo ya wizi, kwa sababu yeye yako pia na watoto na ni mtu very responsible. Kwa sababu wewe hujui vile Mungu atafanya maneno baadaye huko nyuma.
And away from politics, NEMA officials have arrested 5 traders in Molo Town for being in possession of banned plastic bags. Betty Nzioka, who is the director in charge of monitoring and evaluation, said shopkeepers and mama mbogas are usually the main culprits as they use the bags to package goods. Speaking during a raid in Molo Town, Nzioka issued a stern warning to other vendors still in possession of the bags, urging them to dispose of them. Sugarcane vendors at Sachangwan Trading Center along the Nakuru-Eldoret Highway managed to escape, but a sizable amount of the bags were nabbed. NEMA says it will collaborate with customs officials to ensure every vehicle is inspected at border points to ensure no plastic bags are sneaked into the country.
So we have seen, we have even been able to see a package clearly showing, indicating that these plastics are made in Uganda, our neighboring country, and it is indeed these illegal entries from our porous borders that are making plastic to find its way back in the country.
And as the Building Bridges initiative tours the coast region, leaders in Taita Taveta have expressed their concerns over implementation of the report due to pending recommendations by other reports. The leaders have also raised concerns over the possibility of merging some constituencies. Former Taita Taveta Governor John Mrutu says low population is not enough reason to merge counties, and if such a plan were to be effected, then Taita Taveta would be greatly affected. He instead called for amendments to the constitution to remove articles that undermine small counties. Voi MP also raised concerns over the number of unimplemented reports done by previous commissions like the TJRC and the Ndungu report.
Kwa ufupi tu ni kwamba population growth ya Kenya niko karibu asilimia 2.5, 2.5%. Sasa kama eneo bunge la Vundanyi kuweza kufikia ile idadi inayotakikana ni kwamba inatakikana population growth iwe karibu asilimia 8, 80%. Sasa wapendwa, nataka kumjue kwamba katika dunia hii ya leo hakuna nchi, hakuna eneo ambalo population inaongezeka katika kiwango hicho.
What I don't want to agree is where they want to introduce like regional governments. My take is we must maintain the 47 counties as they are, because people are known by identities, and if we say we are going to merge 1 or 2 counties together, then the spirit of devolution will not be there.
And a 14-year-old girl identified as Christine Asiko has gone missing from her family home in Kabiria, Dagoretti area. Christine went missing last week on Tuesday after she left a cryptic letter to her family describing that she was running away and wasn't satisfied with the life she was living. Christine stated that she felt that her parents do not appreciate the efforts she puts into her studies. Her father said he was surprised at the turn of events as he had left the daughter doing her homework, after which she went to the bathroom and took a long while. Upon opening the bathroom door, the family found that she had run away and left the letter. The family is now asking anyone with information on her whereabouts to report to the nearest police station. And elsewhere, the Kenya Bureau of Standards has re-advertised the recruitment for the position of Managing Director, pointing to the challenges it is facing in filling the hot seat. The standards body is mandated to provide standardization, metrology and conformity assessment services, which touch on a broad range of products in the country, a fact which raises the stakes for the occupant of the position. Currently, KEBS has an acting Managing Director, Bernard Guyo, who was appointed late last year. Those interested in the post are required to submit their applications by the close of business the 24th of this month and will have to submit, among other documents, a certificate of good conduct from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, as well as a report from an approved credit reference bureau. And on tomato sugar, Nzoia Sugar Company workers have a reason to smile after the new managing director assured them that they will be paid their salaries, which are in arrears of 5 months. Nzoia is one of the largest millers in the country and also has a largest nucleus. Last week, Michael Wanjala was appointed as MD, replacing Michael Kulundu, who died earlier in the year. Wanjala says he will turn around the millers' fortunes within the next 18 months.
If you don't address the issue of farmers sasa hiyo wamefika mahali hawatupatii miwa. You must quote a formula of concerted effort, making sure that hii wenyewe muende kwa ground muongee na wakulima kama ilikuwa inafanywa zamani, so that workers, the farmers can appreciate of having Nzoia in their vicinity.
Hiyo shamba ya nuclear, we have to plant on every inch all the cane that we can. Government give us a fair proportion of what we pay to the state so that the sugar sector can then get off its knees.
And the World Health Organization workers have begun to vaccinate people who have been in contact with a patient who died after being diagnosed with Ebola in the eastern Congo city of Goma. The case has sparked deep concern in neighboring Rwanda. Goma is the biggest urban hub to have been affected by Ebola since the outbreak that has killed more than 1,600 people, which began in DRC Congo's North Kivu province last August. Rwanda's health ministry
wake up to nothing but the best in news, conversation starters, and hard-hitting interviews that keep you informed for the day ahead.
Happen early, 6 on the nose. These people don't sleep. Fix fast the data protection law, then we come up with the number.
Exactly my question to CS Joe Mushero.
Welcome to Living with Us. I'm your host, Sharon Mundia. Boy, have you missed out.
Stop your wheel. Game done.
Thank you for joining us on NTV today.
We have our reporters in different locations.
NTV is right here to bring you everything from the beginning to the end.
Hii ni NTV Sasa.
Kuna mambo mengi sana ambayo yanafanyika.
Sasa ni kumtuliza. Hii inaitwa sensory integration.
Shughuli pevu ya kudunda viwanjani narejea kwake Nuri.
Na kurudisha hapa studioni.
Kuna mengi ambayo yanaendelea kujiri katika maeneo tofauti.
Tunavyoelewa wanasema nini? Vimeundwa.
NTV in the morning. All you need to know to start your day.
Ilizae kama ajalema.
Serikali leta dawa gani?
It's almost a year, nothing has been done.
I just need some form of information.
Dr. Mugo Wairimu first hit the headlines when a video clip showing him raping an unconscious female patient in his clinic.
Wale wanaohusika pia wanajulikana lakini hawashikwi.
With the puzzle surrounding the sugar saga yet to be cleared.
How many times were you sexually abused?
Like 3 times.
How was a convicted child molester allowed to set up a children's home in the country?
NTV News. Bold, balanced, authoritative.
Where are we headed as a country?
Every time we make a step forward, we do 2 backwards.
Any fool with huge amounts of money can be president of this country. It is no longer about service.
Why can't we move these people out and find somebody who can make the right decision for the country?
You're the experts, you can tell me. We have to change the way we arrive at our leaders. We have to.
Organized crime, terrorism, and corruption, they're really siblings.
We don't need 10 cases. We just need 2 cases done properly, and it will serve a lesson.
Justice can only be found if I prosecute what I have claimed, bring the evidence, and say this man is guilty.
AM Live, every weekday morning on NTV.
Na imekuwa ni ada, desturi na mazoea kwa Wakenya wengi kula, kulala, kuvaa na kupiga gumzo la siasa.
Masuala ya biashara, uvumbuzi, teknolojia na ubunifu. Muhimu ni
Hela. Wajua pesa zilivunja milima. Vipi uachwe nyuma na uwezo unao?
Maendeleo ya binadamu au taifa hayawezekani bila afya.
Kwa ajili ya siha yako tukutane kwa mijadala kuhusu afya bora.
Kama jamii tuna mengi ya kujivunia katika kila nyanja. Maishani kuna mitindo, desturi na hali tofauti za kufaana na kufanana.
Mwisho wa wiki ni mikiki. Iwe viwanjani au majukwaani, burudani halikosekani.
na unapofurahia mikiki upo udaku sasa. Ilishaeleweka na bado kitaendelea kueleweka.
Everyone has a desire. Some desire and talk.
My name is Morebi Bob. I'm a press technician.
I wanted to be a driver like him.
Kwa mzara iko mzuri, nakula vizuri, naishi vizuri.
But some desire and make it a reality. Desiring is good, but getting the job done is better.
Sooner or later, utaona tu vijana wakikuja kuomba job.
Kuna miaka kama 6 sijalinda nafanya kazi.
The mortuary has exposed me to the world.
My Job on NTV.
This is going to be a long conversation.
The hard thing to understand is why, if the number of deaths is disputed, then the extent of the situation might also actually be disputed. These are not stories that are being told by somebody who's not been on the ground.
I have never known of any single time the Kenyan media and the international media came together to tell a lie.
Hatuna kwanza maji na inasemekana ni handshake.
Kwa hiyo serikali ikisema hakuna mambo ya jaa, hiyo hatuelewi sana.
Wacha watu wa media waendelee kumweka deputy president katika headlines.
Is it a surprise? This is the opinion from some Kenyans.
Where there is slants and there is bias, the public will see it.
Is it media taking a position against the DP?
These are questions which the media must wrap its mind around and set agenda for this country.
Yani, unataka tuendelee kuishi kwa hiyo kibanda ulikuwa unaishi ukiwa bado bachelor?
Sasa tunawachana, nataka tu tunafanya kitu tukiwa wawili.
Unajua hizo mistari za old syllabus tuliacha form 1.
Kwa sababu wewe ni senior Matianyo unakatiwa na nini power so?
I'm officially engaged to the prince Crotus Sabong.
Kwani Crotus ni nani?
Crotus ndio mdosi wake.
Kumbe unataka kupendwa serikali eh?
Kukusaidia naweza kusaidia. Lakini kama unafikiria unalala pale kwangu, hiyo sahau. Wewe kulala pale ni kama Trump kucheza Saudi dance.
Sawa, mtarudi with a bang.
Hiyo usingizi yako ni ile tulipia rent. Kwani umekuwa mtoto?
Leones ndo anaenda kuhunt.
My name is Janet. It's either utawezana na mimi ama urudi pale umetoka. She's the best housemaid around.
Hatukusema tunahitaji mashini ya kusiaga unga and sweatshop.
I'm the only one who can start your madness. Ukweli. You are not the best maid.
When you meet a Luo carrying his briefcase, don't ask him whether he's going to work. Luos don't go to work. We attend to professional commitment.
Gangster main rule: avoid eye contact with your fans. Mutazoeana.
Mtu ako na homa lakini kusiniza na sneeze unashindwa hii ni homa ama ni nini? Unasikia
December babes, haki si mnatusumbua. Hati yo sijui calm down is my birthday. Sijui all people were born the same but legends were born in December. Mbona mnanji